Chapter 254. Damn it. Sari bit the wooden piece in his mouth and felt his body shiver from the double torture of cold and pain. His consciousness was a little blurry, but he could still feel the pain of his arms and legs being tied to the wooden stake. His chest and abdominal muscles rubbed against the wooden stake, as if that could block out some of the cold. Snowflakes fell and blood flowed down his back. The pain came in waves, and the burning sensation reminded Sari of his current injuries. But it was nothing. What Sari could not bear the most was the humiliation of being tied to the wooden stake and being watched by countless people. He could feel the gazes from the neat rows behind him, even though they were his companions. On the empty snowy ground, Isaiah, whose skin was fair and red, stood at the front of the line with an unpleasant expression. He glared at the wooden stake with the others. F***CK, sissy, what are you looking at? Byrne and the young master soldier were huddled in the middle row. They whispered to each other and glanced at each other from time to time. Damn it, they must be having an affair, like F***ing each other. Big Mouth Monty popped his head out from the left. He bared his yellow teeth and anxiously winked at Sari. Sari knew what Monty meant. He wanted him to admit defeat. But Sari's heart clenched. When he remembered what happened to him over the past few days, he could not help but clench his trembling fists. What a joke! Sari, who was on the verge of death, let his imagination run wild. He clenched the wooden piece under his teeth even harder. His dry tongue accidentally brushed past the wooden piece in his mouth. With a barely noticeable swish, he seemed to have tasted blood. You maggots, raise your heads and take a good look. At the back of the line, the deputy commander, Terend, nicknamed Inextinguishable Flame, carried his silver-black motionless bow on his back. He crossed his arms coldly and swept his sharp gaze over everyone in the line. Big Mouth Monty shuddered in the crowd and stood even straighter. Even though they were excellent veterans before they joined the guards, no one dared to disrespect Terend's orders. All of them looked stern as they stared at Sari, who was tied up. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps could be heard as they slowly walked through the ranks and stopped not far from the wooden stakes. Everyone's gaze was focused on the newcomer, and there was no lack of respect and nervousness in their eyes. You still don't repent, do you? It was Iceberg's voice. Sari's heart leaped. He raised his head reluctantly and looked to the left. Iceberg, that was the nickname Monty the Big Mouth and the others had given the demon. The tall, strong warrior in his prime walked up to his side and turned his head to stare at him coldly. The man's head was covered in frost and snow, but it did not waver in the slightest. In his hand was a leather whip that was several meters long. It was abnormally dark red and was covered with barbs that were specially made. This is the first time that you have been sent to the front line as commanders to lead the conscripted soldiers into battle. Although I did not have much hope in the first place. But you spiky. Iceberg's gaze swept over Sari. His face was filled with disgust, and his voice rang coldly in the cold air. I only realized today that you are the worst, most disgusting, most bastard, and most cowardly military ruffian I've ever led in my 20 years. Shame is written all over him from head to toe. Asking you to be the commander of the conscripted soldiers? You're a disgrace to us. At that moment, anger and resentment surged in Sari's heart. But Sari raised his head in anger and spat out the bloody wooden piece that had almost been bitten off from his mouth. Shim? Disgrace? Go to hell, Iceberg. You've always found me an eyesore. Sari held his head high and mocked with suppressed anger. Didn't you just want to find an excuse to beat me up again and chase me out of here? When he said that, there was an instant uproar in the formation. Then, countless whispers could be heard. Chicks are so energetic. At the back of the formation on the left, Instructor Dominic smiled innocently and said, Don't worry, you'll have time to discuss later. How about running 20 more laps during the night training? As if someone had cut off the transmission of sound, the formation instantly fell silent. For a moment, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone's attention shifted back to Sari and Iceberg. But Iceberg's gaze became stern as he stared at Sari coldly. Do you have a problem with me? Sari stared at the bloody wooden piece on the ground. He clenched his teeth and frowned. Problem? Sori snorted coldly. Iceberg narrowed his eyes. Sori looked at Iceberg with an unfriendly expression. On the battlefield, you sent a group of elite crossbowmen to Monte. Isaiah is the vanguard of the light infantry in the front line. Carlos has his heavy swordsmen. Even Slow Shiva is on standby in the formation with heavy cavalry. Sori stared at Iceberg with an unfriendly expression. Iceberg snorted coldly. And I'm the strongest among the new recruits. I'm more outstanding than all of them. I'm the sharpest knife in the guards, the best soldier. Sori pressed his chin on the wooden stake and panted indignantly. He suddenly raised his voice. And the result? Iceberg stared at him coldly and slowly clenched his fists. In the next second, Sori raised his head abruptly and glared at Iceberg. Sori stared at Iceberg with a resentful expression. In the end, when the war was imminent, you assigned me the worst, most trashy team, the supply camp's transport team. Suppress me? Make me their commander? His face was filled with indignation. To be honest, Commander Lampard, I know you hate me, but I always thought that at least the White Blade Guards were fair and just. Iceberg stared at Sori without saying a word. His gaze was complicated. Under Teren's cold gaze and Dominic's unfriendly smile, no one dared to breathe loudly. They watched the scene in silence. After a while, Iceberg snorted coldly. So, as my best soldier, Iceberg's words seemed to contain a piece of ice that had been frozen for many years. When you were attacked, you used your subordinates as bait to die. You left them to fend for themselves while you hid in the dark to ambush the enemy. Sori clenched his teeth. What else could I do? What could I do with those pieces of trash who haven't even swung their swords a few times? Sori tugged at his bound limbs and sneered. Sacrificing the weak to bite the enemy and sending the elites to defeat the strong. Isn't this the classic Northland tactic? Relying on this tactic, I killed the orc leader and finally managed to protect the carriage. He did not want to be outdone and said, I won, it's that simple. Teren snorted coldly as he watched from the side. Iceberg's eyebrows twitched slowly, as though someone had cut his face with a knife. You still don't understand. Iceberg's voice sounded tired. Where did you make a mistake? Sori shook his head and snorted angrily. Mistake? If you ask me, the biggest mistake, he said through gritted teeth, is that you gave me a pile of useless trash and expected me to give in? Bah! Sori spat fiercely. How about it? I used the trash in my hands to create a miracle. He managed to repel 20 orcs. That's why you can only look for trouble and find fault with me. Sori fell on the wooden stake and snorted coldly. I've long seen through you, Castellan Lampard. That hypocritical noble face of yours that oppresses dissidents. At the back of the formation, Instructor Dominic put his hands behind his back and lowered his head to sigh. Listen. Iceberg ignored Sori's rude remarks, but his expression became more unpleasant. Because of your orders, only 4 of your men survived, and 1 was crippled. The rest refused to return to your command. Oh, that's just what I wanted. Sori exhaled, looking relieved. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't count on them for war. Iceberg's expression became colder and colder. His gaze was solemn. Is that your answer? This is a battlefield. Someone has to die, Sori said, then sneered and shook his head. Cowards who can't accept reality, or weaklings who can't keep up with their combat power, better leave as soon as possible. Iceberg did not speak again. His gaze was fixed on the snow-covered ground for a long time. Silence returned to the field. Only the howling of the cold wind could be heard. Then, Sori snorted coldly and spoke again. And let me tell you, Iceberg, no matter what you want to do to me, even if you put me in the worst troop and send me to die, I will survive. But he was interrupted. The biggest mistake you've made, Spiky. Iceberg, the strong and tall man, had a furious expression. He said resolutely and loudly, That's... Iceberg raised his head slowly. His hand that was holding the whip trembled, and his eyes were filled with rage. You shouldn't have spat out that piece of wood. Sori was slightly stunned. He looked at the piece of wood he spat out on the ground. In the next second, the 6-meter-long barbed whip in Iceberg's hand instantly moved. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled fiercely. The whip formed a terrifying circle in the air. Before Sori could react, a tearing pain suddenly exploded from his back. Asterisk slap. Asterisk an ear-piercing explosion sounded. Sori had an illusion that the skin on his back was torn open at that moment. He was in so much pain that he could not even think. If asterisk ck. Sori hugged the wooden stake and trembled madly. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped out from the gaps between his teeth, but he still could not help but let out a pained groan. Iceberg, my whole family is dead. All the muscles in his body were protesting. Even in the cold winter, his forehead could not stop sweating. Instructor Dominic's voice rang from behind the formation. The 19th whip. The hundreds of people in the formation watched this scene quietly with different expressions. Sori almost broke his teeth from clenching them so hard. But he still trembled and raised his head with difficulty, unwilling to show weakness to Iceberg. But the moment Sori raised his head, he was slightly stunned. Iceberg, who had always been cold and harsh, at that moment, his gaze was filled with deep pain and disappointment. Maybe I was wrong too. Very wrong. Iceberg's tone was sorrowful and tired. Maybe I shouldn't have had such high hopes for you from the start. Sorry, Nicholas, you idiot. Sori, who was lying on the wooden stake and panting, was stunned. At that moment he saw Iceberg, who was in his prime, furrow his brows tightly. The muscles on his face trembled slightly in the cold wind, and his wrinkles were obvious. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in the next second, Iceberg swung the whip in his hand again. The sound of the wind roared. But what attacked him was not the barbed whip in his memory. Instead, it was a black and ferocious spear blade. Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Nicholas, the Star Killer, narrowed his eyes slightly as he faced his enemy. The memories from more than 20 years ago floated away. The Soul Slayer pike pierced through the air and went straight for the Star Killer's eye. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp sound of metal colliding rang out. The severing soul's blade shot out from midair and brushed past the tip of the pike. The pike trembled slightly and missed Nicholas' forehead by a few millimeters. The sharp pike blade even cut off a part of his head, but the Star Killer did not even bat an eyelid. It was as if the pike that flashed past his eyes just now was not the infamous Soul Slayer pike, but just a piece of scrap metal. The moment the Soul Slayer pike missed, Nicholas, who had escaped death, stomped on his feet and rushed forward. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk his light armor and robes swept through the air, and the blade followed his footsteps as he dashed forward in a straight line. As the Star Killer dashed forward, the enemy's image slowly grew larger in his field of vision. At that moment, he only had eyes for the white-haired enemy. Iceberg. At that moment, a nameless rage burned in Nicholas' heart. Iceberg. Castellan Lampard calmly pulled back the pike shaft. He held 1/3 of the Soul Slayer pike in his right hand and dragged the pike shaft behind him. In an instant, it turned into a short pike, and he faced the oncoming Nicholas like he was holding a sword. The two of them drew closer and closer, and they were almost within arm's reach. Nicholas' blade flashed and went straight for Castellan's neck. Castellan's pike blade was also aimed straight for Nicholas' throat. The blade of the blade and the pike intersected in the air. Nicholas' severing soul's blade suddenly trembled and instantly sank in its predetermined trajectory. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a soft sound was heard, and the blade touched the pike lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Castellan's expression changed. A huge force came from his Soul Slayer pike, and for a moment he could not control the Soul Slayer pike. The pike blade swerved to the side and missed Nicholas' throat. However, the blade of the Star Killer's blade that had just parried the pike was like a piece of wood that had sunk into water. In just 1/10 of a second, it instantly floated and returned to its predetermined trajectory. It continued to slash at Castellan's neck. Castellan reacted in time and threw away the Soul Slayer pike. He had already extended his left hand to receive Nicholas' slashing wrist while he clenched his right fist and punched the other party's chest. But the moment Nicholas' wrist was about to be grabbed by Castellan, His expression turned cold, and the severing soul's blade changed direction again. In a few tenths of a second, the severing soul's blade miraculously turned and drew an arc in the air. Nicholas' wrist also moved to the back of Castellan's left hand. Castellan's fingers barely grazed his opponent's arm. The interception failed. The threat of the blade that went straight for Castellan's attack did not diminish because of this dodge. On the contrary, the blade changed direction and went straight for Castellan's face from a slash to a stab. Castellan's expression did not change. Even though his attack and defense had failed twice, even though the blade had already gone beyond the reach of his palm, even though if he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. Castellan reacted quickly and retrieved his right hand. He tried to punch the side of the severing soul's blade to intercept or deflect the attack. But just like the previous 2 times, Nicholas' blade changed direction again in the blink of an eye. The deflected Castellan's right fist went straight for Nicholas' forehead again. In the blink of an eye, Nicholas' blade traveled a distance of tens of centimeters, but it changed direction 7 or 8 times in an unbelievable manner. Castellan reacted in time almost every time, but he also missed almost every time. Nicholas was like a loach that swayed left and right, but could not be caught. The Star Killer continued to attack without any distractions. There was nothing else but the enemy and himself. In the span of a few breaths, the blade was already less than a few inches away from Castellan's forehead. Castellan and Nicholas both knew that the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. In the next second, Castellan suddenly leaned forward with an unexpected force. Thud. There was a frighteningly loud, dull sound. Nicholas and Castellan collided chest to chest. Thud. Both of them grunted at the same time. They grabbed each other and rolled on the ground a few times. The sound of their limbs hitting the ground echoed back and forth. The Star Killer's body was obviously not as heavy as Castellan's, but the strange thing was that when they collided, both of them rolled towards Castellan. It was as if Castellan could not withstand the force. Clang. During the fight, the severing soul's blade flew out of Nicholas' hand. The blade sank into the wall and was still swaying as it stuck in it. On the other side, the Soul Slayer pike fell to the ground with a clang. Finally, after the next dull sound, the two of them separated abruptly on the ground. They rolled a few times in opposite directions and stopped almost at the same time. Castellan pressed his hand against the floor and got up with one knee on the ground. Nicholas even exerted force in his abdomen and jumped up like a fish. From the beginning to the end, Nicholas had only slashed once in a few seconds. Castellan had also only tried to receive the slash. But only the two Supreme-class fighters knew how dangerous it was. No matter which part of the attack went wrong, both of them might have to pay an irreversible price in that short instant. For a moment, only the panting of the two warriors could be heard in the corridor. Castellan half knelt on the ground and pounded his chest in pain. Blood flowed down from his forehead. From the spot between his eyebrows to his ear, there was a hideous wound that kept oozing blood. Not bad, the old man said faintly. At least, you cut 3 inches of my scalp. At that moment, Nicholas seemed to have seen the past in a daze. It was more than 20 years ago. At that time, the commander stood on the snowy ground and said the same thing. Not bad. At that time, Castellan Lampard was terrifying, and almost invincible. At that time, Castellan moved his neck joints with a nonchalant expression. He curled his finger in disdain at Nicholas, who was still a white blade recruit and was panting on the ground. At least, you forced me to use both my hands. Nicholas clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Castellan's aged voice traveled into his ears. It dragged Nicholas' thoughts back to the present. That technique of instantaneous power is really terrifying. In the corridor, the old Castellan wiped away the blood on the side of his face. He touched the wound on his forehead and frowned as he stared at the bright red blood on his hand. That was really dangerous. The blade almost broke my bones and cut open my head. Nicholas only stared at him without saying a word. Almost. Your power of eradication is becoming more and more skillful. Castellan exhaled and pounded his chest with an unnatural expression. You still haven't found its source or source? Hearing this, the Star Killer's gaze was still terrifying. But he still spoke. "Too busy," Nicholas said coldly. "I can't be bothered to look for it." He seemed to be a man of few words. But only the Star Killer himself knew that after Castellan rammed into him just now, his chest was still in great pain. His lungs were in pain, and even breathing was painful. He could only use this period of time to continuously use his power of eradication to relieve the pain in his chest muscles and bones. Talking to Nicholas was undoubtedly an act that increased his burden. The abrasions left on him from rolling on the ground just now were also innumerable. Nicholas' right arm was also aching and slightly numb because he fought with Castellan for the Severing Soul's blade on the ground. If Castellan launched a sudden attack during this period of time, he would not be able to fight with his full strength. And in the face of Castellan, not being able to fight with his full strength meant Nicholas shut his mouth and seized the time to relieve the pain in his chest and recover from his injuries. Castellan sighed. He remembered the miraculous blade that Nicholas had used to change directions multiple times in one move. Reserving strength and leeway when he attacked, using instantaneous changes to achieve an unexpected effect. This kind of situation happened the most when he was feigning an attack. But no one could use this technique to its fullest extent like Nicholas. Nicholas' unique power of eradication allowed him to store his strength in every node in his body. He could control every muscle and bone meticulously and perfectly, and change his posture, moves, and strength at any time during a battle. This was no longer as simple reflexes. The Star Killer's body was almost unhindered by inertia. Every slash he made, every step he took, from the beginning to the end, no matter if he succeeded or missed, he could always regain his strength and change directions at any time. A slash aimed at the throat could be instantly changed to the face, chest, arms, abdomen, and even be retracted to defend himself. What was even more terrifying was that as long as his body could bear the burden, this skill of using his strength could be superimposed many times. He could change directions again after changing directions. And as his strength and experience grew, the number of times he could superimpose his strength would only increase, and he would have more and more freedom. He could do whatever he wanted in a battle and perform endless changes. A simple and ordinary slash could change infinitely in an instant, and it brought with it a threat that enveloped his entire body. When Castellan thought of this, he shook his head emotionally. This is a power of eradication worthy of being listed in the history books. If it was in the Tower of Eradication, it would probably be classified as a miracle. Unfortunately, this power of eradication that was awakened on the battlefield was too random and accidental. It could not be summarized and passed down to the future generations. Just like that power, Castellan looked at his former subordinate, and nostalgia for the past surged in his heart. The old man was very familiar with this former subordinate of his. Sorry, Nicholas. He was a man who possessed supreme-class battle instincts when he was still in the first rank. He was the strongest soldier under him, and the best soldier. But it's all in the past. Now, as enemies, they were fighting to the death. When he thought of this, Castellan's gaze darkened. Even supreme-class fighters would find it hard to remain unfazed in the face of the Soul Slayer Pike's reputation of killing with one hit. One of my elven opponents lost here. The old man nodded faintly. But you did well. You didn't embarrass the White Blade Guards, Spiky. Nicholas shuddered slightly. His thoughts returned to the 38th century land more than 20 years ago. The image of that cold and merciless iceberg appeared before the Star Killer's eyes. He remembered the scene of him standing in the snow and lecturing the soldiers with a stern expression. When they faced the Glacier Orc's sixth wave of attack, the leader had said this. Spiky, don't embarrass the White Blade Guards. At that time, the commander of the Ground Shaker, who was in his prime and had a peerless majesty, this old man with a head full of silver hair and dull eyes, the two figures slowly overlapped. Nicholas finally calmed down from the intense pain in his chest. He adjusted his state of mind and slowly exhaled. His tone was complicated and his emotions could not be discerned. The Soul Slayer pike may be powerful, but it was forged based on a cavalry spear. It's too long, too heavy, too hard, the Star Killer said sternly. It's not difficult to deal with in a non-group battle. I remember that the person who taught you how to use long weapons was Dominic. Caslin laughed. If Dom heard what you said, I'm afraid he wouldn't be happy. Nicholas' expression darkened, then quickly darkened. Dominic. Bloodhammer, Dominic. That smiling old man, one of their instructors. That old man who loved to punish them by making them run laps and counting behind them. He always stood beside Caslin, who was in his prime, with a smile on his face. He brought some liveliness to the group of fierce and murderous white blade guards. If he's still alive, seeing this scene, seeing the current Caslin, Nicholas closed his eyes. Endless emotions surged in his chest, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He can't hear it anymore. The Star Killer's voice was hoarse. Don't you know? The veins on Caslin's fists tightened. 13 years ago, Dominic died in battle in White Mountain, Nicholas said softly. Blake, Lynn, Saul, and Bauer also died there. Caslin did not speak. After that, old Seva was also injured and retired. He went to Camus Union and never came back. Caslin sighed slightly. The old man lowered his head expressionlessly. I heard from old Coleman about the Battle of Deep Valley. I heard that old Dom led his team and charged 100 meters into the enemy's group while covered in arrows. He only fell after the enemy was defeated. Nicholas trembled slightly, and his chest ached. Caslin's gaze was sorrowful. He sighed softly. That man still owes me money for a leather armor. The Star Killer clenched his fists tighter. He almost scratched his own palms. A nameless flame burned in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for the Soul Slayer pike, you know, the legendary anti-mystic equipment was never meant to be used in battles between humans. Caslin sighed. He seemed to be a little sentimental. It's just that humans have a talent. We're good at turning everything in the world into weapons to kill our own kind. At this moment, ring, three thin metal discs slid out of Nicholas' fingers and rolled a long distance away in an orderly manner. They rolled towards the old man. Caslin extended his hand and pressed down on the three discs. The metallic sound stopped. The old man slowly lifted one of the golden discs. What is this? He asked softly. Nicholas stared at his former superior expressionlessly. The Star Killer said flatly, Dominic. Caslin was slightly startled. The corridor was very quiet. Even the sounds of fighting around them seemed to have faded away. When he died, I was beside him. Nicholas' expression was gloomy. He lowered his voice and said quietly, Dom said he was very sorry. He had to use his pension to continue buying medicine for his grandson to treat his illness. So I'm afraid he won't be able to repay the money he owes everyone. There was a hint of sorrow in the Star Killer's words. Caslin tightened his grip on the gold coin. The old man's Adam's apple moved slightly. His gaze focused on the other 2 gold coins on the ground. You didn't have to do this. Caslin raised his head and looked at Nicholas. He said tiredly, Dom doesn't like people to repay his money on his behalf. Nicholas stared at the gold coin in Caslin's hand and knew what he wanted to say. His Majesty gives him his pension every year. Nicholas stared at Caslin with a complicated gaze. But Dominic's grandson died of illness a month ago. Caslin trembled slightly. I have his last month's pension in my hands. Nicholas raised his head slowly. A familiar image appeared in his mind. I still have his account book, so, it was a middle-aged warrior with a broad, plump body and a smile on his face. He carried a warhammer and counted the number of times he went around the recruits being punished. Dominic Stone. The Star Killer opened his mouth slowly. His tone was indifferent, but his voice was hoarse. This is the leather armor he owes you. Caslin lowered his head. The old man did not speak. He only shut his eyes deeply. He was silent for a long time. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard from the side of the corridor. Finally, Caslin opened his eyes slowly. His gaze was subtle and complicated. I'm very relieved, Spiky. Nicholas was stunned. Today, more than 20 years later, Caslin slowly revealed a smile. You're already an excellent commander of the White Blade Guards. Sorry, Nicholas. While there's no one around, I quietly updated. Don't shoot. The last update was on Sunday, right? Tomorrow is Monday, right? From Sunday to Monday. Spread his hands and closed his eyes, so I didn't stop updating. By Swordless with an innocent look. Chapter 255. In the Hall of Heroes, the ashen-faced boy stared in shock at the 5 indifferent archdukes. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. The 5 archdukes' gazes were still cold. Asterisk thud, thud. Asterisk the footsteps outside the hall were getting closer. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. He felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat faster. At that moment, many people's figures flashed through Thales' mind. Nicholas, Putre, Merk, Cohen, Miranda, Raphael, Ralph, Waya, and Little Rascal. These people, no matter what the reason was, they believed in him and followed him to this point. No, wait. Thales clenched his fists. I can't fall here. Asterisk thud, thud. Asterisk the footsteps of the guards outside the hall could be heard clearly. He could not fail. No. All right, this is just a small interlude. Archduke Lampard looked at Thales' expression and shook his head coldly. He turned to the others. We have more important matters to attend to. Thales made up his mind and looked up at the archdukes. Believe me, I don't want to do this either. In the next moment, the second prince pulled out JC's dagger without hesitation. The archdukes were startled and looked at each other. Lampard's expression grew colder. What? Trentida shook his head, amused. Are you going to duel with us again, young prince? Thales stared at the archdukes without saying a word. 2 guards appeared at the entrance of the hall. Archduke Letko had already turned to them and was about to order Thales to be taken away. Thales turned around and stared resolutely at the brazier closest to him. He watched it burn on the triangular high-speed rail frame. Time, I need more time. The second prince took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river obeyed his call and surged up his arm. At that moment, Thales felt his hand brimming with power. Jayla's action of throwing the sniper knife in Red Street Market appeared before his eyes. In the next second, the second prince swung his arm with a resolute expression and threw JC with all his might. The dagger shot towards the brazier with great force. The archduke's gazes froze at the same time. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the dagger hit the brazier squarely. The crisp sound of metal echoed in the hall. All the archdukes watched Thales' actions in shock. The brazier was knocked askew by the dagger. It lost its balance and finally fell from the iron frame. Clang clang, dong long. The sound of braziers falling to the ground could be heard continuously. The firewood and charcoal on it fell to the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. Archduke Alcius frowned. Hey, are you? But before he could finish speaking, he was surprised to see Thales cover his mouth with his palm and turn towards the door of the stone hall. Under the 5 archdukes' incredulous expressions, the second prince roared furiously in a hoarse voice, "Assassin! Protect the Grand Duke!" The archduke's expressions changed simultaneously. Clang! The sound of the brazier hitting the ground reverberated throughout the hall. It was so loud that it could be heard clearly from outside the hall. The moment they entered the hall, the 2 confused soldiers of Black Sand region looked at each other in astonishment. The next second, clang, clang, the sound of countless swords being unsheathed could be heard from outside the hall. Archduke Lampard's reaction was the fastest. Once he recovered from his shock, he immediately turned around and ordered the people outside the hall, "Steady." But before he could finish speaking, an uproar broke out outside the hall and drowned out his voice. "McWay! Step back! Black Sand region! Stop them! Hold your positions! 2 of you follow me in. Your Grace, please answer me. Hold the crossbow properly, don't panic." For a moment, there was a hubbub of orders, the sound of shoving, and even the sound of blades clashing and metal clashing could be heard from outside the hall. It was extremely chaotic. Thales panted. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand to relieve the soreness and cramping from overexertion. As the heir to the throne of Constellation, the prince said painfully, "Did you think that I, as the heir to the throne of Constellation, Risked my life and paid a huge price to come here just to play a joke on you? I was prepared to sacrifice everything a long time ago. Thales raised his head and glared at Archduke Letko, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, without flinching. I know what Lampard said to you that made you choose your current stance. Thales panted laboriously. He felt the pain in his arm getting worse. But at least listen to what I have to say. Then, you will know the full picture of the situation. Then, you can make your decision wisely. Because we all know that your next move concerns the future of our two kingdoms, and even more so, the fate of all of you. At that moment, Lampard clenched his fists tightly. He looked at Thales with endless murderous intent. Alcius glared at Thales. The expression on his face was extremely terrifying. Trenida, on the other hand, showed an amused expression, as if he was meeting Thales for the first time. Rocknee's eyes lit up. Archduke Letko did not say a word. His eyebrows twitched and his nostrils flared. The chaos outside the hall continued. A warrior who looked like a white blade guard rushed into the hall with a sword in hand. He mercilessly swung his sword at the two Black Sand Region soldiers who had just entered. Clang! The Black Sand Region soldiers gritted their teeth and withstood the attack. The two of them looked at each other, hesitating whether to counterattack. Archduke Letko, we heard an unusual sound. The white blade guard raised his sword with a ferocious expression. I knew it. If the bastards from Black Sand Region tried to barge in, nothing would happen. At this moment, bang! A loud noise rang. In the chaos, Archduke Letko slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone. Northlanders, he roared furiously, extensions. Thales was stunned. He had never seen the old Archduke in such an awe-inspiring moment. It was as if the old man who had one foot in the grave was just an illusion. Archduke Letko was like an enraged elephant as he roared at the people outside the hall. If you're a warrior, hold your ground. Whether it's us or Chapman, we're not dead yet. A few seconds later, the sounds of argument outside the hall died down. The white blade guard was slightly stunned. He looked around the hall and saw the Archduke's current situation. Then, he sheathed his sword and retreated. On the other side, Lampard said coldly, Lord Justin, just take care of the people outside. I only need to take this child, Chapman. Archduke Letko turned his head and stared at Lampard with a stern gaze. His urging was very obvious. Not now. The Archduke of Black Sand Region frowned. I thought you've already made your choice, Lampard said with a hostile expression. Don't forget, he's the heir of Constellation. Letko's expression turned cold. Trenida raised his eyebrows. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Then you have even less to worry about, don't you? Archduke Rockney, who had been silent all this while, raised his head. His gaze was sharp. In this game of chess, we already have their heir in our hands. We have the chips for victory in our hands. Foolproof. Thales moved slightly. I'm the bargaining chip of victory? In other words, these archdukes are indeed prepared to. The archdukes looked at the Archduke of Black Sand Region with complicated gazes. Lampard did not say a word. His gaze moved back and forth between Letko's stern expression and Rockney's indifferent face. Your Grace, if there are any difficulties. The two Black Sand Region soldiers who were present sensed the strange atmosphere in the area. One of them glanced at the few archdukes, held the hilt of his sword, and said to Lampard with a cold expression, as long as you give the order, no matter who we are facing, we will not hesitate. The white blade guard who was confronting them snorted coldly. Archduke Rockney glanced at Lampard in annoyance. Thales tried his best to suppress the throbbing of his heart. Very well. This situation means that both sides are still in a highly tense standoff. The alliance between Lampard and the Archdukes has just been formed. There's still a chance. Even if there's no chance, just like what Lampard did under Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales bit his tongue. His expression was firm. I have to create a chance too. Never give up. Never admit defeat. Just like how Serena taught him to be vigilant and suspicious in the failed alliance. Just like how Zayn Covendier taught him to be hypocritical and sanctimonious in the friendly trap. Just like how Nuvan Walton taught him to be decisive and cautious with his power as a king and his death. This is that man. Thales raised his head and stared resolutely at the Archduke of Black Sand Region, who had an uncertain expression on his face. This is the most valuable lesson he taught Thales in the bloody darkness, horror, and nightmares. Chapman Lampard. Silence. The chaos and noise outside the hall continued. After a few breaths, the Archduke of Black Sand Region unclenched his fists. He exhaled slowly and put away the coldness on his face. "We're fine. You may leave first." Lampard looked at the two soldiers and nodded stiffly. Archduke Lampard turned his head again and roared towards the outside of the hall. "Those outside, have Lessa defend his position and remain vigilant." Only then did Archduke Letko's expression soften. Rockne flashed a smile. "Lord Justin, please leave first too," the old Archduke said flatly. "As you can see, we have some things to discuss." Lord Justin of the White Blade Guards was momentarily stunned before he nodded slowly. He glanced at the charcoal-faced little boy who suddenly appeared. Suppressing the suspicions in his heart, he followed the soldiers of Black Sand Region and walked out of the hall. 10 seconds later, the commotion outside the hall stopped. It was as if the atmosphere had returned to that tense moment. Thales watched all of this and slowly calmed his breathing. He could only feel cold sweat dripping down his back. As expected, Nicholas was right. Welcome to Northland. When faced with the tough Northlanders, you must act like an iron warrior to win their respect. In the next second, Archduke Letko sat down heavily on his seat. "You have 1 minute to finish what you want to say, bold troublemaker." The old duke stared at the Prince of Constellation with a frosty expression. "Otherwise, I don't mind personally escorting you out." Alcius glanced at the brazier and dagger on the ground and added coldly, "Then, I'll send you to the gallows with the crime you've dreamed of. For example, assassinating an archduke." The other 3 archdukes had different expressions. Thales swallowed hard. Out of habit, he forced a smile and took 3 deep breaths. It was as if a soft and pleasant voice was ringing in his ears again. "Just treat it as another game." The prince raised his head and faced the 5 archdukes. They were standing on both sides of the long table, facing each other in silence. On one side was an extremely thin and frail little boy with a ruined appearance. On the other side were 5 tall and mighty men dressed in extraordinary clothes. "Assassinating an archduke? I'm not surprised by your threat, Archduke Alcius." Alcius pursed one side of his lips. Thales could feel the blood in his body still surging, but he still spoke slowly in the calmest voice. "I know that Lampard will definitely suggest that you push the blame of the king's death on me and Constellation. Then, you will unite and conquer Constellation's land and wealth." The prince's voice echoed in the stone hall. "In the name of avenging King Nuvan, you will start a war to seize Constellation's land and wealth, isn't that right? Compared to this, the crime of assassinating an archduke is nothing." His voice faded away. Other than Lampard, the 4 archdukes had different reactions. Trent Ida looked at Letko with interest, but the old archduke only stared straight at Thales without saying a word. Rockne snorted and nudged Alcius beside him. Archduke Letko coughed. "Based on what I heard last time, Prince Thales, someone meticulously planned this assassination, and the Secret Intelligence Department is behind the calamity. No matter what, Constellation cannot absolve itself from the blame," the old archduke replied in a straightforward but polite manner. At this very moment, as the spokesperson of Constellation, Thales Jadestar. A strange light flashed in Archduke Letko's eyes. "You are the one responsible for His Majesty's death, there is no doubt about it." Thales frowned. The Archduke's words avoided the peculiarities and loopholes. It was ingenious and perfect, and judging by their attitude, a direct rebuttal would be ineffective. The charcoal residue on the ground burned out and slowly extinguished. "What should I do?" Thales forced himself to chuckle and glanced at each archduke. "We, Constellations, bribed the assassin's flower, who holds a deep grudge against the Jadestar family, to carry out the assassination?" Archduke Rockne frowned. The prince continued, "And Lampard coincidentally brought his army into the city, captured the first gatehouse and heroic spirit palace, and met all of you here? Alcius stared at him coldly. But all this is not important. The second prince of Constellation puffed out his chest and said seriously and cautiously, "My dear archdukes, I do not take you for fools. Therefore, please treat me with sincerity as well. Cast aside unnecessary words and hypocrisy, and place all your chips and conditions on the table." Thales gritted his teeth and said coldly, "After all, based on our statuses, everything that happens in this hall will not spread." Lampard showed an impatient expression. The archdukes turned their heads and looked at each other. At least two pairs of eyes were filled with astonishment. "This is too interesting." With a contemptuous yet thought-provoking emotion, Trent Ida shook his head and clicked his tongue. A little boy wants to join the adults' chess game? Thales was in a highly nervous state and did not pay attention to him. He had to find a breakthrough. Most importantly, how did Lampard convince them? Was it really as he thought? Thales took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "I want to know what Lampard said to all of you." Archduke Alcius crossed his arms and looked at Lampard, only to find that the latter's face was stiff. "What did he promise you?" Thales clenched his teeth. "Land. Power. Future?" With every word Thales uttered, he carefully observed the Archduke's expressions. When he heard this, Trent Ida narrowed his eyes and flashed a malicious smile. The prince clenched his fists and gulped. "Or," Thales frowned, "those things that might threaten your survival?" At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Chapman Lampard's gaze was like that of a predator. It was filled with aggression as it locked onto Thales' body. But compared to the discomfort in the military camp, the fear in Shield District, and the nervousness in the carriage, at this very moment, Thales felt extremely calm as he faced Lampard's gaze. He was like a scout who finally found the enemy's position on the eve of a battle between two armies. Watching Lampard's reaction, the blood in Thales' heart began to boil. He had a vague feeling that he had grasped the key. Compared to Lampard, the other archduke's expressions were also very interesting. "This is beyond the scope of our conversation," Trent Ida said impatiently. "What do you think?" Thales recalled what Shiles and Little Rascal said, and he became even more certain of his suspicions. Now, he had to know how much Lampard had told them, what he had said, and to what extent did he have to go to make these archdukes reach an agreement with him? At this moment, Lampard's cold laughter came from the hall. "Your performance left a deep impression on me, young prince." The Archduke of Black Sand region was obviously smiling, but his face, which had always been unsmiling, did not let anyone feel that he was smiling. "But the adults' game is very cruel." Trent Ida furrowed his brows slightly and exchanged glances with Alcius beside him. Thales was slightly startled. Lampard slowly paced to the side of the hall, blocking the firelight on one side. He left a long and dark shadow that covered Thales' expression. "But when you grow up a little, when you can command a country with a wave of your hand, you can question us again," the Archduke of Black Sand region said coldly. Hearing this, the Archduke's expressions suddenly froze. Thales furrowed his brows. Lampard is starting to retaliate, and the weapon he's using to retaliate is not his age, but I look forward to it. I look forward to the day a few years later, a dozen years later, or a few decades later. Lampard turned his head around and his eyes shone with a dangerous light. "When you become a wise and wise king, what kind of interesting opponent will the constellation under your rule be?" The moment Lampard finished speaking, Thales felt that the other archduke's gazes had changed. "Just thinking about it makes me excited." Lampard looked down at him, turned to the other archdukes, and said coldly, "What do you think?" The temperature in the hall seemed to have dropped by half in an instant. The archdukes looked at each other, then at Thales in unison, as if sizing him up. But this time, their expressions were far less pleasant and relaxed than before. "Not good." Archduke Trent Ida coughed softly. "Prince Thales, I admire your courage, but you haven't said anything meaningful. All you've done is to sow discord and frighten us. I even suspect that you're stalling for time." The Archduke of Reformation Tower lowered his head, making his gaze look even more sinister. Northlanders are not people who can be easily fooled. Trentida looked at Letko. The latter's expression was solemn. He nodded slightly and turned towards the outside of the hall. I think we should stop here. Thal's heart skipped a beat. What did Lampard just say? Constellation? But Archduke Letko had already opened his mouth. Seeing that he had fallen into a bad situation because of a few words from Lampard, the second prince shuddered and spoke without a care for anything else. Wait! The archdukes paused for a moment. I don't know what my future will be like. Thal's breathing began to quicken. He could not help but furrow his eyebrows. His right arm had started to ache again. Chapman Lampard, but you're a terrifying opponent. There's no doubt about it. Lampard's gaze was ferocious. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at Trentida's smile and Letko's solemn expression. What kind of glib tongue did you use to convince the archdukes to accept your justification, to accept your regicide with a clear conscience, to turn a blind eye to your sin of disregarding Rikru's joint ruling pledge, and to turn a blind eye to the internal threat you brought to Ekstedt? Thales gritted his teeth. The second prince's words made the archdukes frown. Thales adjusted his breathing. Feeling incredibly anxious, he could no longer care about probing Thales. He rudely revealed what he knew. Now I understand. They're not afraid of you, but the fact that you're trying to convince them. Sooner or later, Constellation will become. The archduke's expressions changed. At this moment, enough. Thales paused. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. The one who interrupted him was neither Lampard nor Trentida. It was Alcius. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid coldly said, Who do you think you are? You can stand here and sow discord among the archdukes without any qualms? Thales frowned. It looks like Prestige Orchid has become a staunch supporter of the Archduke of Black Sand region. This is bad. I haven't found the key breakthrough point, and I haven't figured out my opponent's trump card. I can't use that, General. Judging by the Archduke's expressions, if I act too early, it might even backfire. Sow discord? You're standing here now, advancing and retreating together for Ekstedt. You're as close as a family. Thales struggled to find a point to continue the conversation. He pointed at Lampard. But did that jackal who killed the leader think the same? Did you know that his plan to assassinate King Nuven was to, he was cut off again. Here we go again. Archduke Trentida raised his head and pointed his chin at Thales, whose expression was distorted. He said in a strange tone, Prince Thales of Constellation, with what identity do you have to say these words here and cry out for King Nuven's innocence? Don't make wild accusations anymore. Thales stopped talking. You're right. Even if we put aside the suspicion of assassinating the king, you're just a foreign prince. You shouldn't be here. Archduke Alcius sneered and shook his head at him with an unfriendly expression. He said coldly, Don't butt into our internal affairs. Not good. Not good at all. He had already opened the conversation and tried to make the archdukes talk to him as an equal, as if they were his opponents. Then, they would find the conditions Lampard gave them and launch a counterattack. But Thales clenched his lips, feeling anxious. Lampard has turned things around and made use of my intentions. The archdukes really see me as a dangerous opponent in the future. Because we don't have enough bargaining chips, because the situation is terrible, and because of my special performance just now, Lampard provoked the archduke's hostility towards me with just a few words. Thales clenched his fists and looked at the three archdukes, Letko, Trentida, and Alcius, with a troubled expression. What should I do? Lampard sighed. With all due respect, Prime Minister Leespan still has a misunderstanding with us that needs to be resolved. He's already waiting for us at the gatehouse. The archdukes glanced at each other and nodded slightly. Archduke Letko nodded expressionlessly. It's time to let the guards in, or we'll personally send him out. Then, go and do what needs to be done for Ekstedt. At that moment, Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. As he watched Archduke Letko slowly get up, his heart beat faster and faster. So many sacrifices, the future of two countries, is it going to be decided here? What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, A familiar but terrifying voice rang in Thale's ears. "I can help you." The second prince shuddered violently. "That's..." Thale's hair stood on end. Under the Archduke's strange gazes, his face was pale and he was drenched in cold sweat. The Archdukes did not seem to react to the voice, as if they did not hear it. The prince forcibly suppressed his desire to look around. Thale's heart beat vigorously, uncontrollably. "It's him. It's him. He hasn't left yet. He hasn't left yet. As long as these people die here, the truth about Dragon Cloud City will be covered up." The pleasant male voice continued to travel to Thale's ears. It was filled with a deep temptation. "Everything you worry about, the people you care about, will have an acceptable ending." But the prince's breathing became increasingly rapid. Fear and hesitation appeared on his face. Thales clenched his fists tightly and stared at the ground. When the few archdukes who knew nothing saw Thales' expression, they looked at each other and could not help but laugh. "It looks like he's just a child." Lampard did not even bother to hide his sneer. "Do you want to go out yourself, or do you want us to send you out?" Archduke Alcius asked coldly as he walked in front of the distracted Thales. Thales did not answer him. He only panted and trembled. In a place where the others could not notice, the voice traveled faintly into Thales' ears. "The condition is that you give up everything and come with me. Come with me." At that moment, the absent-minded Thales suddenly remembered what High Priestess Holm had said to him in Bright Moon Temple. "One day, you will face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice. At that time, you may recall what I said today. Be careful with your choice. Make up your mind quickly. I can't wait for you for long." The voice beside his ears urged him softly. "The legendary anti-mystic equipment is right before your eyes." Thales raised his head with difficulty and stared at the 5 archdukes in front of him with an incredibly grave expression. "Kill them all? Go with him? How should I choose?" "How is it, Thales Jadestar?" In the air, which no one noticed, the air mystic, Asda Sakern, who had left and returned, said faintly, "Do you want to accept your fate as a mystic, or end your future here? If you were Thales, what would you choose?" Chapter 66 has been overhauled. Those who subscribe can go take a look. Chapter 256. Thales never thought that the nagging head ritual master's so-called time to make a decision would come so quickly. He knew that Asda would not give up so easily. But unexpectedly, this fanatical and indifferent mystic quietly appeared when he was at his most distressed and cornered. She descended as a savior and condescendingly proposed tempting conditions to him, causing him to sink into a struggle in his heart. Just like a shrewd and cunning businessman. Thales gulped in a daze and raised his head to look at the 5 archdukes who were staring at him with hostile gazes. With Asda's power, as long as they all die here, everything will be solved? Is that so? Countless people were fighting desperately on their respective battlefields, looking forward to his final results. Thales heard his heartbeat speed up, and cold sweat trickled down his face. If there's really no other way, then as long as I agree to Asda's conditions and follow him to become a mystic, not only that, almost endless power, endless life, the door to a new world. Reaping without sowing, everyone will be happy, and this is the condition that everyone seems to dream of? Thales suddenly felt his mouth go dry. I just need to open my mouth, but Thales' heart clenched. He subconsciously tightened his jaw and clenched his teeth together. Is there really no other way? So many people have sacrificed themselves and fought so hard, but I have to accept such a terrible and irresponsible ending? Facing the gazes of the 5 archdukes and thinking of the voice behind his ears, Thales opened his mouth with difficulty. At that moment, Thales remembered that sentence. Be careful of Asda. What appeared before his eyes was the young girl with blood-red stripes all over her face. It was her almost liberated gaze. Being a mystic is not a gift or a blessing. It's a curse and misfortune. Thales furrowed his brows unnaturally. Between hesitation and uncertainty, his Adam's apple bobbed. The archdukes were either puzzled, mocking, or disdainful as they stared at the dazed Thales, who was struggling internally. They watched his slightly trembling lips and tightly clenched fists. It was as if they were watching a comedy. At that moment, something unexpected happened to both Thales and the archdukes. When the place fell into a tense silence, a childish and weak voice cut into the tense conversation without warning. Perhaps he has no right to question you." Thales was shocked and raised his head. But you." The voice trembled uncontrollably. It was intermittent, as if it lacked confidence. "As Northlanders, as the great Archduke of Extet, what right do you have?" The archdukes were stunned. They looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice. Based on what? At the end of his sentence, the man's voice twitched. It seemed to carry a reckless courage as he suddenly raised his voice. Based on what? Based on what? Discussing His Majesty's misfortune here. With the sound of firewood breaking, everyone in the hall found the source of the sound. Under the astonished gazes of Thales and the archdukes, a frail and young girl covered in soot and dirt appeared in the fireplace. The bespectacled girl hugged her arms tightly, her face full of fear and cowering. However, after the girl saw Thales, she seemed to have made up her mind about something. She bit her lip hard and stepped on the broken firewood with trembling legs. She walked out of the fireplace unsteadily and stepped on the stone tiles of the Hall of Heroes. The second prince stared blankly at the girl covered in soot, not knowing how to react. Why would she, however? He immediately reacted and ran forward in 2 or 3 steps. He even forgot Asda's voice at the back of his mind. What kind of drama is this? Trent Ida looked at the girl in confusion, then at the archdukes. He spread his hands impatiently. First it was the boy, then the girl. Is no one taking care of the fireplace in Heroic Spirit Palace? Archduke Lampard furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He could not hide the shock on his face. Archduke Rockney sighed. Today is indeed special. The other 2 archdukes looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Thales grabbed Little Rascal's shoulder tightly, blocking the archduke's line of sight. He asked anxiously in a low voice, "Shouldn't you be taking refuge on the top floor? Why you here? Where's Ralph?" Little Rascal stared at Thales, whose face was covered in soot. She was slightly stunned. After a few tenths of a second, she seemed to have found her backbone. Her breathing steadied, and she faced Thales' question with a wronged expression. "The enemy is at the top floor. Ralph went to lure them away. I could only climb down, and then I heard you." Little Rascal's voice grew weaker, like a child who had done something wrong. Thales' heart sank. No, this time Little Rascal is also in danger. Thales turned around and subconsciously shielded Little Rascal behind him. He looked at the archdukes anxiously. "All right," Lampard interrupted them coldly. "Ignorant brat's performance is an insult to today's meeting." "Wait," Rockney interrupted Lampard. The Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the girl behind the prince. "Who are you, little girl? Don't tell me he just happened to appear here?" Alceus glanced at the fireplace and snorted coldly. The Constellations are really all-pervasive. How could they have crawled into such a narrow hole? Lampard noticed the Archduke's reaction and could not help but feel cold. The other Archdukes shot their gazes at him, full of vigilance and questioning. Thales' heart tightened and he gritted his teeth. "What should I do? How should I answer? How should I answer to ensure that Little Rascal can escape and not fall into their hands?" But he did not have to worry anymore. In the next second, the girl's shoulder trembled slightly. Then, unexpectedly, she broke free from his arm and revealed herself behind Thales. Under Thales' surprised gaze, Little Rascal raised her dusty face. In hesitation and fear, she spoke shakily. The Archduke's expressions became increasingly hostile. Lampard snorted coldly. Little Rascal looked very nervous. Under the warning snort, she lowered her head and trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not continue speaking. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and was about to say something to divert attention. But Little Rascal's action was once again beyond his imagination. The frail girl stared at the stone tiles on the ground and gritted her teeth. At that moment, the trembling girl shut her eyes tightly, then abruptly opened them again, forcing the tears that had blurred her vision to flow out of the corners of her eyes. Little Rascal slowly raised her head and imitated Thales by taking deep breaths. The fear and panic on her face had gradually faded. At that moment, the girl looked as if she had just put down a heavy burden and crossed a chasm. She held back her strength and looked up. Thales watched in surprise as Little Rascal reached her right hand into her pocket. He watched in surprise as she took out something without hesitation despite her trembling hand. The second prince shuddered slightly. The girl's crystal-clear gaze was forceful and forceful. She bit her lower lip hard and slowly raised her right hand, showing the thing in her pocket to everyone. The archdukes were shocked the moment they saw the thing. Their gazes were locked on the girl's right hand. Apart from Chapman Lampard, who had expected it, the archdukes cast shocked, probing, sizing up, or contemplating gazes at the girl at the same time. Thales watched the scene in disbelief. He looked at the girl, who was still trembling and crying, but still persisted in raising her right hand. He felt that something in the depths of Little Rascal's body, this little maid, this fragile girl, had changed. The girl choked and sniffed. She slowly said, "This is my—" At that moment, Archduke Lampard raised his head abruptly. He shot a murderous and chilling gaze at the girl. Little Rascal pretended to be strong and met Chapman Lampard's gaze in the air. The unprepared girl shuddered. She seemed to have remembered something, and her words were stuck in her throat. Asterisk clink. Asterisk Little Rascal's hand lost its balance for a moment. The thing fell to the ground with a clink. Under the pressure of the Archduke of Black Sand region, Little Rascal was like a kitten that was beaten back to its original form. She cried out in surprise, and even her glasses were shaken askew. "I think we don't have to waste any more time." Lampard let out a faint sneer. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Unless you want to explain to Prime Minister Leespan why we only appeared in a hurry after so many corpses were left behind?" But the other archdukes did not speak. They exchanged glances in silence. Staring at Little Rascal before him, Thales, who had been silent all this while, suddenly noticed a problem. After Little Rascal appeared, he had subconsciously thrown Asda's existence and the options he had given him to the back of his mind. But for some reason, Thales felt a lot more at ease at that moment. He no longer felt that inexplicable fear and hesitation when he was forced to make a choice. At that moment, Thales knew his answer. He lowered his eyes and flashed a bitter smile. "Thales, you've already made up your mind when you faced Giza, haven't you? Never again will you compromise your future." At this thought, the expressionless Thales suddenly stretched out his right hand. Asterisk slap. Asterisk he grabbed the girl who was about to bend down to pick up the thing, preventing her from bending down. Little Rascal came back to her senses in shock and looked at Thales. Thales slowly turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. He reached out and straightened her glasses. Under the Archduke's solemn gazes, Lampard's murderous gaze, and Little Rascal's puzzled gaze, the second prince of Constellation, Thales' jade star slowly bent down. He extended his arm and picked up the thing at the girl's feet. Thales straightened up and said slowly, "I guess you should be familiar with this thing. It's one of the proofs of King Nuven's power and status." The archdukes frowned and looked at each other. Looking at Thales, Little Rascal seemed to have returned to her normal self. She stared at him, not knowing what to do. Thales' gaze slowly became resolute. "Asda, who do you think you are? I don't believe that you're a portable system that exists to serve the host and will never harm the host. Or one of those portable grandpas that, can I help you become something, you want to control my fate and make me follow the path you've planned? Just like those people, Rick, Quide, Kessel, King Nuven, and Lampard? F*CKU. The air mystic. Asda, you silly little thing?" Thales sneered inwardly. At the same time, he solemnly raised the thing in his left hand and took Little Rascal's left hand in an indisputable manner. The Archduke's gazes slowly changed as they looked at them. Archduke Letko was expressionless, but he clenched his fists. "As you can see," Thales raised his head and said solemnly, "this lady is the current owner of this ring." Looking at the ring, Lampard subconsciously placed his hand on the sword at his waist. His expression was complicated. The second prince stared at the dumbfounded little rascal and grabbed her left palm without hesitation. Then, with utmost solemnity, Thales put on little rascal's left thumb, the ring that carried countless burdens of history and represented several emperors and kings. Triumph. The archdukes stared at the black ring that they were all too familiar with. Habitual fear and vigilance appeared in their eyes. "She's wearing the glasses once worn by the Queen of the Sky," Thales said softly as he adjusted little rascal's black-rimmed glasses. At the same time, he used his sleeve to wipe off a few stains on her face. "And this lady herself has even spoken directly to Her Majesty Chlorosis." Archduke Alcius moved slightly. "What?" Little rascal was stunned. Then her pupils shrank and she subconsciously trembled. But Thales' gaze was firm. He suddenly tightened his grip on her left wrist. Little rascal was slightly startled. "Her existence, compared to me, compared to you, compared to anyone else in this city and this country, has more power and more right to question the truth behind the king's death and interrogate the conscience of all of you here." Thales enunciated each and every word in an extremely serious manner, as though this was the last time he would speak. "She has more power and more right to question the truth behind the king's death and interrogate everyone's conscience." Archduke Rockney crossed his arms. His expression was solemn. The second prince stared into the girl's eyes with a serious expression. At that moment, little rascal felt the nervousness in her heart dissipate. "Please allow me to introduce the bloodline of Raikoru the hero." The second prince took a deep breath and turned around. He raised little rascal's hand and the ring of triumph high above her head. Thales stood shoulder to shoulder with little rascal in the hall. Gritting his teeth, he said in a low voice, "Blood relative of Nuvan VII and Prince Soria, direct descendant of the Walton family, the rightful heir of Dragon Cloud City and Cloud Dragon Spear." Trent Ida narrowed his eyes. His emotions were complicated. Thales turned his head and nodded slightly at little rascal. The girl stared back at Thales with her sparkling green eyes and nodded slowly. Little rascal took a step forward and raised the ring of triumph on her left hand high. "I am..." The girl turned her head abruptly and forced herself to look straight into the five archdukes' awe-inspiring eyes. She gritted her teeth as if she was going all out. "I am Saroma." Out of the corner of her eye, little rascal caught a glimpse of the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear above her head. She could not control the trembling in her voice, but she used her hoarse voice to cover up her panic and nervousness. The archduke's expressions were subtle. Their emotions were complicated. Under each other's strange gazes, they did not make a sound. The girl took another step forward and left Thales' arm. She leaned her head forward and her face was contorted. She shouted with all her might, "I am the granddaughter of Nuvan Walton, the common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. I am the only daughter of Prince Soria Walton and Adele Walton, the daughter of the Marquis of Vine City." Archduke Alcius lowered his head slightly. Archduke Rockney shook his head slightly. In the Hall of Heroes, under the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear, the girl shut her eyes tightly in front of the five archdukes of Extet. Tears flowed from her eyes and fell to the ground, shattering into countless teardrops. Thales stood behind her and watched the girl's performance in silence. He had mixed feelings in his heart, and there was an indescribable stuffiness in his chest. The next moment, the girl clenched her fists tightly and shouted at the top of her lungs, the brand that would accompany her for the rest of her life. "I am Saroma. Saroma Alex Soria Walton." Her voice echoed in the hall. Even a low commotion could be heard outside the hall. The archduke's expressions were stiff. They did not say a word. Even Lampard's face was cold and motionless. After she finished shouting, the little girl panted a few times and swayed as if she was exhausted. Thales quickly caught up to her and supported her. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Only the girl's choking sobs and the archduke's whispers could be heard in the hall. The girl looked as if she had just made the biggest decision of her life. Her teeth chattered and she sniffed silently. "It's okay now." Thales patted her shoulder gently and comforted her in a low voice. Think about the scene when you faced the Queen of the Sky, and compare it to now. The girl's heart trembled. The image of the great dragon, which was dignified and elegant at the same time, flashed before her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly but firmly raised her head. Just as Thales said, "Little rascal, no, from now on, Saroma Walton." Saroma left Thales' arm with a face full of indignation. "I stand here, representing my bloodline, representing Dragon Cloud City, to question all of you." The girl, Saroma, fixed her gaze on the 5 archdukes. At that moment, it was as if she no longer cared about their gazes and dignity. She also forgot the fear and cowardice that once followed her like a shadow. "Archdukes of Extet, you obviously uphold the sacred joint ruling pledge and protect this equally sacred land," Saroma said with a cold expression and a deep voice. "But when the Kingslayer stands before you," the girl's gaze swept across the 4 archdukes, as if she was reading 4 thick books. "Everyone, why do you protect the murderer?" Her voice was very steady and very cold. The archdukes frowned and turned in unison to Archduke Letko, who was the most qualified to speak. But the old archduke stared straight at the girl and did not say a word. Saroma gritted her teeth and took a step forward. She raised the ring and continued to speak. "Why do you not distinguish right from wrong? Why do you distort the truth? Why do you conspire with evil? Why do you wallow in the secret chamber and darkness? Why do you disregard Northland's dignity and traditions? Why do you cast aside Extet's justice and honor?" The archdukes stared at the girl in disbelief. Their gazes moved back and forth between her face and the ring of triumph. For a moment, no one refuted her. In the hall, the girl's voice became louder and louder. Her face became redder and redder, and her gaze became aggressive. Thales watched Saroma's performance in astonishment, just like a real inquisitor. "How can you stand in heroic Spirit Palace, which has been passed down from generation to generation in the Walton family, and stand under the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear that will live and die with Extet without batting an eyelid?" The girl panted, cleared her throat, and continued to speak in a righteous and imposing manner. "How can you defile and humiliate my grandfather, your king's glory and honor, with a clear conscience?" Saroma stared at the archdukes in front of her coldly. "All of you archdukes who should shoulder the glory of Northland with faith and protect Extet with loyalty, answer me." She leaned forward and said loudly without hesitation, "Answer me." Her voice echoed in the hall. Saroma lowered her arms and panted rapidly. She looked at the archdukes, and there was a nervous expression on her face, as if she had stage fright. It was as if she, too, was surprised by her performance just now. Thales walked forward and pulled her back. The archdukes looked at each other with different expressions. After a long time, someone spoke. Archduke Letko looked at Saroma, sighed, and said slowly, "Being questioned by a little girl in such a manner. This is really awkward. What about now?" Archduke Alcius said coldly to the old archduke, "Are we going to use force or soft tactics?" Archduke Letko snorted softly. Behind him, Trenida leaned toward the frost-faced Lampard in dissatisfaction. "I thought you already had her under control." Trentida gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Saroma, who was talking to Thales in a low voice. He whispered, "And she should be very obedient and cooperative." Lampard did not answer him. He only stared at Thales. "The bloodline of Dragon Cloud City doesn't seem very cooperative." Archduke Rockney was the one who answered him. The Archduke of the city of Faraway Prayers seemed to enjoy watching Trentida make a fool of himself. He shook his head in disdain. "It seems like it won't be that easy to get your new cultivated land, Porpheus." In front of the archdukes, Saroma lowered her head in a daze. She extended her right hand to this triumph on her left thumb. Her face was flushed, and she breathed in a daze. The moment she touched the ring and felt the metallic sensation from it, Saroma's expression changed, and she shrank abruptly. It was as if she had been scalded. Saroma turned her head away, as if she did not dare to look at the ring. But her left hand was immediately grabbed firmly. Saroma raised her head in a daze. "Well done." Standing beside her, Thales gave the girl an encouraging smile. The redness on Saroma's face faded a little. Like a student who had been acknowledged, she nodded happily. By the way, the smiling Prince of Constellations suddenly changed the topic and raised his eyebrows. Where did you recite those lines from? Saroma, who had been extremely excited, froze a little like a student who had been caught doing something wrong. Her small face drooped and she blinked behind her glasses. She lost all the power of her impassioned speech just now and stared at Thales pitifully. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was filled with the word. Looking at the prince's expression, Saroma subconsciously shrank. A second later, she spoke weakly. Her chest rose and fell, and her small face was ghastly pale. The Drama of Elados, Chapter 10, Death of the Black Knight. Saroma pursed her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, Elson Slade, Chief Judge of the Ancient Empire. This is the line to accuse the Black Knight, Usili-Ander, of the murder of the Supreme Emperor. I changed it a little. Thales was slightly stunned, then he immediately broke into laughter. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and pinched Saroma's face. The girl stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Lady Saroma, Archduke Lekko's voice rang out, attracting the two children's attention. I offer my deepest condolences to the Walton family and Dragoncloud City for the loss. The old Archduke slowly walked to the long table and sat down. His Majesty's misfortune is also Extet's misfortune. Saroma's face turned pale, but Thales smiled. The other archdukes looked at each other with different expressions. Only Lampard was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. But you are still too young to understand what happened. A strange light flashed in Archduke Lekko's eyes. The bald Archduke spoke slowly with his unique, old, but honest voice. I suggest that you do not listen to the one-sided story of the enemy kingdom's prince, such as His Majesty being assassinated. Hearing this, Archduke Rockney snorted in a strange manner. Trent Ida immediately glared at him. Saroma bit her lower lip. I stood on the land of Dragoncloud City and watched Nuven's, His Majesty's, head fall to the ground with my own eyes. Recalling that terrifying scene, she tried her best to suppress her body from trembling. I watched the born king die from a despicable and clumsy assassination. Child. Archduke Lekko widened his eyes in anger and interrupted her. Lady Walton, I respect your grandfather. But please do not doubt our loyalty to Northland and Extet. The reason why we are standing here is precisely for Extet's future. Archduke Lekko said coldly. In front of that future, in front of Extet, whether it is you or me or even King Nuven, we are but a speck of dust in the desert. We are insignificant, even to the Walton family. Saroma froze and was momentarily speechless. Behind her, Thales sighed softly. Our decision was also very difficult. Archduke trended aside and waved his hand in a seemingly pained manner. One day you will understand, but not now. Rockney hugged his arms tightly. His expression was unpleasant. Of course, if you do not understand, Archduke Alcius said flatly with a hint of threat in his tone, we have no other choice but to reluctantly persuade you to cooperate. Lampard continued to stare at Thales without saying a word, as though Thales was his biggest threat. The hall was silent again. Cooperate? Saroma frowned. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was rather flustered and at a loss. But she tightened her arms slightly. Saroma looked at the prince strangely. Beside her, Thales quietly watched the girl's flushed cheeks. Saroma was a little embarrassed by his stare. Thales slowly exhaled. Enough, my lady. You have done well enough. In Saroma's eyes, the boy from Constellation flashed his brightest smile and gently shook his head. What happens next? Leave it to me. Chapter 257. Be careful of his attack. Waya's voice traveled into his ears. Just hold him back. The blade slashed across Cohen's head, bringing with it a blazing heat. Remembering the weapon's ability, Cohen did not dare to block or counterattack. He could only frown, lower his body, and roll on the ground in pain to avoid the rising sun saber. This was the third time he had to dodge in such a pathetic manner. The smell of burnt hair entered his nose. Damn it. Cohen angrily tightened his grip on the load-bearer sword. He had never encountered such a depressing battle. Even when facing the gray mixed breeds in the desert who were more than 2.5 meters tall, the police dared to take a few hits at the risk of getting injured, creating opportunities for his companions to attack. But in the face of this, be careful. Before Cohen could finish his thoughts, the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, one of the 5 generals of Extet, Rumtolja's sturdy body swiftly and violently appeared in front of him. The police's pupils instantly contracted. How could he be so fast? The Fire Knight's solid punch landed on the hilt of Cohen's hastily raised sword. Thud. The latter's chest hurt from the impact. He lost his balance and his legs swayed again. Before he could be surprised by his opponent's frenzied attack, the heat of the rising sun saber assaulted Cohen's face again. Cohen was in a predicament where he had just regained his footing. He did not even have time to adjust his posture, let alone defend. Cohen shuddered. Cohen, who had experienced many battles, immediately understood. Remember, a battle is not a game where you switch hands and I switch hands. It is also not a turn-based boxing show to see who can take more hits. This was what his teacher had once told him. Every time you give up on attacking, counterattacking, or defending, and switch to retreating or dodging, you turn yourself into a wooden dummy. It also means that your opponent has an uninterrupted opportunity to attack. He can better control the rhythm, adjust his posture, and attack with ease. He can stack his attacks and attack with greater threat. Every step you take back is equivalent to the enemy taking 2 steps forward. In many cases, the outcome of a battle is decided in a single breath. Cohen gritted his teeth. That's right, you cannot switch hands in a battle. He was wary of the advantage of his opponent's weapon, so he only dodged his attacks. There was no need to think about defending or counterattacking. Therefore, Tolja's attacks were unhindered, and each slash was fiercer than the last. In the end, the police officer had lost his advantage. He could not fight back and was at the mercy of others. In a chess game, changing hands in a battle meant death. Cohen was filled with regret, but he could only watch as the rising sun saber drew closer. Hey! Seeing that Cohen was in danger, Wuxia roared angrily. He unsheathed his single-edged sword, which only had 2/3 of its original length left, and attacked Tolja's back. The edge of no return filled his right arm, releasing the purest killing intent amidst the stinging pain. Wuxia made up his mind to force Tolja to defend himself. In the nick of time, Cohen realized to his surprise that Tolja's forward body swayed slightly, and the rising sun saber no longer moved forward. A ruthless look flashed in the Fire Knight's eyes. The police officer felt a chill in his heart. Be careful! Cohen instantly understood the crux of the situation. He could no longer care about himself and shouted at Wuxia in exasperation. His target is, however, before Cohen could finish his sentence, Tolja's body suddenly spun. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Grip. This was the sound of Wuxia's broken sword cutting through the flesh on Tolja's upper left arm where the armor connected. In the face of Wuxia's attack, the Fire Knight had no intention of defending himself. As he turned, he calmly swung his left arm. Thud. Wuxia's eyes widened as he watched Tolja ignore the injury on his arm. His left hand passed through the shadow of his sword, and he grabbed Wuxia's neck. Tolja lifted Wuxia's feet off the ground. Bang. Wuxia only felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He was forcefully pushed against the wall by Tolja. Clang. The remaining half of his single-edged sword fell to the ground powerlessly. Cohen watched in a daze as Tolja restrained Wuxia in an instant and pressed him against the wall. Knocked down twice by the same move? Tolja raised his bloody left arm and looked coldly at the prince's attendant who was struggling futilely. Still trying to hold me back? Do you know how to fight, noble young master? Wuxia desperately grabbed onto Tolja's iron-like left hand, bent his legs, and kicked the wall. His left leg pushed against the wall, and his right leg kicked out fiercely. Tolja tilted his body slightly. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Waya's right leg hit Tolja's abdomen armor. But other than the trembling of his armor, the Fire Knight did not move an inch. Fighting, Tolja said coldly as if he was talking to himself, is a game where one's life is at stake. Waya revealed a shocked expression. How could this be? Under Waya's indignant gaze, the Fire Knight raised the rising sun saber in his right hand. His tone was cold. Only those who walk back and forth between calmness and madness will be able to enjoy the fruits of victory in the end. The rising sun saber was aimed at Waya's chest, and once again, it emitted a shocking heat. Waya, who was powerless to struggle, felt the rising temperature, and his heart turned cold. The police officer roared in anger and struggled to get up from the ground, but he realized that it was too late. How many minutes have passed? Have we completely failed? The saber lunged forward and stabbed towards Waya's chest. At this moment, a palm suddenly appeared in front of Tolja. Tolja frowned slightly. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the Fire Knight's weapon was caught by this palm. The rising sun saber cut the palm, and the palm connected with the hilt. A terrifying sizzling sound came from between the blade and the palm. His flesh was charred black, and there was even a spark of fire. I've caught you! A young and calm voice rang out, accompanied by slight panting. The rising sun saber, the Fire Knight. Cohen and Waya turned their heads in surprise. Raphael Lindbergh stood in front of Tolja, expressionlessly extending his charred right hand. Ignoring the threat of the scorching blade, he firmly grasped the hilt of the saber with all 5 fingers. He did not seem to notice the flames burning on his palm. When you lose the rising sun saber, Tolja, Raphael's left hand pinched Tolja's saber-wielding wrist. With his 2 hands positioned in front of him and behind him, he firmly controlled the rising sun saber in front of him. He said softly, "Are you still the Fire Knight?" Tolja's pupils shrank. He stared at Raphael's right hand, which was scorched beyond recognition, but still firmly grasped the hilt and blade of the saber. No one was more surprised than him when they saw that charred hand. Even though it looked miserable, the rising sun saber's high temperature could even cast iron and melt gold. Tolja was shocked. There's something wrong with this guy's hand. Who exactly is he? No, what exactly is he? Raphael, who suddenly appeared, glanced at Cohen and said coldly to Tolja, "In a game where one's life is at stake, there's no difference whether one is in supreme class or ordinary class." In the next second, Cohen, who had a tacit understanding with him for many years, roared and exploded. The glory of the stars shone on his skin and blade as he attacked Tolja. Tolja exerted force with his right hand, but he realized that his right arm was still firmly under Raphael's control. The young man's arms let out a strange rustling sound and trembled continuously. It was extremely strange. The knight furrowed his brows. His right arm only moved a few inches before it was firmly held down by the young man with an ingenious angle and force. He could not move. No. The Fire Knight could not hide the shock in his heart. This kind of strength doesn't match his size at all. In the next breath, Tolja revealed a fierce expression. He turned his right wrist and tried to use the rising sun saber's sharpness to cut through everything to force Raphael to retreat. As he turned his wrist, the blade slashed out. However, Raphael, who was holding down the enemy's arm, only adjusted his body and instantly flashed to the side of the enemy's forearm, the blind spot of the rising sun saber. Only a piece of clothing was cut off by the blade and burned to ashes. Tolja felt a chill in his heart. *T. I can't move, I can't dodge. My weapon is restricted, I can't block. Is this the young man's strategy? As he thought, the Fire Knight felt a chill on his back. Behind him, Cohen raised his saber, the load-bearer, with a resolute expression. The power of eradication filled his arms. Aiming at the back of Tolja's neck, the police officer roared and slashed diagonally with an astonishing momentum. *Rip. The blade cut through Tolja's neck. Fresh blood gushed out. "This girl may be of the Walton family's blood," Lampard said coldly, "but she's just a woman." She has no right to inherit the position of Archduke of Dragoncloud City, much less stand here and question us. The Archduke of Black Sand region cast a terrifying gaze on Saroma, causing the girl to tremble slightly. She subconsciously touched triumph in her hand. Put away your unnecessary sympathy and habitual wariness, Archdukes, Lampard said flatly in an unquestionable tone. She's not one of us. This girl has no right to decide for Extet's future. Archduke Trentida shrugged slightly, as if in agreement. At this moment, under the Archduke's gazes, Thales let go of Saroma and slowly but decisively stepped forward. So you finally said it, Archduke Lampard? Thales said softly, for Extet. Lampard's expression changed slightly. Thales clenched his fists secretly. Saroma used her identity to open an opening for him to break out of the situation. He had to seize the opportunity and force her step by step. He had to use the only bargaining chip he had left. Defeat them. Thales took a deep breath. His eyes were resolute. As Archdukes of Extet, you have to stand together in the face of a huge threat from Constellation, don't you? The moment his words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the hall changed. The people's breathing became chaotic. The way the Archdukes looked at him was also different. Archduke Rockney frowned slightly. What? Lampard snorted coldly. He knows it better than we do. Archduke Letko came to his senses and coughed softly. I have to admit that our two countries have always been enemies. To everyone's surprise at this moment, Thales interrupted Letko with a strange response. Yes. The Prince of Constellation said calmly, on this point, I absolutely agree with your point of view, Archduke Letko. For Extet's future to not be destroyed by Constellation, all of you should be united in pointing your spear at me and the country behind me. Even if this goes against the joint ruling pledge, even if this goes against your conscience. All of you have made the right choice, Thales said resolutely. The moment he said this, Archduke Rockney frowned slightly. Archduke Lampard's gaze froze in midair. The Archdukes looked at each other. Their gazes were a mixture of confusion and surprise. They seemed to be bewildered by Thales' words. Behind him, Saroma was slightly startled. She tugged at his sleeve. Thales ignored her. Instead, he looked straight at the only expressionless person in the hall, Archduke Letko of Defense City. The old Archduke's eyes flashed with a calm but complicated light. It was a perfect contrast to the pure coldness in Archduke Lampard's eyes. But have you ever thought about it? Thales slowly adjusted the speed of his speech and steadied his breathing and heartbeat. Have you ever thought about it? He knew that what he was about to say next was the key. What you're doing now is not ultimately benefiting your Extet, Archduke Letko, Thales said softly. He slowly turned to Rockney, Trentida, and Alcius. It's also not yours, or your Extet for Archdukes. Archduke Letko narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the four Archdukes' complicated gazes, Thales continued to speak. All of you are standing here, compromising, and fighting for everything, all for his Extet. In the hall, the aged and boorish Archduke of Black Sand region widened his eyes abruptly. He fixed his gaze on Thales. It was as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. But Thales was oblivious to it. Thales took a step forward and looked at the Archduke of Black Sand region with an indifferent expression. It's Extet that belongs to Chapman Lampard. It belongs to him alone. Lampard slowly clenched his fists. As he met Thales' gaze, boundless anger surged from the bottom of his heart. That boy. The biggest accident. The Prince of Constellation's gaze was calm as he said softly, for his own Extet, Archduke Lampard has the most thorough understanding. He is willing to sacrifice everything. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the four Archdukes. His tone was resolute. For example, from the beginning he was prepared to sacrifice those who once swore to form an alliance with him, but were kept in the dark all along, allies. The Archduke's gazes froze at the same time. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Archduke Lampard's scabbard landed heavily on the ground. For a moment, it attracted many people's gazes. I've had enough. There was a barely noticeable hint of anger in Lampard's voice. Don't you think it's ridiculous? From the beginning until now we, the archdukes, have been standing here like fools and watching him perform? The archdukes swept their gazes towards the Archduke of Black Sand region. Thales pursed his lips. He knew that the archduke's attitudes would determine the direction of the war. Don't forget the heavy responsibility we bear, and the heavy future we still have. Lampard reminded the four archdukes in a warning and impatient tone. Please remember, he is our enemy, and judging by his performance, he may be the most terrifying enemy. The archdukes did not speak. Thales felt Saroma's grip on him suddenly tighten due to her nervousness. Lampard looked at the silent archdukes and nodded. He turned his head. Guards. Thales' heart tightened. He looked at the archdukes, his heart burning with anxiety. Hurry up. Hurry up. At this moment, Chapman. A voice that was obviously old and muddy, but to Thales, sounded like the sound of nature. It interrupted Lampard just in time. Archduke Lekko touched his bald head, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled. Chapman, as an Archduke of Northland, your courage, strategy, and methods are rarely seen among your peers. I admire you very much, Archduke Lekko said slowly. I think even Whisper, Shalon III can't do better than you. Lampard did not speak. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. In the next moment, Archduke Lekko opened his eyes, which had regained clarity from their muddy state, and looked at Thales. But why are you so afraid of him? Is it really just because he has Constellation behind him, or is it because he is talented and intelligent? Lampard was slightly startled. We are not blind, Chapman. The old Archduke sighed. The old Archduke sighed and said, from the moment this boy appeared until now, everything you have said, no matter what stance you have taken, has been to prevent him from speaking. Lampard turned to the old Archduke in disbelief, then looked at the others. But they all stared at Lampard coldly, not saying a word. At that moment, Thales' heart, which had been so nervous that it was about to jump out of his chest, returned to its original position. Is this child really so terrifying? Archduke Lekko's voice was very soft, but it was enough to spread in the hall. Don't tell me he really only needs to say a few words to kill all 5 of us here? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. In fact, Thales took a deep breath and recalled the option Asda gave him. He said quietly in his heart, you're right. Or Archduke Lekko curled up the corners of his mouth like an ordinary village elder. An ugly smile appeared on his wrinkled face, but his words were shocking. Will he really say something that will interest us? Lampard's face darkened. He had never felt that the archdukes before him were so stupid. If you want to hear what he has to say, you can wait until the day you slowly interrogate him in prison, the Archduke of Black Sand region replied coldly. But we still have urgent matters to attend to. Don't forget that Dragon Cloud City is still in a mess. Don't forget Prime Minister Lispan. Archduke Lekko interrupted him loudly. Prime Minister Lispan will understand. The old Archduke's gaze was stern and fierce. The problem is, Chapman, as an ally, why don't you understand our concerns? Lampard clenched his teeth. He looked at the calm Thales, then at Lekko. What about all of you? The Archduke of Black Sand region turned his head and looked at the others. Are you going to continue this madness? The person who answered him was Alcius. For 600 years, the Alcius family has always reminded our descendants. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid region stared at Thales with a subtle gaze. Never underestimate any Jade Star, no matter how down, submissive, or weak he is. Thales put on an innocent and helpless expression. So, Alcius changed the topic. I'd rather hear him out before hanging him. I support you very much, Chapman. Trentida sighed softly behind Alcius. But compared to singing a different tune, I think at this time, what we need is unity of opinion. At that moment, Lampard tightened his grip on his saber. His face was expressionless. He turned his head, only to find Archduke Rockney staring at him and flashing a malicious smile at Lampard. Go on, child. Archduke Lekko did not pay any more attention to Lampard's reaction. In an unquestionable manner, he set the theme for the upcoming meeting. Especially the part about sacrificing an ally. Thales flashed a smile. He knew that from this moment onwards, the chess game had changed hands. The balance tilted again. Gently patting the back of Saroma's hand to comfort her, Thales turned around and nodded slightly at Archduke Letko. First of all, we need to understand a fact. The assassin Chapman Lampard bribed, Bennett Charlton, has been hiding on the cliff of the sky. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the conversation he overheard in the carriage. He enunciated each word clearly. From there, he planned to sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace and assassinate King Nuven while the White Blade Guards were distracted. Lampard closed his eyes. For the first 3 seconds, the archdukes did not react. But soon, the 4 archdukes quickly looked at each other. They exchanged bewildered gazes. Yes, it was in Lampard's original plan. King Nuven would mysteriously die here, in this heavily sealed Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales' voice was very calm, but it was filled with solemnity and sorrow. He would die beside the 4 of you archdukes. From tomorrow onwards, I want to resume daily updates. I'm serious. Swordless, with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 258. 2 of the braziers in the Hall of Heroes had been extinguished. But at this moment, no one in the stone hall cared about the temperature anymore. Lampard didn't just want to assassinate King Nuven. Thales managed to regulate his breathing with much difficulty. The Prince of Constellation's voice rang softly. He also wanted to maximize King Nuven's death to achieve his goal. The prince raised his head and looked at the 4 archdukes, who had strange expressions on their faces. You can imagine, King Nuven had just executed one of the 5 archdukes in the name of revenge, and in the blink of an eye, he died beside the other 4. What would the situation be like? Archduke Letko clasped his hands together. His gaze was frozen. What would the situation be like? The old archduke looked at Lampard, his thoughts churning. In contrast, Lampard's gaze on Thales had returned to a deathly stillness, causing the latter to feel creeped out. Thales appeared unusually calm. He continued, I don't know Lampard's specific plans, but in his imagination, you would probably be the prime suspects. Unable to defend yourselves, you would be badly battered, and you would be in an unfamiliar Dragon Cloud city. The smart and capable Prime Minister Lispan would probably not be easy to deal with. The prince recalled the information and truth he had gathered bit by bit during the tense and thrilling escape from the assassination. He sighed softly. Next, with the secret room's help, Prime Minister Lispan and the 4 suspects of regicide will inevitably clash. They will force you to the opposite side of Dragon Cloud City. The hall fell into a subtle silence. The archdukes looked at Lampard in unison, thinking about Thales' words with different expressions. Thales walked to the long table. Under Archduke Rockney's displeased gaze, he jumped onto a chair and met Archduke Letko's gaze. I just heard that even now, Prime Minister Lispan is besieging the gatehouse? Lampard turned his head away without saying a word, as if he was not the main character of the conversation. At first, I didn't understand why Lampard brought his army along when he assassinated the king. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the soldiers who disguised themselves as patrols. He also remembered his suspicions in the prison cell. Now, I believe that Lampard's army intervened in the conflict when things got out of hand and rescued the archdukes. Trent Ida raised his head. The Archduke of Reformation Tower asked solemnly, assuming what you said is true, why did Lampard do this? Thales froze for a moment. To convince you, he said expressionlessly. What? Archduke Trent Ida exclaimed instinctively. All of you, who are suspected of regicide and are at loggerheads with the Prime Minister, will definitely accept Lampard's suggestion to protect yourselves. You will willingly and eagerly push the blame of the king's death onto Constellation and me. When he said this, Thales' expression darkened. All of you will volunteer to become Lampard's accomplices. You will attack Constellation with Lampard. Not only will you end King Nuven's threat, but you will also fulfill his long-cherished wish. Under Saroma's strange gaze, Thales sighed softly. This is Lampard's real plan. He used schemes and framing to tie his allies to his side. The Archduke's gazes kept moving back and forth between Lampard and Thales. The Archduke of Black Sand region remained motionless. His eyes grew calmer and calmer. Thales exhaled and leaned back against the chair in exhaustion. At the same time, he watched strangely as Archduke Rockney's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Did I provoke him? Archduke Alcius knocked on the square table with a solemn expression. His deep voice rang. If this was Chapman's original plan, why did he change his mind? Thales clenched his fists and recalled Putre's words. Contrary to Lampard's expectations, the assassination went awry, Thales replied calmly. King Nuvan did not stay in Heroic Spirit Palace as he expected. Lampard had no choice but to expose himself and enter the city ahead of time to personally witness Nuvan's death in Shield District. The prince raised his gaze. His gray eyes swept across each of the archdukes. He lost his leadership and control over the situation. He could no longer frame all of you. He could no longer use the situation and danger to force all of you to form an alliance with him. That's why this scene is happening now. Lampard had no choice but to take down the gatehouse and personally enter Heroic Spirit Palace to convince all of you to let go of the mysteries surrounding Nuvan's death and work together with him. Thales exhaled slowly. This is different from his previous plan of using the situation to coerce you. This time, he wants to use a reason that you cannot refuse to convince all of you to join his grand plan. His voice faded away. He left the silence in the hall. The Archduke's expressions were very interesting. Is this what you want to say? Archduke Letko pondered for a while. Chapman originally intended to use some dishonorable means to pull us into his chariot? Lampard snorted coldly. Nonsense. The Archduke of Black Sand region's tone was full of disdain and indifference. And there are many suspicious points. Thales gritted his teeth. But Trent Ida interrupted his rebuttal. Our Archduke of Black Sand region is very scheming. The Archduke of Reformation Tower smiled slightly. But so what? Even if he was originally prepared to scheme and frame us, it's too late now. Archduke Trentida turned to the others and spread his hands gently. The Archduke turned his head slightly and looked at Thales. At that moment, Trentida's eyes shone with a cold light. For Extet, we still have to do what we have to do. You can't change anything. Lampard's expression was still indifferent, but the Archduke of Black Sand region still turned his head and nodded slightly at Trentida. Thales was slightly startled. He observed the expressions of the Archdukes and found that they seemed to be indifferent. Worried, Saroma came forward and tugged at the corner of his torn shirt. But Thales smiled. In front of the Archdukes, the prince revealed a relieved smile. My dear Archdukes, how did Chapman Lampard convince all of you? Thales swept his gaze over these powerful suzerains one by one and pursed his lips. What kind of irresistible reason did he give for all of you to cooperate obediently? The Archduke's expressions became a little unpleasant. It doesn't matter. Thales closed his eyes and sighed. Actually, I've already guessed some of it on my way here. Lampard's pupils froze slightly. Thales straightened his back and faced the Archduke sternly. Did he tell all of you that, compared to Lampard's disobedient actions, a more terrifying threat is rising in the country to the south? That even a country as strong as Extet cannot withstand it? At that moment, the Archdukes more or less behaved a little unnaturally. It was as if they were not used to this coming from the Prince of Constellation's mouth. Lampard snorted softly. But Thales ignored the Archduke of Black Sand region. This is my turn. Thales clenched his fists lightly. Did he tell all of you that the country after the Empire is undergoing an unprecedented transformation? Thales' gaze became sharper and his voice slowly rose. Their entire country's power is converging into one in an unprecedented manner, becoming more and more efficient, and they can command it with ease? Saroma revealed an astonished expression. Did he tell all of you that Extet can only fight its way out by striking first, using war and violence to kill that threat in the cradle at all costs? Archduke Alcius and Trentida exchanged a glance. They were both astonished. Did he also tell all of you that if you don't do this, then the day will come when your territory will be seized, your clan will be destroyed, your bloodline will be severed, and everything you possess will be annihilated and cease to exist? Archduke Letko's eyebrows twitched. Veins popped up on his hands again. Thales took a deep breath and said his last sentence. Then did he also tell all of you that everything Chapman Lampard did, whether it was the coup d'etat or the instigation of war, was because he was forced to make a choice, because he had no other choice, because he was willing to bear the burden of being tarnished, because he was courageous and ambitious, and because he sacrificed himself for the country? Once he finished speaking, Thales felt Lampard's gaze on him grow colder and colder. All right. Archduke Trentida sighed slightly. For these few words, you have indeed lived up to your reputation, boy. Archduke Rockney furrowed his brows. Who told you that? That's not important. But this is how he convinced all of you, right? Thales clenched his teeth and ignored the Archduke's strange expressions. You acknowledged his reason, agreed to cover up the truth of the king's death, were willing to go south with him to Constellation, and accepted his condition of gifting the ownerless Dragon Cloud City. Just for Extet? Just as the archdukes were in a state of shock and bewilderment, Thales raised his head abruptly and said through gritted teeth, "But don't you find it strange?" Thales stood up abruptly from his chair and placed his hands on the square table. His expression was solemn. If he could rely on himself to convince all of you, just like what he is doing now, then why did he have to go through so much trouble to scheme and frame all of you in the original plan, forcing all of you to go against Dragon Cloud City? The prince clenched his fists. Why didn't he swagger in and tell all of you, for the sake of Extet, so that everything you have will not be destroyed by the future constellation? Please understand his difficulties and cooperate with his selfless act. Trentida raised his head and glanced at Lampard, who had stopped talking. He curled the corners of his lips. That's what he is doing now, isn't it? Thales stared at Lampard, watching as his hand pressed on the saber at his waist. I just said that he was forced to do this now. This is the backup plan, the prince said softly. Otherwise, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lampard would never use this reason to convince you. He did not intend to tell you about the threat of Constellation, nor did he intend to tell you about the drastic changes in that country. He did not intend to tell you about his true intentions either. Archduke Letko frowned slightly. True purpose? Thales rested his fist on the table and recalled what Shiles said. Lampard would rather you join his team because you are against Dragon Cloud City than because you sensed the threat of Constellation and joined forces with him. Why? Archduke Rockney said impatiently. Just say it. Northlanders hate to beat around the bush. Thales turned to him. The Prince of Constellation narrowed his eyes. Because these are his heartfelt words. And because he is afraid. At that moment, Thales finally saw Lampard, who had been expressionless all this while, slowly raise his head. The Archduke of Black Sand Region looked at him. The coldness in his eyes turned into deathly stillness. Thales stared back at him without flinching and gritted his teeth. This is a battle between us. It is also the fairest battlefield. Are you ready, Lampard? And now it is my counterattack. Afraid? Trentida asked, puzzled. Thales nodded slowly and firmly. He is afraid that you will find something wrong with his words. Thales Jadestar took a deep breath. He is afraid that once you begin to think about it carefully, you will discover the cruel truth behind the reason Constellation is a threat. Truth? Archduke Rockney repeated with a murmur. In the next second, my fellow archdukes. Thales straightened his body and stepped on the chair. His expression was solemn. Once you accept Lampard's suggestion today and swallow Dragon Cloud City, dispatch troops to the south and invade Constellation. Archduke Letko sat up straight without realizing it. Rockney raised his chin. Trentida and Alcius' expressions were solemn. As for Lampard, his pair of deathly still eyes had not moved for a long time. But Thales had no time to care about his opponent. In the future, each of your families, territories, and archdukes. Thales clenched his teeth and swept his gaze across each archduke solemnly. He saw that their expressions were becoming more and more complicated and subtle. Will be in an unstoppable storm. Disaster is upon us, and we will be doomed eternally. The wind from the sword attacked. It went straight for the back of the Fire Knight's neck. At that critical moment, Tolja, whose right hand was clamped down by Raphael, made a prompt decision. He resolutely released his left hand and Wuxia, who was struggling increasingly weakly. The Fire Knight swung his remaining left arm back. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a piercing sound rang out. Asterisk rip. Asterisk bright red appeared on Tolja's neck. Cohen's powerful and heavy sword hit Tolja's arm guard in the air. The tip of the sword cut the Fire Knight's neck and pierced his skin. Blood slowly flowed out of the knight's neck. He let out a low, muffled groan. A crack appeared on Tolja's arm guard from Cohen's sword. Blood seeped out of the crack. The police officer felt a chill in his heart. The other party still managed to fend off a fatal blow. Gamble with your life? You bunch of potted plants in a greenhouse. Tolja resisted the long sword on his left arm. Feeling the waves of pain in his arm, he ignored the blood on his neck and said in a low voice, "You are not worthy." Cohen held the long sword tightly and slashed down with force again. Tolja's arm guard groaned as it deformed. Raphael gritted his teeth. The strange muscles in his arm rapidly swelled up again. He held the enemy's right arm and weapon tightly in an attempt to create another opportunity for Cohen. Feeling his opponent's extraordinary strength, Tolja turned his eyes and shot a dagger-like glare at Raphael. "Young masters." Tolja's expression was ferocious. His right arm was locked in a dead angle with Raphael, whose strength had suddenly increased, while his left arm withstood Cohen's power, which was mixed with the power of eradication. When your father was giving out rewards for your mother's bulging abdomen, I was shivering in the snow in the wild beside my mother's hardened corpse, struggling to get through another damn winter. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the power of eradication burned his entire body like flames. Tolja roared and turned his neck. He pulled back his arm guard and broke free from Cohen's longsword. Blood gushed out. The injured police officer lost his balance, and his legs wobbled. The next moment, Tolja let go of the rising sun saber in his right hand. The rising sun saber fell to the ground. The blade lost its heat and clanked as it bounced off the ground. Raphael watched as his opponent's weapon fell beside him. He was suddenly alarmed. This is bad. Sure enough, without the saber holding him back, Tolja no longer tried to wrestle with the ridiculously strong Raphael. Instead, he lowered his body and slammed his right shoulder into Raphael. Raphael felt his body sway. Then, his back trembled. Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Cohen could react, Raphael was slammed against the wall by the Fire Knight. Raphael's face turned pale. He coughed in pain, but he still held onto his opponent's right hand tightly. Tolja burned his power of eradication and held Raphael firmly against him. His gaze was terrifying. When all of you were crying in your luxurious swaddling clothes, I was bleeding all over and covered in cuts and bruises because of a mouthful of moldy bread in the dust of the countryside. Cohen's heart tightened. He thrust his long sword forward. With a fierce expression, Tolja turned sideways and dodged Cohen's sword aimed at his chest. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Cohen's long sword cut through Tolja's shoulder armor. Shards flew out, and sparks flew as the blade scraped against the wall. But Tolja ignored the injury on his shoulder. He slammed Raphael, who was pinned against the wall, with his shoulder again. Asterisk bang. Asterisk he slammed into Raphael's chest. Raphael groaned in pain and finally let go of his opponent's right arm. When all of you were leisurely reading and learning to read in the study room, Tolja retracted his right hand and said coldly, "I dragged my scarred shoulders and transported the most smelly garbage and feces, learning to count from the crisp sound of copper coins." The Fire Knight turned around abruptly and grabbed Cohen's sword in midair. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade and Tolja's iron glove produced a sharp friction. Blood flowed from between the knight's fingers. The police officer stared at the beast-like Fire Knight in shock. He wanted to withdraw his long sword. When you were learning how to wield a wooden sword in the manner, Tolja punched Raphael's abdomen with his right hand, causing him to lose consciousness and bend over. I was on the vast glacier, wrapped in my wounds, and used the last of my strength to fight against wild beasts, my peers, the weather, the terrain, and all my enemies. The Fire Knight grabbed Cohen's sword and turned around to charge back. Cohen wanted to raise his arm to defend himself, but Tolja suddenly kicked his knee. Bang. The police officer's long sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. When you were having sex with girls at the banquet? Tolja stretched out his right hand and pried open his shattered shoulder armor and vambrace. The Fire Knight coldly flung away the burdens, including his robe, to reveal his exposed flesh. From his neck, shoulders, and arms, his body was covered in severe burn scars. His body was full of bumps and hollows. It was a horrifying sight. Tolja's expression was as cold as ice, and his gaze was like fire. He threw away Cohen's blood-stained longsword. He turned around and threw a punch. Bang. Raphael, who had just stood up and was ready to launch a sneak attack, was punched in the head by the Fire Knight and slammed into the wall again. I crawled out from under the burnt corpses, covered in burns and groaning in pain. I looked forward to seeing the sun rise the next day. Anxious and angry, Cohen gritted his teeth and got up. He roared and charged at his enemy, throwing a punch with shocking force. Bang. The fist hit the knight's cheek. The latter was stunned. But Tolja only roared and bent down, withstanding Cohen's charge. He did not care about the police officer's punch on his face. It was as if it was the most insignificant mosquito bite. It was formed by burning in a hell of blood and fire. He reached out with his hands and grabbed Cohen's arm with great experience. He pinned Cohen's legs and lifted Cohen's body onto his shoulders. This is the origin of the Fire Knight. The next second, Tolja, who had a crazed expression on his face, exerted force with his hands and turned around abruptly. He lifted the struggling Cohen into the air and slammed him hard onto the ground. Bang. The tall police officer landed on his back and fell heavily to the ground. Cohen felt intense pain all over his body. He felt dizzy and all his strength left him. Risking your life? You little young masters will never understand. Tolja straightened his body and shook the side of his face that was slightly red. He spat out a bloody tooth without a care in the world. In order to stand in the same manner as you, I crawled all the way through mud and blood. I have already gambled with my life in the endless hell many times. Tolja was half naked. His eyes were filled with wounds and blood flowed all over his body. His expression was hideous and terrifying. The Fire Knight turned around coldly and looked at Raphael, who stood up again. Even if we are in supreme class, our lives are still far from yours. Raphael wiped the blood off his forehead. Enduring the waves of dizziness, he pulled out the broken longsword from his waist. You are a very terrifying warrior. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department swung his sword forcefully. He glanced at the dying Cohen and frowned. As one of the 5 war generals, you live up to your reputation. Tolja turned his head and glanced at the rising sun saber on the ground. It was still some distance away from him. But with your skills, Raphael said in a low voice, why bother following Lampard and embarking on this path of no return? So that I can experience more hell? The Fire Knight snorted coldly. He kicked Cohen's long sword, load-bearer, grabbed it in his hand, and tested its weight and length. The next second, Tolja roared and rushed in front of him. Raphael's pupils froze. Clang. The 2 swords clashed and Raphael blocked his opponent's horizontal slash. However, Tolja had no intention of competing with his opponent in swordsmanship. Like a real beast, he pressed his left arm against the back of the sword and pushed Raphael against the wall. Bang. Raphael blocked the knight's sword and was slammed against the wall. His own long sword was even pressed against his chest. Tolja's expression was ferocious. He suddenly raised his left elbow, and the 2 long swords that were in a cross were spun into an X shape. The Fire Knight's left arm pressed against the upper part of the X, pressing against Raphael's throat so hard that he could not breathe. Tolja gritted his teeth and said, when all of you carried swords and glory around the world, I stood in front of a barren village, on a barren land that could not even grow weeds. I cried my heart out for the first property and the first title of nobility that I exchanged for 30 years of my youth and life. Raphael struggled in pain. He could not breathe, but Tolja continued to press against his sword in an unstoppable manner. His elbow pressed against Raphael's windpipe. The Fire Knight gritted his teeth. There was a mixture of pain and hope in his eyes. After going through all of this, I can stand here and face all of you prodigies. I can raise my weapon and compete against them. You ask me, why do I follow the Archduke? Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Fire Knight roared furiously and headbutt Raphael's forehead. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Raphael's long sword loosened and fell from his hand. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department seemed to have lost consciousness. He slid down the wall weakly and was grabbed by the collar by Tolja. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the knight turned around and kneed Wuxia, who had just gotten up from the ground, so much so that he vomited blood and fell back. All of you don't understand. Tolja panted and swung the sword in his right hand out of habit. The load-bearer was obviously not the weapon he was used to using. He looked at Cohen, who was struggling on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, "The Archduke of Black Sand Region, the Archduke what he sees in his eyes is a long-term future." The Fire Knight took a deep breath, and a fascinated expression appeared on his face. An unprecedented new world. Over there, everyone can have their own future. Tolja panted heavily. He extended his left arm, grabbed Raphael's neck, and lifted him up. For the Archduke's ideals and even more so for the future he promised. The Fire Knight licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, pulled the enemy closer to him, and looked straight into Raphael's eyes. "No matter the price, I am willing to pay." The Fire Knight exhaled laboriously. Raphael only clenched his teeth tightly. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked powerlessly into his enemy's eyes. "No matter what obstacles there are." Tolja raised Cohen's sword and stared at Raphael with a serious and zealous gaze. "I must crush them." At that moment, the little girl from many years ago appeared before Raphael's eyes. He thought vaguely and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." In the next second, the Fire Knight thrust the sword in his hand without hesitation. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the blade pierced Raphael's heart. It came out from his back. All that was left was blood all over the ground. And Cohen's heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 259. Archduke Rockney stood behind Archduke Letko's back. His gaze passed through the long table and landed on the boy. Watching him trying hard to suppress his nervousness and excitement, he suddenly sighed. "We're all going to face disaster?" He curled his lips slightly. "How long has it been since I've met a fellow like this, speaking without hesitation and without scruples in front of a few archdukes?" The hall instantly fell into a strange silence. All the Archduke's expressions were very unnatural, and their breathing became irregular. Lampard gently closed his eyes. Thales tried his best to control his breathing. For a moment, only the crackling sound of the brazier could be heard. After a full 3 seconds, Archduke Letko slowly turned his head and exchanged glances with the others. "We gave you a chance to speak, Your Highness." The old Archduke turned his head back from the exchange of glances and sighed rather solemnly. "We didn't ask you to speak carelessly and exaggerate things to scare us. You better speak clearly, brat." Alcius stared at Thales with an unpleasant expression. After threatening an Archduke in the Hall of Heroes, not everyone has the chance to walk out in one piece. Thales breathed absent-mindedly, as if he was completely unaware of the two Archdukes' uneasy questioning. "Calm down, Thales. The more it's like this, the calmer you have to be. You can do it. You can." "Dragon Cloud City. What Lampard gave you," Thales said softly. His calm demeanor startled the Archdukes a little. He did not have good intentions when he proposed to annex Dragon Cloud City. Trentida clicked his tongue. First, sending troops to Constellation, then Dragon Cloud City. The cunning Archduke flashed a strange smile. "How did you know about these things?" Thales exhaled. "How did I know that all of you want to annex Dragon Cloud City?" He quietly said in his heart, Lampard promised Shiles preferential tariffs around Dragon Cloud City. It's as simple as that. It's not hard to guess. But on the surface, Thale's expression remained the same. In order to gather people's hearts, besides a common threat, there must also be sufficient benefits. Without a doubt, Dragon Cloud City is a ready-made, ownerless piece of cheese. It's especially good for fighting and conflict. Trentida frowned and looked at Lampard. After all, this is an act of breaking the joint ruling pledge. The prince sighed. The balance of power is no longer there. With this illegal act of seizing territory, in the future, the ownership of every blade of grass, every inch of land will become the fuse for conflict and conflict between you. Lampard will only fan the flames. He hopes that you will clash with each other and weaken each other. Alceus interrupted him with a cold snort. Saroma, who was listening quietly, showed a disgusted expression and shot him a displeased glance. Your words don't hold water, brat. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid moved his beard and his tone was unpleasant. In fact, we've discussed this issue before. Lampard has no reason to do so in the face of a greater threat. At this point, Archduke Letko coughed and took over the conversation. Constellation's threat is imminent and will last for a long time. It is not something that can be solved with 1 or 2 major battles. At this juncture, his actions of throwing himself into confusion will only be detrimental to Extet. A thought flashed in Thale's mind. War, especially against foreign enemies, is more likely to become the trigger for conflict between you, but at this moment, Lampard, who had been silent all this while, raised his head and pierced Thales with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Do you still not understand? The Archduke of Black Sand Region spoke slowly. There was an indecipherable emotion in his voice. This child is exceptionally intelligent. He's thinking of ways to stop the war and save his own country. Lampard slowly walked to a brazier and blocked the light from the fire, leaving only a shadow. To save the country that will eventually fall into his hands. The country that may make our children bow down to us in the future. Lampard's eyes widened in shock. The Archduke's frowned. This is what I wanted to say next. Thales forced a smile that did not show any weakness. You also want to save your own country, Chapman Lampard. Lampard frowned slightly. If you're so sure, why did our Archduke of Black Sand Region do this? Seeing that Lampard had stepped down, the silent Archduke Rockney also joined the dangerous conversation. What benefit does he get from causing a conflict between the Archdukes? Getting an extra piece of cheese? Trentida gave Lampard face and sneered. And why is it that disaster is upon us? Under the Archduke of Black Sand Region's frighteningly oppressive gaze, Thales quietly adjusted his breathing and mulled over his next words. All of you know the Archduke of Black Sand Region's past. Thales raised his voice and looked at the Archduke sternly. He killed his elder brother with his own hands, which made him hardened and resolute. The enmity between him and King Nuven was formed from then on. Once he said this, Lampard's gaze became sharper. Thales even felt the air around him become much colder. The Archdukes looked at each other in tacit understanding. Thales took a deep breath and stared at Lampard's weathered and boorish face. He then firmly said his next sentence, "But you, Chapman Lampard, your actions of killing the king and leading an army to force the king to abdicate were neither for revenge nor for self-protection. Because the person you truly hate and care about is neither King Nuven nor Dragon Cloud City," Thales said in his calmest tone. "But the heroic tradition that the Northlanders are proud of, the glorious history of Extet," the prince answered softly, "Rikuru's joint ruling pledge." As Saroma could not hold back her cry of surprise, the Archdukes were all stunned. Letko started rubbing his hands again. Trentida seemed to be deep in thought, while Rockney immediately looked at Lampard with a suspicious gaze. "What are you trying to say?" Alceus impatiently knocked on the table. "The joint ruling pledge?" Thales was expressionless as he nodded slowly. Lampard has been suffering in the cracks of power between his mother's family and his father's, between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand Region, between the king and the Archdukes, Thales said very seriously, enunciating each word. Of course, it's the same for all the archdukes here. Archduke Letgo's hand tightened slightly. But unlike all of you who are used to it, Thales stared at Lampard's deep and complicated gaze. He gritted his teeth and said the following words. Chapman Lampard, when your father forced you to challenge your eldest brother, when you stabbed your sword into your eldest brother's chest, when your mother committed suicide out of depression, when your father died on the battlefield, you made up your mind. With every word he said, Lampard's gaze became colder. Thales took a deep breath. The image of Lampard coldly stroking his saber on the carriage appeared before his eyes. He rubbed his hands in the cold air and maintained a calm tone. From the bottom of your heart, you were tired of the endless fighting. You believed that you had seen through the unsolvable and sorrowful cycle behind it. You hated the current state of Extet behind this compromise and tacit agreement. You believed that as long as the pledge existed, and as long as everyone's superstition towards it existed, you, and the similar tragedies behind you, will not disappear. Thales said quietly, That's right, everyone. Under the Archduke's incredulous gazes and Saroma's uneasy tugging, the Prince of Constellation continued to stare at the Archduke of Black Sand Region's face, which was about to freeze. Unhindered by any obstruction or interference, he said with incomparable determination, as early as 12 years ago, Chapman Lampard decided to completely destroy the joint ruling pledge, which had lasted for more than 600 years, to end the constant conflict between the common elected king and the archdukes. To smash the peaceful joint rule of the 10 archdukes into pieces. Once Thales finished speaking, he closed his eyes and lowered his head. The hall fell into a dead silence. As they listened to Thales' words, almost all the archdukes widened their eyes and mouths, revealing expressions of extreme shock or disbelief. Their gazes shot towards Lampard in unison. The silence was only broken after a few seconds. What are you talking about? Trent Ida exhaled a long breath and furrowed his brows. Puzzled, he looked at the resolute Thales. Being dissatisfied is one thing, but destroying the joint ruling pledge? How is this possible? Ridiculous. Enduring the baffled gazes of the others, Lampard coldly rejected Thales' words. How am I supposed to destroy the joint ruling pledge with the faith and belief of 10 million Northlanders? Kill all the archdukes here? Thales looked up abruptly and opened his eyes. You're already doing it, aren't you? The prince said loudly with a solemn expression, When you killed King Nuvan and forced the archdukes to ignore your crimes and endorse you, the joint ruling pledge had already been trampled on. Saroma's expression darkened and she pursed her lips. You've become the worst precedent. Thales was expressionless. For this reason, you even convinced the archdukes to head south to Constellation and use new benefits to further tilt the balance of power, striking a blow to the already unstable joint ruling pledge. Speak as much as you want. After all, the archdukes don't care about the time you waste. Lampard mocked and glanced at the others in dissatisfaction. Inexplicably, Rockney snorted softly. Lampard's expression was full of contempt and disdain. He said softly to the archdukes, All of you are well aware of the reason why I gathered everyone's power, and you all agree that this is for Extet. He concluded without hesitation. Thales stared at Lampard's expression. He did not know where the courage came from, but he took a deep breath, jumped off his chair and took a step forward. That's right. This is for Extet. To everyone's surprise, the prince widened his eyes, which was rarely seen on him. He clenched his fists and said resolutely, And until now, the thing I admire the most about you, Chapman Lampard, aside from your personal likes and dislikes, you sincerely want Extet to become stronger without any pretense. To face the future threat of Constellation. Thales almost roared out the last sentence. The moment he said this, Saroma let out a soft, huh? While the archdukes were all stunned and even Lampard was slightly confused, Thales took a deep breath, composed himself, and suddenly changed the topic. But this is the scariest thing. He said coldly, Mindes III. The moment this name came out of his mouth, Lampard's face turned ashen. His expression trembled, like a wild beast whose weakness had been caught. The archduke's expressions became strange. Trentide sighed. How does this brat know everything? Could it be that he has been hiding in the fireplace and eavesdropping? Saroma raised her head thoughtfully. Mindy's Jadestar III. The virtuous king. Thales said silently in his heart. The rightmost portrait of the three kings appeared before his eyes. The elegant and handsome middle-aged king, who held the staff of constellation in his hand, flashed an amiable smile at Thales through the frame. That was one of his ancestors, one of the three kings of constellation, and Thales gently touched his chest. There, the scar that was burnt by Quide with Mindy's silver coin seemed to still be aching. A king was not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline was glorious because of the king. A momentary victory or defeat was but a fleeting wave. 100 years of chess was the foundation of all ages. Also, Thales remembered the first time he met King Kessel. The king's father's evaluation. From the nobles to the priests, from the merchants to the beggars, everyone praised his wise rule. Wise rule? Thales' heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fist over his chest as High Priestess Holmes' words appeared in his mind. From the moment you embarked on your journey, every inconspicuous detail could be an opportunity to dominate your future. The prince remembered the portrait of the virtuous king on the silver coin, Mindy's Hall, and everything he faced today. He could not help but smile. Is all of this a coincidence? He raised his head. Lampard has told you about the virtuous king, right? Thales' gaze became firm again. Lampard said that Constellation's current situation was laid down by the virtuous king and developed step by step? Archduke Trentida narrowed his eyes, resisting the desire to turn around and look at Lampard. He probably also told you how the legacy left behind by the virtuous king became the support that Constellation relies on for its livelihood step by step over 100 years. Thales clenched his fists lightly. His expression was resolute. But what Lampard did not tell you is, Lampard stared at him from afar. His expression was extremely unpleasant. Thales remembered the fear he felt when he was in the same carriage as Lampard. He remembered his last words. I want to save this country. When he thought of this, Thales took a deep breath, raised his right fist, and hit his chest with force. From Constellation, from the virtuous king, Lampard did not only see a threat. The prince clenched his teeth. He could only feel his hands trembling. He also saw Eksted's future. He saw the final solution to Northland's hundreds of years of predicament. The moment he finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. The next second, listening to Thales' words, from the calm Archduke Lecco to the impatient Archduke Alcius, to the exaggerated Trentida and the indifferent Rockney, all of them were extremely shocked. They said in unison, "What?" Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of a scabbard hitting the ground was suddenly heard. Thales was startled. He felt a chill on his forehead. He struggled to draw in a breath. The prince raised his head as if he had sensed something. Then, unsurprisingly, he met Lampard's gaze in the air. Since Thales knew him, Lampard's expression had never been so unpleasant and frightening. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's face was almost contorted. His brows were furrowed, the wrinkles on the side of his nose flickered, and the masseter muscles on the side of his chin twitched continuously. Archduke Lampard's eyes, which had always been sharp and indifferent, were now like an erupting volcano, radiating a rage that was a mixture of coldness and hatred. It shot straight at Thales. No, that boy, it's him again, it's him again. Why? Lampard's heart emitted endless coldness and anger. He pressed down on his saber so that his hands would not tremble too much due to his anger. But, seeing Lampard's face, Saroma shuddered slightly. She looked at Thales as if asking for help. The prince did not flinch. Thales returned the stare with a fierce expression. Think about what Lampard has done. Thales met Lampard's frightening gaze in the air. He said coldly, promote low-level nobles and commoners, recruit tax collectors even from foreign countries, borrow money from merchants, hire professional mystic gun instructors, and use war to cleanse and gather his forces. Don't you find his actions familiar? Trentida furrowed his brows slightly. You mean, Also, for a long time, from Arun's conspiracy to the siege of Broken Dragon Fortress to the decision to send troops to Constellation, Thales took a deep breath with a resolute expression. He recalled every time he fought against Lampard, whether openly or secretly. Under Broken Dragon Fortress, he confronted this ruthless person head-on. He made the decision to break out of the encirclement, and in the end, Lampard's hope of taking down the fortress fell through. The prince bit his lower lip. I defeated him. And now, Thales opened his eyes abruptly. Lampard wants the northern territory of Constellation, right? But because he wants to expand his territory? Or is it because... Thales' expression was cold as he said the rest of his sentence. He wants this piece of land where Mindes III's reform is incomplete, and it is also located in Northland, so it is suitable to merge with Black Sand region and carry out further reform? The Archduke's expressions changed at the same time. Don't tell me that the Northern Territory tax collector, Chad Vlad, who was born as a commoner, was recruited as your subordinate just because his braid looked nice, Thales said slowly. Chapman Lampard? Lampard did not react, but the frightening gaze that was fixed on him did not move. It was like looking at a dead man. Yes, this is the truth behind the threat of Constellation. Lampard wants more than just to resist Constellation. Thales pursed his lips. Under the four archdukes' astonished gazes, he nodded in an unquestionable manner. He wants to start from himself in Extet, imitate the virtuous king's reform, in order to save his country. Whether it is killing King Nuven, getting the archdukes involved, or attacking Constellation, it is all for this purpose. After Thales said this, he panted slightly. The archdukes stared at him in bewilderment. Chapman, what do you think? Letko shifted his gaze away from the square table and sighed slowly. Compared to him, we are more willing to believe in you. Lampard closed his eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. This is a step that must be taken to resist the threat of Constellation. You have seen the Starlight Brigade, and you have also seen their iron-like bureaucratic system, the Archduke said coldly. Constellation is growing stronger day by day. Extet cannot sit and wait for death. We must let go of our pride and complacency and learn from our enemy's strengths. Lampard raised the sword in his hand and slowly tightened his grip. We must forge our own Starlight Brigade. Only by doing so can we maintain our advantage over them for a long time after we take down Broken Dragon Fortress and interrupt Constellation's transformation until we completely defeat them in the end. At least in Black Sand region. He ended his speech. The archdukes listened in silence. This is not a problem. Trentide sighed. I think we can accept, but the archduke stopped talking. Because he saw the bald Archduke Letko frowning in sorrow and exhaustion as he stared at Lampard from afar. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable truth. This is... Trentide was shocked. What's wrong? Well said, I want to applaud you. Thales' voice rang, sounding rather dull. There is only one small accident. Lampard clenched his teeth. In front of all the archdukes, Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The prince's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He spoke slowly and resolutely. Chapter 260. The Hall of Heroes was silent for a few seconds. Everyone was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Lampard did not speak, but he looked at Thales, unable to hide the shock on his face. Price. Could it be that this boy... No, how would he know? How would he understand? Something that even these archdukes who have been immersed in power for their entire lives cannot see. The Archduke of Black Sand region subconsciously tightened his grip again. What exactly are you talking about? Trentide gritted his teeth, his gaze moving back and forth between Lampard and Letko. What change? What price? Thales lowered his head and looked at Jay's dagger lying quietly on the ground after he flung it away. His gaze drifted into the distance. The handwritten letter from his teacher, Gilbert Casso, suddenly appeared in his mind. Extet's political system is completely different. King Nuven is not only the king, but also the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. The interests of Extet and the Walton family are completely different to him, I see. You're not just talking about King Nuven, but every Archduke's family. The interests of Extet are completely different from the interests of the Archdukes themselves. Thank you, Gilbert. I understand now. Thales's gaze was like a torch as he swept his gaze across the family emblems of the Archdukes. Letko of the silver chain, Rachni of the knight's cannon, Alcius of the ancient sand emblem, Trentida of the shining sword. As he named them one by one, the Archdukes turned their heads and looked solemnly at the prince of a foreign country. At some point in time, their habit of looking down on this boy had completely disappeared. Thales said softly, "The reason you are willing to work together with Lampard and even cover up his crimes is to decisively get rid of the threat that has yet to take shape and protect your future before Constellation becomes powerful." The prince sighed and immediately became serious. "But please believe me, before Extet and Constellation, which are of equal size, completely decide who is superior and who is inferior, and settle their grudges," the Archdukes stared at Thales without blinking. Only Lampard stared at the sword in his hand. His attention seemed to be completely attracted by the sword. "Your Excellencies, the families that you value, the bloodline that you are proud of, the lofty and honorable status, the territories that you protect with great effort, and the stable and long-standing rule." A hint of emotion appeared in Thales's eyes, which immediately turned into flames of determination. He said in an unquestionable tone, "Everything that you are currently enjoying and taking for granted will be completely annihilated and cease to exist." At that moment, all the Archdukes held their breaths and widened their eyes. It was as if he had heard the most absurd news. Thales's voice continued to ring. "From the moment you accepted Lampard, your respective families no longer had a future." With a soft sound, another brazier in the hall went out. A thick chill came out of nowhere. It was so cold that Saroma hugged herself tightly behind him. Alcius opened his mouth in astonishment and exchanged glances with Trentida. Letko sighed slowly as though he already knew something. Lampard closed his eyes. An indescribable emotion came from his chest. "Speak clearly, kid." Archduke Rachni extended his hand and touched the wound on his neck caused by Croche. The wound, which had been doused with strong alcohol, still hurt. He said solemnly, "What do you mean by cease to exist?" "A family bloodline that has been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, and a vast territory that can rival a country. How could it be?" Thales exhaled and watched as it turned into white fog in front of him. "Once you follow Lampard south, the joint ruling pledge will only exist in name. In the face of war and interests, the balance of power between you will definitely be out of balance. It will be too easy to bring about conflict between you." Thales gritted his teeth and said, "When you think that you have suppressed Constellation and begin to fight each other, it will be the time for him to quietly start a revolution. It will not be as simple as building Extet's Starlight Brigade." He suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was that familiar feeling. "I don't know how much Lampard has told you about the virtuous king." The prince rubbed his hands together and placed them under his chin, exhaling hot air. "Efficient management, refined authority, increased taxes, and standardized systems." Thales's dizziness grew stronger. He had no choice but to extend his right hand and press against his forehead. At the same time, he closed his eyes. All of these come with a price. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt as if he had left the Hall of Heroes. Before him was a row of familiar white tables and chairs. There were 7 or 8 laptops placed in front of them, and their respective owners were sitting quietly. He cleared his throat and lowered his head. In his hand was a neatly printed report. So, from his point of view, as a transitional stage between the old feudal rule and the absolutism rule, a hierarchical country was formed at this time. Wu Qiren's voice rose slowly, gentle and calm. "The city is an autonomous political entity. It is an aggregation formed by the wishes of the powerless. As a new political force, they entered the lord-vassal model, causing the typical feudal relationship to no longer be a purely dual power framework. In other words, the rise of the city supports the ruler to fight against the feudal vassals. In the next second, Thales opened his eyes and returned to Errol's Dragon Cloud City. He returned to this dim hall illuminated by braziers. Whether it's professional officials, qualification tests, or the national conference, all of them mean, first of all, the low-level nobles and commoners in the city and the suburbs. Thales covered his forehead and said with a trembling voice, "The best of them will climb the ladder of the new nobles with money, skills, knowledge, and desire for the future. The king will be overjoyed at their arrival. He will be able to command their power like an extension of his arm, and he will point his spear at his domineering vassals." Trent Ida lowered his head thoughtfully. The light and shadow in the hall changed again. Thales sat in the bright classroom again. He moved the mouse, and his mouth did not stop moving. The city groups will form a new political organization using the hierarchical conference as an example. The king's intention is to collect taxes, and they intend to supervise the use of this tax, thereby restricting the feudal nobles' power financially. Thales resisted the dizziness caused by the switching between the two scenes. He continued in pain. Take Constellation's national conference as an example. The new stage for the commoners to participate in politics will include the handicrafts, commerce, the army, the new nobles, and other groups. It will become the king's home ground, greatly reducing the power and prestige of an archduke or count of a city. The king will obtain the greatest convenience, whether it is the implementation of tax laws or the declaration of war. When he heard this, Archduke Alcius could not help but cast a glance at Lampard. The universities in Europe were the earliest nutrients. The Germanic monarchs hired these university students as officials in order to shape the bureaucracy. Among them, the Prussian Institute of Education and Institute of Education were the most efficient, but they did not serve the people. They only served the country and also served power. More and more new officials will enter the king's field of vision. Their qualifications will replace the bloodline of the nobles. They will fight against generality with prudence, cover their origins with professionalism, and gradually take over the authority within the country. Thales panted, experiencing the strange feeling of having pieces of memory enter his brain. He thought of the former tax collector of Constellation called Vlad. So, the old nobles, including your relatives, will no longer be put in important positions. Their privileges in taxation and administration of justice will be gradually stripped away. Even you will have to admit that they are no longer suitable. Archduke Letko sat motionlessly in his seat and listened quietly. What the citizens require is to establish the conditions and legal environment to ensure the development of the city's industry, commerce, and economy. It is a peaceful ruling order. And these are not satisfied by the feudal system based on the manor economy and the small market. This requires the ruler to expand his power and centralize it to ensure the interests of the so-called bourgeois. Similarly, the king will allocate funds from the increasingly abundant treasury to support and expand the regular army and maintain the domestic order and border security on his own. Thales swayed slightly. Saroma quickly held him up. He will no longer rely on the conscripted army in your territories, no longer rely on the self-sufficient supplies in your manors and fields, and no longer have to listen to the Archduke's opinions. Rockne suddenly thought of Broken Dragon Fortress. He frowned deeply, and his gaze as he looked at Thales became strange. With the development of time, the feudal nobles in the hierarchical countries found it difficult to maintain their livelihood, and they also lost their military significance. They were unable to maintain their political influence, and they also lost their ruling power. Under such circumstances, they had to draw closer to the ruler and fulfill their duties according to the latter's conditions. In other words, the rise of cities brought about a destructive impact on the feudal system. Finally, those strange fragments in his mind calmed down and stopped making waves. Thales panted slightly and patted Saroma's hand. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Lampard was looking at him with a gaze that was a mixture of surprise, doubt, pain, hatred, relief, and other strange emotions. Do you feel it? Once this change progresses over time, whether it is you, the archdukes who rule over a region, or the traditional counts in each city, from taxes to the army, from the judiciary to talents, from privileges to status, As the Archduke's expressions became increasingly unpleasant, he turned his head with great difficulty and looked at the Archdukes. The premise that you rely on for a living will slowly melt away, and your advantages will gradually disappear. All the means and changes that Lampard envisioned, regardless of the original intention, will lead to one result. Thales took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "And that is all of you, the other 9 famous archdukes who jointly rule Northland. It is the beginning of the loss of your power and the decline of your families." Archduke Lampard's expression was as calm as still water. His gaze as he looked at Thales became more and more complicated. The archdukes were as still as stone statues. No one knew how much they had heard. There will come a day when all of you will turn from great vassals who rule over a region to great nobles who only have glory left. Then, you will become millionaires who only have wealth left, and you will even become commoners who have nothing left. In the end, you will be reduced to the point where your descendants can only dig up the history of your families from the ashes, and Rikuru's oath, which has protected Ekstedt from being divided for 600 years and stipulated that the 10 archdukes jointly rule Northland, will become the oldest page of history in the museum. Thales sighed deeply and shook his head. Just like your families, it will slowly turn yellow with time and will never return. This is the price Lampard has to pay for saving Ekstedt. After Thales finished speaking, he slowly raised his head. At that moment, the archdukes finally came back to their senses from their stone-like state. However, there was a subtle change in their expressions. Lampard lowered his head and stared at his old saber. Trent Ida cast a questioning glance at Alcius and Rockne in disbelief, but the master of Prestige Orchid region only shook his head quietly. The suzerain of the city of faraway prayers' expression darkened, and he did not ask any questions. "Chapman." Archduke Letgo's gaze seemed to regain its murkiness. The old man spoke in his deepest and hoarsest voice that day. "Tell me, all you want is an army that can defeat Constellation, don't you? Have you never thought of anything else? Such as the joint ruling oath?" The Archduke's gazes shot towards Lampard in unison. 1 second. 2 seconds. The Archduke of Black Sand region finally lifted his gaze from his saber. He first forced a smile, then turned it into a chill. "Everything this brat has said is based on a deeply selfish lie." Lampard, who had a complicated expression on his face, said in an unpleasant tone, "As long as he arouses even the slightest doubt in your hearts, he will win. He will sow discord between us, destroy our efforts to fight against Constellation together, and give Constellation a breathing space, which is growing stronger by the day." Thales sighed silently in his heart. Cast aside his bewitching words, cast aside all sorts of inexplicable assumptions that have never happened, don't you think it's ridiculous? Lampard gritted his teeth as if he was insulted. For Ekstedt, all the archdukes united as one and went south to fight against Constellation together. Is this the cause of our own destruction? When the archdukes heard Lampard's words, their expressions became doubtful and they began to think. Saroma was shocked when she saw the archduke's reactions. At this moment, inaccurate. The prince's words traveled steadily. Lampard frowned. "What? Our own destruction?" Thales exhaled and said with a serious expression, "Only the other 9 archdukes will seek their own destruction. In this game of change initiated by Lampard, Ekstedt is like a great dragon with 10 heads, devouring each other in the turbulent waves." Thales sighed. If everything goes smoothly, only one of its heads, which is also the most powerful archduke, who is the most well-prepared, adaptable to the situation, and has the fastest reaction, will survive until the end. Thales sighed. Archduke Letgo raised his head abruptly and stared at Thales. Archduke Rockne's expression froze. "Just as I said, he will restrain his power as the final ruler. Then he will take advantage of the ferocious momentum after the Reformation to devour the other 9 archduchy territories as nourishment and food. With that, he will forge his unprecedented and supreme Ekstedt crown." Thales' eyes were shrouded in a haze that was rarely seen by ordinary people. He said gloomily, "In Lampard's plan, who do you think is the only person, the person who is closest to the truth?" He looked at the Archduke's expressions and shook his head slightly. He walked to the brazier that had just been knocked down and slowly squatted down. The prince reached his hand into the cooled firewood and fiddled with it. He fished out the dagger that had been thrown. But regardless of whether Lampard succeeds or not, other than the last ruler in the new extet, there will be no place for the other 9 people to stand. His words continued to travel into the Archduke's hearts like a hammer. Thales shook JJ's dagger. Without changing his expression, he removed the sheath that Yodel gave him from his belt and blew on it gently. Please remember, everyone. It may take more than 10 years, or decades, or even 100 years. But if there comes a day when your families become dim and disappear, your descendants become homeless, and your status no longer exists. Thales slowly stood up and turned to the Archdukes. That day will definitely start from today, from the moment you agree to Lampard's conditions. Thales' eyes brightened. He suddenly inserted the dagger into its sheath. Asterisk clang. Asterisk amidst the clear sound of metal scraping against each other, the Archdukes stared at him with gloomy expressions. This is the answer to the riddle, Thales said in a low voice. This is why Lampard was unwilling to reveal his true motives to all of you in the beginning. This is the cruel truth behind why he gathered all of you without hesitation to save Extet. In order to defeat Constellation, Lampard worked together with all of you, he finished his words softly. But the irony is that right before Constellation was defeated, all of you will be reduced to ashes. There was another period of silence in the hall. Chapman, I have to say, this is really... Trentida's face was filled with disbelief. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end he sighed. Forget it, I don't know how to describe this feeling. It's really unsettling. Archduke Rockney added coldly and looked at Letko, who was the leader. The latter only furrowed his brows and said nothing. Archduke Alcius crossed his arms and propped up his chin. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth, Chapman, but Lampard's words were faster. They are all groundless nonsense. They are all things that have never happened. They are all alarmist speculations. But he used them as a reason? And all of you really believed him? The Archduke of Black Sand Region's voice was still cold, but his irritation could already be heard. Don't forget, the threat of Constellation is real. Lampard strode forward and pressed his hand on the square table. His expression was as cold as ice. Haven't you seen everything we saw and heard 12 years ago, and King Kessel's actions over the past 12 years? Why would all of you rather be swayed by vague words than act on unquestionable facts? The person who answered him was still Thales. Unquestionable facts? The prince said faintly. This time, Lampard turned his head. His eyes were filled with resentment and murderous intent. Thales did not pay attention to his gaze. He asked softly, Your Excellencies, if your attack on Constellation is successful, what does Lampard plan to do after that? The archdukes looked at each other, their emotions unclear. Lampard's gaze froze and he clenched his fists. He wants the northern territory of Constellation, Archduke Rockney said softly. He wants to guard the borders for us, monitor and suppress Constellation. Rockney's words were slow and cold, but they were filled with force. For this, he can give up the common elected throne or even Black Sand region. Thales exhaled softly. That's simple. The prince flashed a malicious smile and stared at the ashen-faced Lampard. Archduke of Black Sand region, if you think that my words are unreasonable, then prove it with unquestionable facts. For Constellation, the Northern Territory is a region of unfinished change. Traditional power and old habits still shroud it. But for Extet, the Northern Territory, which is also part of the Great Northern Region, has already begun to show signs of change. It is the best base for change. Thales said flatly, Archduke Lampard, for the sake of your unity, give up the Northern Territory as a spoil of war and give it to someone else. Lampard raised his head abruptly and stared at him. The archdukes also raised their heads with different expressions. Thales still had a calm expression. He learned this from Raphael. That pretty boy's attitude could always infuriate people to death. Shiles had complained that among the many conditions Lampard had given him, whether it was tariff concessions or resource contracts, The Northern Territory was excluded. Isn't this obvious? Of course, you can also make a guarantee. The corners of Thales's lips curled up as he continued, whether it's imitating the virtuous king's reform or endangering the Archduke's families, it won't happen in your hands. This way, you won't have any soil and opportunities in your hands. You won't be able to start a change that might bring about a catastrophic disaster. You'll also be cleared of suspicion. Thales's expression became solemn. The other archdukes can rest assured and continue working with you, right? As soon as he said this, the hall welcomed the longest silence. Lampard froze on the spot. His hand was unconsciously on the hilt of his sword, and he did not move. The archdukes exchanged information with each other's gazes. No one moved or made a sound. A gust of cold wind blew into the hall. As the flames flickered, everyone's shadows swayed. Saroma bit her lower lip and anxiously stared at the archdukes, who had different expressions on their faces. Finally, as if a few centuries had passed, a voice broke the silence. Actually, we're willing to believe you, Chapman. Archduke Letko's gloomy voice rang. But I have to admit that this child's words make me very worried. Trent Ida shrugged. There's some truth to it. Lampard raised his head slightly. Under the shadows, his stiff face looked even more weathered. Tell me, Chapman, as our sworn alliance, in order to refute the words of this arrogant prince, in order to let go of our worries and wariness, in order to prove that we are still united, Archduke Letko stared straight at Lampard and sighed softly. In the upcoming war, the Northern Territory, you don't have to take it anymore. Lampard did not speak. He only stared at Letko in a daze. Of course, we will compensate you with a considerable amount of land and benefits to express our apology. Alcius, Trent Ida, and even my land will do. You can pick any land you want, only more, no less. The old Archduke coughed. He seemed to be a little sad. You know, the responsibility of establishing a foothold in the Northern Territory, guarding the borders, and monitoring Constellation can also be assumed by others. As soon as he finished speaking, Lampard raised his head and swept his gaze across each of the archdukes with the most incredulous gaze. Thales pursed his lips and fixed his gaze on Lampard. He stared at Lampard's seemingly frozen face. Lampard clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows deeply. Anger erupted from his eyes. Alcius' expression was unpleasant. He shook his head apologetically. I know this is too much, but I swear, as long as you prove yourself, I will personally take action and make this poisonous snake of Constellation pay the price. Poisonous snake of Constellation? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. Lampard's face twitched slightly. It looked like a smile, but at the same time, it did not look like a smile. At this moment, Archduke Rockney raised his gaze. His gaze was sharp. You know, this is for Extet. Lampard clenched his fists. Trent Ida shrugged and avoided Lampard's gaze. He did not say anything. Only Archduke Letko stared at Lampard without flinching from the beginning to the end. How about it, Chapman? The old Archduke's bald head was particularly eye-catching. His voice was soft and slow, but it had an aggressive momentum. Your answer? Lampard parted his lips and clenched his teeth, like a beast demonstrating its might before pouncing on its prey. Chapman. Trent Ida's tone was very conflicted. He seemed to be very nervous. He pursed his lips slightly. One word is enough. Thales frowned. He saw Lampard's fists on his waist begin to tremble. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's expression became more and more unpleasant, like a lion whose territory had been invaded. Thales' heart also sank along with his expression. Finally, after a few seconds, Lampard closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. The Archduke stared at him without blinking. It was as if that was the most important moment in the world. In the next second, Lampard opened his eyes and spoke. But what he heard was not a single word. Ha! Lampard raised his head, parted his lips, and let out a sorrowful and irrepressible laugh. Ha! His laughter grew louder. The Archduke's gazes gradually dimmed as they watched his performance. Thales gently extended his hand and held the flustered Saroma's hand. Lampard's laughter finally stopped. Forget it. Lampard turned his head and revealed an indifferent and relieved expression. No matter what I say, it doesn't make a difference, does it? The Archduke of Black Sand region turned and looked at his saber. His tone was cold. Even if we fight our way to Eternal Star City, all of you will continue to monitor me and be vigilant of my every move, afraid that I will affect your interests. All of you will also not allow any so-called seeds or flames of change to appear on Extet soil. Archduke Alcius gritted his teeth indignantly. So, your choice? I just find it ironic. Lampard's expression changed and he suddenly raised his voice. Why don't all of you understand? The opportunity of a lifetime is clearly right in front of us. The opportunity to defeat Constellation and change history is clearly within our reach. Lampard clenched his teeth and looked at every Archduke's solemn expression. He growled in a suppressed voice, "Why are all of you behaving like cowards?" Lampard turned around abruptly and faced the 4 Archdukes. His face was full of disbelief. The ending hasn't happened yet. Things haven't even reached the final step. All of you are just listening to a child spouting nonsense, and all of you are scurrying around like a group of frightened antelopes. The Archdukes looked at each other, speechless. All of you are so stupid that you can't even see the truth that a little boy knows, and so cowardly that you don't even dare to touch the most worn-out rules. Then get out of the way. Lampard's face was contorted. He abruptly raised his scabbard. The joint ruling pledge, the destruction of families, the severing of bloodlines, the loss of power, the decline of status. What kind of F***king reasons are these? What exactly is Extet in your eyes? Aren't we Northlanders? The Archduke of Black Sand region gritted his teeth and waved his scabbard, causing his cloak to flutter. We don't ask whether we can do it or not, we only ask whether we should do it or not. We Northlanders are more afraid of failure than we are of death. Aren't we? His voice, pained and strained, echoed in the hall. It seems that the result is very clear. Archduke Lekko sighed softly and closed his eyes. Trent Ida covered his forehead and heaved a long sigh. Rockney let out a faint chuckle. On the other hand, Alcius looked sorrowful. Thales closed his eyes gently. He felt that the huge rock that had been pressing down on his heart had been lifted. He stared at Lampard, who had an unusual expression on his face, and heaved a sigh of relief. The chess piece has been placed in this round. Checkmate. Chapter 261. Lampard, what exactly are us Archdukes in your eyes? Archduke Lekko suddenly spoke in front of Lampard, who had lost his composure. His words attracted everyone's gazes. As allies under the Pledge of Alliance, when you used Constellation as an example to convince us, you should have thought about this, shouldn't you? The old Archduke said faintly. Are we your allies, your stepping stone, or your sacrifice? Lampard raised his head abruptly. This is our only chance. When Constellation recovers and becomes stronger. The Archduke of Black Sand region was furious. Are you just going to watch Extet gradually fall and wait for death? In your eyes, Extet can never compare to yourselves, right? At this moment, Chapman Lampard, the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Kulgan Rockney suddenly spoke. What exactly is Extet? Lampard was slightly startled. More than 600 years ago, right here, in the banquet hall above our heads, the 9 legendary knights, including our ancestors, raised the hero Raikuru above their heads and worshipped him as their king. That was how Extet was born. Rockney raised his right hand and pointed at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head. Archduke Alcius' expression changed. Saroma's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this history behind Thales. After the hero passed away, when Constellation grew stronger day by day and the calamity of the Empire was about to strike again, 10 Northland suzerains, who were at odds with each other, wrote a blood oath in front of Raikuru's tombstone under the witness of the Queen of the Sky. They cast aside their former enmity and made a joint ruling oath with the 10 archdukes. Archduke Rockney said coldly. For the first time, we fought side by side in the name of Extet as if we were brothers in front of the perilous cold castle and blocked Black-Eye John's Constellation army. Lampard stared at Archduke Rockney in disbelief, then looked at the others, who seemed to be deep in thought. Thales sighed slightly. Wars create countries and countries create wars. The reason why we built Extet is to protect the things we cherish in this chaotic world. We want to protect our family, our bloodline, our glory, our territories and people who trust us and are loyal to us, and protect the creed and spirit that we have protected since ancient times. We are Extet. Rockney punched his own chest. The emblem of the Knight's Code on his shoulder trembled slightly. Extet will only exist if we, the people who protect it and acknowledge it, exist first. Rockney spat fiercely. If we have to sacrifice, pay, and discard the things we once swore to protect for the sake of the illusory Extet you speak of, then Extet would lose the reason for its existence in the first place. What would be left of it? It's just another tyrant's toy, another ancient empire that was forcefully gathered under violence and oppression, forcing its people to acknowledge it and sacrifice themselves for an empire that actually has nothing to do with them. Ronnie looked at Lampard with disgust. Tell that to the Constellations, Lampard retorted fiercely. When they send you or your descendants to the guillotine. Be sent to the guillotine by them, or be sent to the guillotine by you, Rockney retorted sharply. To be honest, I can't see which is worse. Lampard suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Thales. The prince was slightly taken aback. But everything that this boy said, the decline, the seizure of power, the revolution, the so-called end of our road, none of that has happened yet. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're here worrying about the future of your great-grandson?" Everyone. Lampard took a deep breath. Even if the things we are worried about happen, as long as we work together, I believe we can definitely find a way to overcome it. Would we, the Archdukes, still turn a blind eye to the problem before us? The Archduke of Black Sand region seemed to have recovered from his earlier impulsiveness. He stared at every Archduke seriously. But before that, we must take measures. Our enemies, who are right in front of us and have been enemies for hundreds of years, are rubbing their hands together and gradually recovering their strength. Isn't this even more terrifying? As for the rest, whether I have ambitions, whether I want to harm all of you, whether I want to break the joint ruling pledge, we can talk about it slowly. Trinida and Alcius, the two southern archdukes from neighboring Constellation, looked at each other and thought for a while. Thales panicked. Archduke of Black Sand region. Thales could not help but speak loudly, attracting everyone's attention. There are 3 fallacies in your words, Thales said coldly. Lampard's expression froze. The archdukes turned to the prince. Continue, your highness of Constellation. Trent Ida tugged at his beard. What do you have in mind? Thales exhaled, rubbed his face, and organized his thoughts. First, you compared the threat of Constellation to the trap in your suggestion. Everyone frowned slightly. Archdukes, Thales took a deep breath and said solemnly, when he told you about Constellation's example, what Mindes III and his successors did in more than 100 years, you should indeed feel a deep sense of fear. Lampard was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Thales supported his own judgment. But this fear does not come from the fear of the enemy country. Before the archdukes raised their questions, Thales answered his own question and changed the topic. Instead, it comes from pure vigilance and fear that comes from the bottom of your heart. He took a step forward and hung the dagger behind his waist. He revealed the most solemn and gloomy expression the prince knew of. This is no longer the overused struggle scenes in night novels. It is no longer the short-sighted political tactics of brainless nobles, such as assassinations, framing, marriage alliances, fighting for land, wars, and so on, Thales said in a low voice, trying to lighten the mood with a neutral tone. Trent Ida narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. Short-sighted. Archduke Alcius snorted in dissatisfaction. I do not mean to offend you, but... Thales gritted his teeth. But the virtuous king's actions are no longer in the above category. He raised his head. It is the ruler sitting on the throne. He is the one who silently grips the throats of the vassals, and then, step by step, little by little, inch by inch, slowly and weakly, but never stopping, he tightens that hand of power. The archdukes listened quietly. With a smile, he will drown the vassal's status, power, wealth, and privileges with a gentle flood that is gradually spreading but unstoppable. He will suffocate the famous lords who have been powerful for a time in the long river of history. One by one, and one by one, they will never be able to rise again. Power will flow quietly and slowly in his chess game. History will roll forward menacingly between his fingers. As Thales pictured the amiable middle-aged king in the portrait, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Such a path, such a change, and such a threat, once it begins, whether you notice it or not, it will no longer be within the range of the suzerain's control. It will not be the struggles and conflicts you are familiar with, Thales said with difficulty. Even if you put 10,000 supreme-class swordsmen of eradication in your bedroom, even if you build iron walls that reach the clouds in the city, even if you dig a moat that overflows for hundreds of miles outside the city, even if you win hundreds and thousands of legendary battles on the battlefield, even if you use rare wisdom and strategies to defeat countless powerful and terrifying enemies, even if you win a reputation and prestige that no one can match, even if you have the legendary Great Dragon and Calamity guarding your pillow day and night, you will not be able to stop this general trend. You will not be able to stop your destined decline and defeat. The Archduke's expressions became solemn. Lampard clenched his teeth. In the face of it, no matter how big, strong, or boundless your power is just a joke. So, what is scary is not the threat, but the fact that you know where the threat is, Thales said dejectedly. But you still can't do anything about it, and can only wait to be destroyed. The Archduke's expressions changed. Once you think of this threat happening behind your backs, will you still agree to Lampard and walk down this path hand in hand with him? Enough, Lampard said decisively and interrupted Thales with an angry expression. I have had enough of your baseless clamor and bewitchment, boy. He strode towards Thales. The prince shuddered. Saroma's face also turned pale. But Lampard was only halfway there when Archduke Rockne appeared in front of Thales. Step back, Lampard. Rockne tapped the hilt of the sword at his waist. His expression was cold. I have never sparred with you before, but I am very willing to try. Lampard's expression froze. Northlander, Archduke Lecco said softly, don't act like a low-level hooligan who will draw his sword and kill someone's entire family to vent his anger at the slightest disagreement. It was only then that Thales took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Your second fallacy, Lampard. Thales forced himself to continue. You think that what I said is baseless? No, Thales said firmly, Constellation is the best example. The Archduke's gazes froze. Everyone, how did Lampard exaggerate Constellation's power and strength to you, and how we pose a threat to you? Thales turned around and, intentionally or otherwise, pulled Saroma to the front of the other archdukes. In his description, has Constellation become a giant dragon that is only one step away from soaring into the sky? I don't know how much you know about Constellation, but what I am going to tell you next is the news that is only circulated among the guardian dukes and counts, the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. It may be the truth, or it may be a rumor. On the day I left Eternal Star City and embarked on this unlucky journey, Thales gritted his teeth and said in the face of the Archduke's gazes, an unexpected person came to me and told me, the figure of the one-eyed Duke appeared before Thales' eyes. In Constellation, in Eastern Sea Hill, Cullen of the Sun Sword and Shield has become a coward and is subservient to the royal family. Fakenhaz of Western Desert Hill relies on the Western front lines and bitterly supports the Four-Eyed Skull flag. In South Coast Hill, Covendier of the Iris Flowers lineage is unstable. A few days ago, the royal family confiscated 2 baronies. In Blade Edge Hill, Duchess Tabark of the Blood Moon has fallen to the point where she cannot survive without the royal family. The Archduke's expressions changed. They were shocked, contemplative, doubtful, and various other emotions. As for the northern territory that you are most familiar with, The White Eagle's Arund of the White Eagle, who has been Lampard's enemy for generations, has long been reduced to a vassal of the royal family after his scheme was exposed. And this is only the most glorious 6 great clans. What did the 13 distinguished families and the traditional nobles experience when their power and status were stripped away? You want proof? Constellation is your proof. Thales said loudly, "Look at our current situation. Did you think that the chaos in the National Conference was just an act?" Lampard closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. However, this is far from the end. Thales looked at the Archduke's expressions and said solemnly, "Those who have been stripped of their power will not give up and wait for death. Instead, they will secretly wait for an opportunity to strike back. Did you think that Arund only wanted the throne on a whim?" He took a step forward and pulled open the clothes in front of his chest, revealing the scar that was burned by Quide. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since I was found, I have experienced countless assassinations and conspiracies. Even when I was sleeping in Renaissance Palace, I could still smell the faint tension and blood." Saroma covered her mouth and looked at the scar on his chest in surprise. Trent Ida whistled while Alcius crossed his arms. Archduke Letko's expression was solemn. "The 19 noble families are only representatives. This kind of dissatisfaction will not be limited to the great vassals and great nobles. It will spread to the whole country. All the people who are affected will become uncontrollable riots and dissatisfaction. This kind of bloody struggle has never ended. It is only quietly dormant. One day, it will erupt again until the final victor is decided," Thales said coldly. Mindes III's chess game ushered in its climax after more than 100 years. The prince turned his head and said firmly, "And I can tell you with certainty that Constellation is at its darkest moment, at its most dangerous moment. The conflict between the new order and the old blood." When he said this, Thales paused for a moment and focused his gaze. A terrifying thought instantly crept into his mind. Darkest? Most dangerous? New order. Old blood. At that moment, Thales opened his mouth and his face was full of shock. His hands trembled slightly. "No way? What's wrong?" Alcius said impatiently, "Are you stuck?" With Saroma's tugging, the prince came back to his senses, but he still could not calm the panic in his heart. But he still tried to control his emotions and pursed his lips. "This is your third fallacy, Lampard." Thales suppressed the doubts in his heart and said with difficulty, "You think that Constellation's chaos and weakness are only temporary, and that once we recover, we can return to our peak and be invincible in the Western Peninsula." Thales panted. "Just like how there is no change without cost, there is no change without risk. The decline of the nobles is the price. Their counterattack is the risk that Constellation faces." When he said this, the Archduke's expressions were unusually interesting. Among them, even Lampard furrowed his brows. Constellation's current weakness and turbulence is not a coincidence, but an inevitable result of taking this path. As Thales spoke, he deduced and was shocked by his new guess. This is what the virtuous king left for Constellation. His face was pale and he looked absent-minded. He remembered the words the one-eyed dragon once left behind. Saroma looked at him worriedly. "I don't know how long Constellation can hold on, where this country will go, and what kind of outcome will await it," the prince said. For the first time, without any ulterior motives, he spoke sincerely and truthfully. "Will it be torn apart, or will it be sweet after all the hardships? I only know that in this torrent, be it King Kessel or I, the 6 great clans or the 13 distinguished families, we are all trembling in fear and swaying in the storm. Forget it. Whether it's true or not," Thales convinced himself. At least I can convince them and shake them. That's enough. And in this torrent, the biggest and most terrifying wave." Thales gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against his chest. There was a map given to him by King Nuvan. All of you should have heard of it. The archdukes looked at each other with puzzlement in their eyes. That's right. In front of the archdukes, Thales breathed painfully. Amidst countless memories and clues, he said the answer he had just guessed. That tragedy where everyone lost and there was almost no winner. The Jade Star tomb of Renaissance Palace appeared before Thal's eyes. The countless stone jars and jars of various sizes, and the young Duchess from the Tabark family appeared. Under the Archduke's shocked gazes, he subconsciously said softly, "The bloody year." Chapter 262. In another corridor of heroic Spirit Palace. Miranda's sword drew an arc in the air. Asterisk clang. Asterisk amid the clear sound of metal clashing, she clenched her teeth and brushed past Croche. In the next second, asterisk rip. Asterisk blood gushed out of Miranda's lower abdomen, while Croche's left leg armor was severely deformed. With their backs facing each other, the two of them widened the distance between them. Swaying, they fell to the ground. As expected of the chief. Croche sat on the ground with an exhausted expression. Enduring the pain, she pried open her deformed leg armor with the blade of her sword and pressed down on the bone. "You're still injured, yet you can still do this." Drenched in cold sweat, Miranda leaned against the wall and pressed hard on the wound on her abdomen. She kept activating Pegasus music to slow down the flow of blood and the contraction of her muscles. She ignored Croche. They knew that after the short but intense fight, both of them had reached their limits. What was left was a competition of willpower and spirit. "Tell me," Miranda said with difficulty, "betraying your friends, killing the king, using the Tower of Eradication to satisfy your own ambitions, how do you feel, Esh?" Croche paused for a moment and turned her gaze to the sword in her hand. It was the saber she obtained from the Tower of Eradication, leader. The sword hilt was engraved with the unique symbol of the Pegasus branch, silver-winged Pegasus, representing unwavering faith. "It feels great, Mira." Croche retracted her gaze and sneered. "The pleasure of breaking the rules." Unexpectedly, Miranda did not look angry, nor did she look puzzled. Lady Arund only looked at her quietly, her gaze subtle. "Esh," the swordswoman said softly, her tone filled with grief, "you must have had a terrible time in the few years after you left the tower, right?" Croche trembled slightly. Her arms stiffened. "I heard from Castellan that you were rejected by the White Blade Guards. Otherwise, you wouldn't have—" Miranda sighed. "But I beg you, don't lose yourself. Think about your heart of the sword." The corridor fell silent. Croche's breathing became faster. "Heart of the sword? Heart of the sword? Mira!" Croche still gritted her teeth. "You are the heir to the noble Northern Territory. You have just graduated and are serving under the Fortress Flower. For someone as successful as you, of course you don't understand what kind of struggles a woman of ordinary birth has to go through in this world." Miranda was slightly taken aback. Just as she was about to ask, "What struggle?" the man suddenly got up from the ground and limped towards her. Miranda was shocked. Ignoring the pain in her abdomen, she leaped up. Clang. The long sword, soaring eagle, and Croche's leader clashed against each other in the air. They were in a stalemate. White Blade Guards. Croche's arms trembled as she looked down on her opponent. Miranda could only fight with all her might. Both of them listened to the force in their swords as they trembled against each other. The point of contact between the two swords kept shifting back and forth as they tried to find the most suitable point to exert force and attack rhythm. That's not all. From the noblest Dragon Cloud city to the most remote manors in the countryside, no suzerain was willing to hire me, even if I could beat up all their guards and scouts, Croche said hatefully. For more than a year, I carried the tower's expectations and skills, but wandered around like a beggar despised by everyone. So, when Lampard extended his hand to you, Miranda looked at the injury on her opponent's other leg and calmly moved her feet, looking for an opportunity. You were determined to repay him with your death, even if it went against your creed? Croche's sword-wielding hand trembled slightly. Miranda's eyelids twitched. She instantly seized the opportunity. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, she twisted her long sword and swiftly broke free from the disadvantageous position of being suppressed. Then, she took a step forward and turned sharply, using the advantage of her feet to attack. But against Miranda's expectations, Croche, whose left leg was injured, did not retreat as she expected and fall into her rhythm. The round-faced swordswoman roared angrily. Disregarding the injury on her legs, she stomped on the ground and pounced forward. What? Miranda's pupils shrank. The long sword grazed past Croche's short hair and took away a few strands. Croche's blade went straight for Miranda's injured abdomen. Asterisk thud. Asterisk in the nick of time, Miranda finally dodged her opponent's blade, but her ribs were struck by the hilt of her opponent's sword. Miranda's face contorted in pain. She could not help but retreat until she fell to the ground. Asterisk ribs. The wound from the battle against the disaster swords earlier was also throbbing in pain. In front of Miranda, Croche, who had overexerted herself, also fell limp. She used her long sword to support herself on the ground and pressed down hard on her injured left leg. "You don't understand," Croche said in pain. "Finally, in the city of halting light, a viscount finally agreed to hire me, as long as I'm willing to marry him. I know. There were similar cases in the past. He probably wanted a woman who could obediently spread her legs at night after swinging his great sword in a carefree and unrestrained manner." Croche flashed a sarcastic smile. "I thought he wanted a sense of accomplishment when his dignity was satisfied, to make him feel like a man. I refused." Feeling the injury on her ribs, Miranda listened to her former colleague's words with a pale face. "No matter how powerful you are, you're still a woman. That's what he said." Croche gritted her teeth fiercely. Her eyes reddened. "Right after he drugged me, before it took effect." Miranda shuddered violently. She stared incredulously at her friend, then at the mournful expression on Croche's face. Croche laughed sarcastically. Miranda's heart ached. She said softly, "Esh, I don't care about what he did." Croche's abnormal smile made Miranda feel uneasy. In fact, he really didn't do anything, did he? But that night, I'll always remember his gaze, the words he said, that humiliation, that contempt. Croche's tone became hurried. And the panic in my heart at that time. It was as if I would soon lose all my value as a woman. From that day onwards, I understood one thing. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's female guard captain's gaze turned cold. The reason why I run into walls everywhere and no one accepts me is not because I lack ability, not because my physique is not good, and not because I lack experience. Croche straightened her body while trembling. She placed her weight on her sword and said coldly, "I don't have enough experience." She said coldly, "But it was only because I was a woman." Miranda stared at her former best friend with grief and heartache. She felt a tightness in her chest. Croche, in Northland, they don't believe that a woman can become a warrior, fight with a sword, and survive independently. Croche's gaze became solemn. She staggered towards Miranda. They don't allow it either. This world can't tolerate women being stronger than men because that's their exclusive privilege. Croche took a deep breath. It can't tolerate women surviving on their own without relying on men, because that's also their privilege. Once you think about this clearly, many things will be easily solved. Remember, in all the stories we read in the Tower, night novels, historical dramas, romantic poems, no matter what kind of woman she is, no matter how valiant, independent, loyal, and unyielding she is, if she wants to be liked by the readers, she must fulfill one condition. Croche panted, her gaze fierce. She must be able to be ked by men, by the protagonist. When a woman of noble status is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of accomplishment. When a dignified and virtuous woman is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of conquest. When a charming woman is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of pleasure. When a delicate and pitiful woman is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of dignity. When a pure and lovely woman is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of security. When a cunning and treacherous woman is king, the readers will feel a greater sense of satisfaction. As long as it's a woman, whether it's a protagonist or a supporting role, they must be appendages to men's lives, and exist for men. Croche leaned against the wall and gritted her teeth. From childhood to reality, from birth to death, from law to life, this is the story this bastard world repeatedly tells us, and it's also the King truth. What are you talking about? Miranda shook her head in disbelief. Her heart was filled with fear. Even if it's you, Mira, in Constellation where women have the right to inherit, if you don't have a strong husband, your vassals won't obey you wholeheartedly. Croche's eyes were filled with indignation and pain. Even independent women like Heart of the Rain and the Fortress Flower have to achieve results that far exceed the norm to obtain the same pay and status as men. At that moment, Miranda suddenly remembered her past, the way her subordinates looked at her in the fortress, her father's expression when she was 7 years old and, Raphael. So, I also understand one thing. It's not the White Blade Guards or those suzerains who rejected me and women's independence. Croche walked up to Miranda. Her gaze was bleak and her voice was hollow. It's this damn world. Croche's voice faded away. Miranda stared at her in a daze. She was shocked by Croche's words, whether it was her past misfortune or her shocking opinion of the world. Croche calmed her breathing, then steadily raised the sword in her hand. There was a cold expression on her face. She said hatefully, F***ck them all. Sword light flashed. Miranda endured the intense pain in her ribs and rolled to the side in a disheveled manner, avoiding Croche's fatal sword slash. If it were not for the inconvenience of the other party's legs, she might have been beheaded a long time ago. Miranda reacted quickly. She turned around and threw the sword in her hands straight at the other party's abdomen. Just as Croche, who could not move easily, was about to draw her sword back to block the attack, Miranda's sword magically turned and stabbed straight ahead. It struck Croche's left ankle. It was as if Croche had moved away from the sword. Clang. The blade of the sword clashed violently against the armored boot. Croche fell to the ground in pain and gripped her ankle in the armored boot. Miranda's Pegasus music, which belonged to the same branch of the Pegasus family, tended to move the rhythm of both the enemy and herself in a continuous chain movement, creating an unintentional opportunity to defeat the enemy. It was like a concerto that went back and forth. Croche's Pegasus music, on the other hand, was used to taking the initiative to control the overall rhythm of the battle. Her attacks were swift, and it was clear between the enemy and herself. It was like a scherzo with a strong contrast between the strong and the weak. This was vividly displayed during the exchange of blows just now, when Croche struck her ribs heavily and Miranda attacked her opponent's ankle. Croche, forget about the unbearable past. Miranda shook her head and said anxiously, "You're thinking too much. You're shifting your hatred to thinking too much?" Croche endured the double pain in her ankle and leg and snorted coldly. "You don't understand, Mira. The scariest thing isn't the injustice women suffer, but the fact that for thousands of years, even we women ourselves have taken this sort of thing and this sort of rule as something that should be taken for granted." The two former schoolmates fell to the ground and glared at each other. They were only 3 steps away from each other. That was the perfect distance to thrust her sword forward. The final strike. My mother was an ordinary countrywoman. My father never loved her. Croche held her sword and searched for an angle. For as long as I can remember, that countrywoman sat in the house all day, twisting the knitting needles in her hands. From day to night, she strenuously watched over the lamp on the table, waiting for her only support to return from the glorious White Blade Guards, even though he never returned. But my mother was still proud of that man. She believed that being the wife and daughter of a king's imperial guard was incomparably glorious. It was as if all her and my value could only be reflected in that man, even though he only appeared before me for the first time during my mother's funeral. Croche chuckled. Miranda fixed her gaze on the enemy's shoulder. The tip of her sword adjusted its position along with Croche's weapon. After my mother died of depression, I was brought back to Dragon Cloud City and entrusted to be raised by a lady of noble birth. Croche's expression darkened. Madame Adele married one of the most honorable men in this country, the heroic, promising, forthright, and righteous Prince Soria Walton. You can't imagine what I saw. Croche could not help but quicken her breathing. If other people still know how to use flowery words to cover up the fact that women are property, then Soria Walton is probably an honest man. Property should be treated with a whip. When I was young, I hid under the bed countless times with my hands over my mouth, trembling with fear when I heard that damn bastard enter the door. I heard Madame Adele's pained screams, listened to that bastard prince treat her like the lowliest female slave, and vented his dissatisfaction with his wife time and time again. Adele did not leave her first night to her new husband, but to a knight from her hometown when she was young. He punished her for her disrespect and insults to herself. I always crawled out after he left, disheartened, to comfort Adele, who was covered in cuts and bruises because she was naked all over. She also always hugged me tightly in tears and told me, and at the same time, she also told herself not to be sad, because this was her sin, and also a woman's fate. Miranda stared at Croche in astonishment. She had never seen this side of Croche in the past in the Tower of Eradication. "Do you know, Mira?" Croche said tiredly. "In fact, from birth to death, we, women, are never, from beginning to end, a complete human being compared with the other race." Her voice broke. "When we were young, we were our father's property, which was used to exchange for another man's property. When we grew up, our faces and bodies were our future husband's faces, our first knight and chastity were his dignity, our lower bodies were his territory, and our wombs were his storehouse for the continuation of his bloodline. Even our thoughts had to be theirs. When I carefully dissected my entire body from top to bottom, from the inside out, I realized that the only thing that belonged to me was this sword." Croche's eyes were filled with gloom. Miranda wanted to say something, but stopped herself. There was a mixture of regret, puzzlement, pain, and other emotions in her eyes. At that moment, it was as if both of them had forgotten about the swords in their hands. In the end, Miranda sighed. "What exactly do you want to do?" Croche stared at her quietly and forced an ugly smile. "I want to use the only sword I have left, to take back the things that women have been deprived of since they were born, to make women independent from then on." At that moment, Miranda swayed a little and leaned against the wall in a daze. "I don't understand," she said with a pale face. But Croche only snorted as if she was not surprised at all. "Mira, I don't blame you. You are a happy, pitiful, innocent, pitiful woman who is content with the status quo and has no self-awareness." Miranda pursed her lips and looked at the sword in her hand, then at Croche. "No matter what you plan to do, the world and history have been running like this for thousands of years. Even if you become a god, this nonsense." She clenched her teeth and shook her head. "It's impossible for you to succeed." Croche raised her head abruptly. "Of course I know I can't succeed." The female captain of Black Sand Region's guards had a pained and contorted expression, causing Miranda's heart to tremble. Croche took a deep breath. Her gaze was firm. "Regardless of whether it's the world's habitual beliefs, Northland's deeply rooted traditions, or our own self-awareness. But in everything, someone must take the first step. Your Grace, he is the only person in Northland who can throw away the shackles, break tradition, and break the stereotypes." She regained her indifferent expression and spoke in an unquestionable tone. "And it is only when he shatters everything that Northland and Extet believe in and negates the backward past inch by inch, that women will have the hope to obtain a brand new future in the new world that will be built on the ruins. They will not live as anyone's subordinates." Miranda did not know how to answer. She could only furrow her eyebrows tightly and shake her head continuously. Her heart was filled with grief. The other people in the world may not change. In the end, they may not even look at those women who yearn for independence and the future in the eye, Croche said coldly. "But I must at least let them know that in that turbulent and earth-shattering era, there is such a woman under the Archduke who shocked the world. The world will know that she is a woman, but she can also bleed, contribute, fight, and survive on her own. She does not need to muddle-headedly become some man's wife, rely on her face and uterus to survive, and wear the identity mask given to her by the world to live. Just like Queen Erica, just like the Yao King. Pain and hesitation appeared in Croce's eyes, but they immediately turned into indestructible ice. Only like this, through me, through our repeated efforts, repeated attempts, and repeated failures. Only then can injustice be made up for, and difficulties be broken. In the next second, Croce suddenly raised her sword. Miranda also subconsciously raised the soaring eagle in her hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the two swords clashed against each other in the air, but neither of them showed the slightest intention to resist. Instead, both of them pierced into the enemy's body. Asterisk. Asterisk, blood flowed out from Miranda's and Croce's chests at the same time. The two of them, who knew each other very well, guessed each other's intentions. At that moment, their postures were almost identical. They held their swords in one hand and thrust forward, while the other grabbed the tip of the other's sword. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere was solemn. So, for this baffling reason, you turned to Lampard. Holding the tip of her old friend's sword, Miranda widened her eyes in pain and trembling. You betrayed all of us. Across her, Croce revealed a smile that was a mixture of apology and relief. Bright red liquid spread out from under the two of them. No, Mira, it's not baffling, Croce said softly. Her face trembled slightly, and tears flowed from her eyes. It's close at hand. It's just that you've already been trained by this world, to become accustomed to it. Miranda breathed absent-mindedly. She recalled everything that happened in the tower, and the scene before her eyes was a blur. His Grace, he carries the hopes and beliefs of so many people, including me. In her ears, Croce's voice grew further, softer, and more indistinct. He will definitely succeed. He must succeed. Chapter 263. In the corridor near the armory of Heroic Spirit Palace, the Severing Soul's blade and the Soul Slayer pike were more than 10 meters away from each other. One of them was nailed to the wall, and the other lay quietly on the ground. The Soul Slayer pike let out a faint but ominous tremor that came and went intermittently. However, the two of them who should have noticed this did not have the time or energy to look at the weapon. Their battlefield had long since changed from the corridor to another place. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, with a loud bang, a large wooden door was smashed open. In the darkness, two figures pounced into the room. This was an armory. The wide storage shelves were covered with layers of thick cloth, and in the darkness, there were all kinds of equipment. From long swords, nails, hammers, to shields and armors, everything could be found here and there, and not a single one was to be found here. It was a special reserve set up by the White Blade Guards in Heroic Spirit Palace. The palace guards of Heroic Spirit Palace were trained according to standard equipment, and they did not need so many complicated and unique weapons. In the darkness, the calm Nicholas rolled. Following his memory, he extended his hand towards the nearest storage shelf. Listening to the voice behind him, he knew that the other party would not hesitate. Just like how he would not hesitate either. In the next second, Nicholas suddenly turned around in the darkness. The weapon in his hand danced in the air. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, as expected, Nicholas felt his hand freeze. His weapon had encountered a man-made obstacle. In this sudden clash of weapons, both he and the enemy swayed a little. Using the force of the rebound, they retreated in the darkness. Nicholas retreated to the wall and found the position in his memory. He flipped the weapon in his hand backwards skillfully and drew sparks on an iron shelf. The eternal oil on the shelf quickly turned into flames and ignited the firewood in the brazier. Across from him, the enemy also used the flint beside him to light the brazier in the corner. The dark armory instantly lit up. Caslin stared at the single-edged battle axe in Nicholas' hand. "Looks like you think the same as me," Caslin said, waving the broadsword he had just obtained. "In a battle, look for the weapon closest to you." Nicholas gestured with his lips and did not answer. Of course. This is one of the principles of the White Blade Guards. Back then, the person who taught me this, Nicholas, did not speak. He lowered his gaze and held the handle of the axe with both hands. He swung the axe back and forth in front of him, skillfully drawing an X shape. Caslin smiled. According to tradition, when an Archduke of Extet became a common elected king, he had the right to take over the symbolic legend of the White Blade Guards and form the special guards that the Northlanders were proud of, the White Blade Guards, which had a long history and a high status, to show the honor and importance of being a king. The White Blade Guards were elites selected from experienced warriors, such as the regular soldiers who trained 3 times a year. Then they were trained again. In the process, they were reborn and became elites who could identify and command battles on the battlefield. They could also fight for their lives on the battlefield. They were not only the king's guards, but also his blade. Every batch of White Blade Guards was filled with the personal characteristics of their commanders. For example, Castellan Lampard, the Earthshaker, required the White Blade Guards to master the usage of almost every weapon on the battlefield based on his own example. That was why this armory was built. It stored almost every type of weapon from every era. Your judgment in battle assessment has regressed. Castellan lifted his gaze from his opponent's weapon. You know, my attacks are monotonous, my slashes are slow, and I don't have heavy armor. A battle axe is really not a good choice. Nicholas answered him with a merciless swing of his axe. Nonsense. I can't see anything clearly. Of course I'll use whatever I catch. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Castellan parried his opponent's slash and swung his broadsword in a reverse grip. But it was once again blocked by Nicholas' instantaneous change of direction. Nicholas took 2 steps back. His heart was filled with anger. No, the broadsword is two-sided and flexible. As long as he counterattacks, I'll have to use some of my power of eradication to defend myself. When he thought of this, Nicholas swung his arms without hesitation. The battle axe left his hands and flew towards his enemy. Castellan parried the opponent's flying axe. But when he raised his head again, a light and uniform one-handed sword had already landed in Nicholas' hands from the nearby weapon rack. Good choice. Castellan only had time to say these 2 words before Nicholas used his power of eradication to form a slash, a thrust, and a slash. There was almost no gap in between the slashes. In a few rounds, he moved around the gaps between the broadsword's two-sided slash and nimbly attacked with the slash and thrust. The combination of slashes and thrusts left Castellan in a rather pathetic state. In the final strike, Castellan parried Nicholas' slash with great difficulty, but was forced into a corner by his opponent's change of attack. He had no choice but to roll on the ground. At the same time, he knocked down a row of weapon racks to block Nicholas' advance. Amidst the clanking sounds of countless weapons falling to the ground, Nicholas had to stop and adjust his breathing. You're already injured, and it's not light. Nicholas kicked away a row of weapon racks blocking his path and swung the sword in his hand. Can't you even handle a slightly more agile move? Not bad. Castellan spat out the dust in his mouth and threw away the broadsword in his hand. But your leg seems to be injured as well. He grabbed the handle of a new weapon from the ground with his right hand and said flatly, I guess it's not easy to dodge? Looking at the new weapon in Castellan's hand, Nicholas' expression changed abruptly. As the weapon rack moved, the 3 chains connected to Castellan's handle were slowly straightened, and 3 metal balls covered in sharp spikes were pulled out. Without hesitation, Nicholas threw away the sword in his hand, turned around, and fled. As expected, in the next moment, the 3 terrifying flail heads drew 3 arcs in the air and crashed into Nicholas' original spot. Asterisk bang. Asterisk stone chips flew everywhere. Nicholas knew that Castellan had found his weakness at the moment. The multi-headed flail. This weapon, which had a long handle and a hammer head attached to it, was truly a lethal weapon on the battlefield. Not only was it powerful, but when it was swung, it could break bones and snap tendons. It was also because when it was swung, the number of comrades who died under its hands was as many as the number of enemies. If it were any other time, dodging it would be a piece of cake, but now, Nicholas gritted his teeth and endured the pain caused by the arrow wound on his leg. He did not stop moving, but he heard the sound of wind behind his ears. Without thinking, the Star Killer rolled on the ground. A stone chip kicked up by the flail head hit the back of Nicholas' head. Nicholas quickly got up and continued to flee. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Caslin swung the flail horizontally in a practiced manner. The flail head with the iron chain grazed past the weapon rack beside Nicholas and broke it into 3 pieces. The broken weapons scattered in the air. Nicholas dodged a falling dagger. But he knew that he could not stop until, while evading Caslin's attack, Nicholas turned around a stone pillar and finally found what he was looking for. In the next moment, Caslin swung the flail again. But his pupils shrank. Nicholas fell to the ground, and when he got up, there was a long weapon in his hand. The Star Killer turned around and faced Caslin. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk the iron chain in the air coiled around an iron rod that suddenly appeared. Nicholas pulled back the long hilt in his hand. With a metallic sound, the iron chain circled around the iron rod twice and stopped moving. The flail head was locked tightly to the axe-shaped top of the iron rod. Caslin, heart clenched. In Nicholas' hands was a halberd with a complicated design. The protruding tip of the axe, the shape of the axe's blade, and the specially made hook were all forged to deal with cavaliers. As long as there was enough strength and familiarity, infantrymen could easily use this long weapon to hook cavaliers off their horses. And now, it had locked its flail perfectly. Nicholas panted lightly. He could feel the fatigue in his body. Even though he was strong, he was still very tired after going through a few hours of high-intensity battles. Fortunately, the other party was the same. He did not stop. He stretched his right hand behind him, and with the halberd in his hand and the flail, he stabbed towards Caslin in a practiced manner. Caslin let go of the locked flail in a flustered manner. This time, it was his turn to stagger to avoid Nicholas' erratic halberd, which could change direction at any moment. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the halberd knocked down the row of bow racks beside Caslin. The unstrung longbows fell to the ground. Caslin did not stop. With a stern expression, he continued to roll in a circle to avoid Nicholas' sweeping long weapon. Nicholas tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and swung his halberd without hesitation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a slide kick, Caslin dodged the attack. At the same time, he kicked down a weapon rack. The weapons on it fell to the ground with a clatter. The old man folded his arms and held 3 or 4 weapons under his left armpit. He then ran 7 or 8 steps before he turned around to face Nicholas again. When he saw the weapon in Caslin's hand clearly, Nicholas was alarmed. The old man stretched out his right hand and pulled out an outdated weapon that had disappeared from the battlefield a long time ago from his left arm. A javelin. Caslin raised the javelin with a stern expression and pulled his right arm back. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the javelin slipped out of his hand. At that moment, Nicholas could not care less about the halberd in his hand. He crouched down and ducked his head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the javelin whistled through the air and brushed past Nicholas' head, which had just lowered, before it stabbed into the stone tiles behind him. Nicholas could not care less about the cold sweat on his head. He decisively threw away his halberd. But in the next second, there were 2 more whooshing sounds. Nicholas used all his strength to avoid the 2 javelins that were aimed at his chest and head, but the arrow wound on his leg started to hurt again. The Star Killer ducked behind a stone pillar. Just as he hid, a javelin flew from afar and stabbed into the spot where he was just a moment ago. Nicholas leaned against the stone pillar and panted. He anxiously searched for a new weapon and cursed in his heart. As a white blade guard trained by Caslin, no one knew better than him how terrifying Caslin was. Caslin's strength and reflexes were terrifying, which earned him the title of Earthshaker. But the old commander's ultimate skill was that he was proficient in the usage and characteristics of almost every weapon. Any weapon he grabbed on the battlefield could become an unparalleled killing tool. For example, right now, every time he changed his weapon, the pressure on him increased tremendously, and the Star Killer could only deal with it passively. A sound came from behind the stone pillar. Caslin picked up another bundle of javelins and tore open the rope. "You've neglected many skills, Spiky." Caslin's voice traveled through the stone pillar. "I can tell from the weapons you chose. Have you forgotten what I taught you? As a white blade guard, understanding the characteristics of every weapon is? Nicholas gritted his teeth as he leaned against the stone pillar. Resentment and pain rose in his chest. What? He asked with great difficulty, interrupting the other party. Why what? Caslin's voice rang out. Nicholas panted and clenched his fists tightly. You damn bastard, from just now until now. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. Why the F***ck are you still bringing up so many things from the past? He roared angrily. Do you think we're still sparring on the training field like in the past? Traitor. The old man behind the stone pillar fell silent. It's you, Nicholas said in pain. It's you who turned us into white blade guards from recruits who only knew how to fight for food and clothing, for money, for pride, for glory, and for promotion. Nicholas shut his eyes tightly. He could feel the blood surging through every vein in his body. That year, when you were cracking the whip, you told me those words. In the next second, he grabbed the javelin by his feet and dashed out from behind the stone pillar. Are they all fake? 2 javelins were thrown from the hands of the 2 men towards each other. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk Caslin's javelin grazed past Nicholas' calf and cut through the leather armor on his leg, drawing blood. Nicholas rolled again and hid behind another stone pillar. He touched his calf. It was wet, but he had no time to care about it. There was silence. Judging by your expression just now, I thought you only wanted to kill me. On the other side of the stone pillar, Caslin looked at the still trembling javelin beside him with a mournful expression. He wiped the wound on his forearm. You'll never ask. A commander will always think 1 step more and take 1 step less than his subordinates on the battlefield. Nicholas could not stand it anymore. Isn't this what you told me? You told me how to be a qualified commander, to become a strong shield, an iron wall, and a flag that our comrades can rely on for protection on the battlefield. But what about you? The Star Killer was agitated. His face was contorted as he roared, What about the oath of the blade you swore? To defend against powerful enemies, to be the first in 100 battles, until my blood runs dry, Nicholas said while trembling. To pass on hope, to shine with glory, until all things fall into eternal sleep. Where is your blood? Where is your glory? Boss. Nicholas' furious roar shook Caslin's heart. The armory fell into a long silence. Only the 2 of them were left panting. One was panting intensely, and the other was unstable. Finally, the old man spoke slowly. Spiky, being a commander must be very tiring. Nicholas froze. Caslin lowered his eyelids and spoke softly. It's been almost 20 years. How much darkness has King Nuven made you bear? How many secrets have you shouldered? How many things in there will make you feel guilty and unable to sleep at night? How many things will make you unable to talk about them? The Star Killer gritted his teeth and did not answer. But there was an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Caslin said quietly, and you can only continue to instruct your subordinates in a righteous manner on the 2nd day of training to be loyal, glorious, upright, and heroic white blade guards. I know it from the bottom of my heart, Caslin said bitterly. That's right. As one of His Majesty's most trusted people, the most capable captain of his personal guards, and the commander of the White Blade Guards, the world will always remember your heroism on the battlefield and your might by the king's side. But behind the glamorous appearance, there are always those things that can't be avoided. Nicholas only furrowed his brows. His hands trembled slightly. Nuven and I grew up together. We're as close as brothers, far closer than my relationship with Holt. Caslin sighed softly. He took out the javelins in his hands one by one and lined them up in front of him for easy access. More than 30 years ago, when I sat in the Tower of Eradication, faced with the test letter from my teacher to become a successor and the invitation letter from the newly crowned King Nuven to the White Blade Guards, I chose the latter without hesitation. I still remember the day I took up my post in Dragon Cloud City, the old man said quietly. Nuven, who had just become the common elected king, brought me to stand on the cliff of the sky, covered in snow, and overlooked all of Dragon Cloud City. Caslin, His Majesty said, Caslin said bitterly, if I want to change Extet, change this country, Nicholas shuddered. If I want to change this country, which is as great as it was in the past, but also as old as it was in the past, change this country that hasn't made any progress for more than 600 years, will you help me? I didn't hesitate. Caslin heaved a long sigh. But I never realized what kind of path this was. Chapter 264. We were very excited, very agitated. Caslin coughed. Like the most ordinary old man, he reminisced about the past. The few of us, including young Lispan, have the same ideals. We are also tired of the grudges between families, territories, and territories. So it began. Caslin stared at the stone pillar Nicholas was leaning against. His tone was mournful. You can't imagine what we've been through over the decades for Extet by Nuven's side. Nicholas subconsciously raised his head and looked at the ceiling. In the beginning, it was just a small matter. We had to consolidate the prince's authority and influence, protect the dying families loyal to the prince, and punish the vassals who embezzled money. The old man's eyes shone with a strange light. We broke the White Blade Guards tradition, picked some people of low birth, and trained a team of reserve guards who were loyal to Nuven and had no worries about their families, including you, Big Mouth, Byrne, and Isaiah. I recruited all of you at that time. At that moment, Nicholas' breath froze. The words that had been stuck in his mouth almost slipped out. The day I was recruited into the White Blade Guards, boss, everything was so that a future king could fulfill his ambition and be prepared. Caslin's expression darkened. His tone changed. But as Nuven ascended the throne, things began to change. His enemies increased in number and strength. He needed a sharper blade and a sturdier shield. My missions also became more and more unscrupulous, and there was no bottom line. From hunting down criminals, extorting political enemies, kidnapping children, fabricating crimes to frame my opponents, and even burning the farmers' barns for the winter, Nicholas clenched his fists tightly and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He paid attention to Caslin's shadow under the firelight. His gaze constantly moved back and forth between the weapon racks around him, trying to find a way to get rid of the threat of the other party's javelins. My aim isn't as good as his. I can't compete with him with javelins from a distance. Yes, Madame Kalshan and I have a much closer working relationship with the secret room than you think, Caslin said dejectedly. His attention was still focused on the back of the stone pillar. There are many things that Nuven did not want the secret room to interfere with, so he would let us handle them. I once escorted a doctor to Prestige Orchid region overnight so that he could poison Archduke Alcius' heir. I once used my identity as the king's secret envoy to incite the vassals of the city of faraway prayers to rebel against their suzerain and find a reason for Dragon Cloud City to intervene. I even pretended to be a bandit, robbing and killing nobles who were dissatisfied with the king, from the masters to the women. Except for one ignorant girl, I left no one alive. I even secretly instigated my nephew, Harold, to defect to Nuven, even though it might jeopardize his relationship with his father. Caslin closed his eyes. There was a dull pain in his chest. What he did not expect was that Holt would be so cruel as to let his two sons kill each other in order to break free from Nuven's control. So, Nicholas snorted coldly. This is why the Red Witch always wants to pry something from me and the White Blade Guards' mouths. Caslin sighed. I tried to convince myself that it was for Extet, Caslin said in anguish. For my ideals, I could even throw my family to the back of my mind, let alone my own honor and conscience. Under the sun, I was a glorious, awe-inspiring, and respected White Blade commander. The old man endured the pain in his chest as he inhaled and exhaled. Under the shadows, I was a cold-hearted, ruthless, and unscrupulous king's killer. I led the earliest batch of guards to do the dirtiest and most secretive things. You once said that you saw through my extremely hypocritical noble face, Caslin said in a low voice. You were right. I am not fit to stand before you and lecture you as a commander. A cold question came from behind the stone pillar. Caslin closed his eyes. Nuven has changed. Caslin knew what he wanted to ask. He sighed regretfully. He has grown old. He has become suspicious, vigilant, sensitive, selfish, and conservative. For the sake of a new extet, Nuven must grasp great power. This is a necessary method. Castellan tightened his grip on the javelin in his hand. His gaze was complicated. But at some point in time, the method has become the goal, and the original goal has long been forgotten. We eat to live, Spiky, but we shouldn't live to eat. His tone grew more pained. The longer he became king, the more he cared more about Dragoncloud City's status than Extet's power, and more about his son's right to inherit the throne than the kingdom's future. Nuven became the most traditional Extetian monarch. Aside from his family and his rule, he no longer had the strength or the will to pursue his former ideals. Controlling power has become Nuven's only goal, and, for Extet, has become a feeble excuse. Castellan observed every possible spot where Nicholas might rush out. He locked the shadow behind the stone pillar in his field of vision and waited patiently for his opponent. This makes everything we've done for the past few decades look like a joke to me. Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Do you know what you're doing now? The Star Killer suppressed his anger and tried his best to sound as nonchalant as possible. It makes everything you've taught us seem like a joke. Castellan paused for a second. There was a barely noticeable mixture of guilt and pain on his face. That's why I'm tired. I quit, I gave up. The old man exhaled and shook his head. That day, I stood at the bottom of the stairs and questioned him for the last time in front of all his subjects. Does he still remember his original ideals? I asked him, since when did he have no choice but to compromise with reality? Nicholas did not speak. You know what happened next. There was a hint of sadness in Castellan's words. The common elected king was furious. A large group of old people and I were kicked out of the White Blade Guards. There was silence. The brazier burned brighter and brighter, illuminating the shadows of the two people on both sides of the stone pillar. Yes. Nicholas took a deep breath, as if he was in pain. And I was promoted as an exception and became the acting commander of the White Blade Guards. Before he finished speaking, the Star Killer suddenly rose from behind the stone pillar. The battle started again without warning. Without hesitation, Castellan threw the javelin in his hand accurately and fiercely. The powerful javelin pierced through the enemy's body. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it pinned him firmly to the ground. But Castellan, who was experienced and had been observing the enemy's shadow, immediately noticed that something was wrong. The javelin had only pierced Nicholas' chest armor. The real Star Killer pounced from the other side of the stone pillar. His armor was thin and almost unprotected. Castellan reacted very quickly. He seized the opportunity when Nicholas' injured leg landed on the ground and threw the second javelin without any hesitation. The Star Killer listened to the sound of the wind and felt a chill in his heart. It's over. I can't fool him. At this moment, Nicholas! A familiar voice rang. Nicholas lifted his head abruptly and saw a circular disc-shaped object flying towards him. The Star Killer did not hesitate. His power of eradication erupted, and with an unbelievable twist of his feet, he caught the object in midair. The javelin flew towards him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a muffled sound rang. Castellan's pupils shrank. His javelin pierced the disc-shaped object in Nicholas' hand, a round shield covered with a thick layer of wood. The tip of the javelin pierced through the shield, causing Nicholas' hand to sink. The Star Killer gritted his teeth, pulled out the javelin from the shield, and held it in his right hand. But Castellan had no time to care about Nicholas. He turned around solemnly and looked at Nicholas' helper vigilantly. Burn. Castellan frowned, but there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Long time no see. But as a former White Blade Guard and the king's administrator, Burn Merk, who stood at the entrance of the armory, obviously did not like to respond to his former superior's enthusiasm. Sorry, boss. It's not that I don't want to reminisce. In the distance, Merk's expression was solemn. He took two short-handled throwing axes from the weapon rack and swung his arms. But I just saw my daughter. I'm not in a good mood now. Castellan's expression changed. His javelin and Merc's 2 throwing axes flew out at the same time. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the javelin and throwing axes crossed each other in the air. Asterisk chick. Asterisk even though he tried his best to dodge, Merc's thigh was still pierced by Caslin's javelin. He fell into a row of weapon racks in pain. But it's enough. That was what Merc thought. Amidst the clanging of metal, Caslin used his javelin to deflect a throwing axe. But another axe cut his left arm, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The old man took a deep breath and endured the pain in his chest. Burn is still as good as ever when it comes to throwing. As he thought about this, he turned around and threw the third javelin. It was thrown at Nicholas, who was charging at him at high speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Star Killer's thick shield blocked the javelin again. Due to the momentum of his charge, this time, the spearhead even pierced through the top half of the shield, and a part of it protruded from Nicholas' wrist. Nicholas, who was charging, instinctively turned the round shield, and replaced the part of the shield that was pierced with the lower half of the shield. As expected, in the next second, there was another dull sound. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the fourth javelin came from the same angle and position, and pierced through his shield again. Like the previous javelin, the javelin pierced through the top and bottom of the shield. Nicholas felt a chill in his heart. If I didn't turn the shield just now, but he didn't have to worry anymore. Nicholas resolutely threw away the heavy shield, which he had worked so hard for, and raised the javelin in his right hand. He was 3 steps away from Caslin again. Caslin also threw away the remaining javelins with a solemn expression. Only the one in his right hand was left. In the next second, both of them raised their right hands at the same time. Asterisk asterisk almost face to face, the 2 javelins pierced each other in the air. Caslin, who still had his right hand in the air, instinctively dodged. The enemy's javelin pierced into the weapon rack behind him, and only a trace of blood appeared on his face. Asterisk but Nicholas did not dodge. He allowed Caslin's javelin to pierce through his left shoulder. Nicholas endured the intense pain in his left shoulder with a ferocious expression. Under Caslin's strange gaze, he swung his right fist. The power of eradication exploded from his bones. His fist instantly turned twice in the air, avoiding his opponent's 2 interceptions. At this moment, the calm Caslin's expression suddenly changed. Asterisk thud. Asterisk amidst the strange dull sound of metal, Caslin locked Nicholas' throat, and the Star Killer's fist landed on Caslin's body. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Strangely, Nicholas' fist did not go straight for Caslin's vital organs. Instead, it only hit Caslin's right armpit. The Star Killer's fist drooped weakly. Caslin could not help but tremble. He loosened his grip on Nicholas' throat. Nicholas, whose face was red from holding in his breath, finally let out a breath. Both of them stood on the spot and swayed. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas could no longer withstand the heavy injury on his left shoulder. He fell to the ground with the javelin. But what was equally unexpected was that Caslin's face was pale. His lips trembled, and his upper body trembled. He painfully stretched out his left hand, which he could barely control, to cover his right armpit. The old man's face twitched continuously, as if he was enduring great pain. The next moment, Caslin violently spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. He was like an old man in his twilight years who had completely lost all his strength. His face became gloomy. "How did you know?" Caslin's teeth chattered as he carefully spoke in the softest voice possible, as if he was afraid of waking up a kitten. "Right armpit." Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. It was a terrifying sight. Nicholas lay on his side on the ground powerlessly. He extended his hand to reach for the javelin on his left shoulder. "Monty, he has the best eyesight and the steadiest hands," the Star Killer said with difficulty. "That's why he was chosen to be your assistant the night you were on the verge of death and had your metal ribs replaced." He knew. Caslin's gaze froze. The big-mouthed Ned Monty. That annoying coward from the countryside. All he thinks about is women. Caslin chuckled in resignation in his heart. "Monty only told me one thing. Nicholas shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. There's a weak joint at the side of your new skeleton. That's your weakness. As long as you have enough strength, he told me to keep an eye on your safety during the battle. Nicholas' eyes were tightly shut. When he said this, Nicholas felt a tightness in his chest. He actually could not continue. The leader's weakness. That's the place they should have sworn to protect. But Nicholas clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with tears. Caslin sat on the ground, trembling. He leaned against the weapon rack behind him and let out a sigh of relief. As he breathed, blood gushed out continuously from his mouth and nose, staining the clothes in front of his chest. A javelin? Caslin, whose upper body was almost drenched in blood, indifferently glanced at the row of javelins beside him. Did you force me here on purpose? You're used to fighting with your right arm to protect your weakness, Nicholas said dejectedly. I had to find a chance when you completely lifted your right arm, such as when you threw the javelin. Caslin raised his eyebrows and let out a desolate laugh. On Spiky's hand. This ending isn't too bad. Beautiful. Ha, Spiky, you cough, 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 cough. His laughter did not last long. Caslin frowned again and hissed. He coughed violently in pain. As he moved, Caslin's chest let out a terrifying gurgling sound. The old man's face also contorted rapidly. Nicholas closed his eyes. He could not bear to look at his old superior's expression. Damn it. Nicholas stretched his hand desperately to reach for the javelin on his shoulder, hoping that it could divert some of his attention. I can't pull it out. At this moment, Nicholas felt a slight pain in his left shoulder. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw that Caslin was holding the javelin in his shoulder with his left hand. Bear with it, Caslin said in a low voice and spat out another mouthful of blood. It might hurt a little. In a daze, Nicholas exerted strength in his shoulder and watched as Caslin pulled the javelin out of his shoulder. He did not even notice the pain. Nicholas remembered that afternoon many years ago. When he was dying, Caslin, the executioner, picked up the piece of wood from the ground and brought it to his mouth. Bite it. The iceberg pulled the whip in his hand and said coldly, "This will hurt." Nicholas shook off his memories and struggled to sit up. His power of eradication began to tighten his muscles. He looked at Caslin, who was leaning against the weapon rack and spitting out blood with a pained expression. He felt even more resentful in his heart. Talia. Nicholas' face was ashen. Your wife, does she have a message for me to pass to her? At that moment, Caslin's eyes suddenly lit up. Talia, Caslin's gaze dimmed and he shook his head. She's no longer here. Nicholas raised his head slightly and could not hide his surprise. How can that be? She's only 40. Caslin's breathing began to weaken. He raised his hand with great difficulty and wiped the blood off his chest. The old man's expression was dark. He raised his trembling hand and carefully took out a piece of red silk cloth from his pocket. A year ago, she finally found out. Caslin stared at the piece of red silk with an intoxicated look on his face. He slowly unfolded it, as if it was a rare treasure. Before I confessed to her, she found out that I was that person back then. Caslin's hand trembled slightly. The bandit leader, who robbed and killed her family's convoy, killed her father, mother, and older brother, slaughtered her entire family, and only a 6-year-old girl was spared. Nicholas froze. From then on, Talia fell ill. Even the best doctors could not find the cause of her illness. Caslin seemed to be losing more and more control over his hands, but he still shivered and lifted the red silk cloth inch by inch. Just like that, she lay on the bed every day, enduring extreme pain. Like the most beautiful flower, she withered day after day. That was the most difficult battle in my life. I would rather fight another 30 rounds with Zacriel, exchange my sword with Xiao 200 times, exchange my life with Sira Dark Thunder 10 times, and be punched 20 times by Jasmine than face it. Caslin coughed violently. His expression was pained. But I could only watch Talia die day by day, and try to explain to her that it was the king's order, and that I had no choice but to do so. Caslin finally lifted the red silk cloth. His eyes were sparkling. At the last moment, Talia forced a smile and told me that perhaps this was God's will. She was destined to atone for my past sins. Nicholas stared blankly at the item in the silk cloth. It was an inconspicuous black stone. 2 small figures were carved on the stone. One was slightly larger, and the other was slightly smaller. The carvings of the small figures were crooked and extremely crude. It was basically a circle with 4 limbs propped up against it. It was obviously a child's play. But Caslin stared at the stone in an infatuated manner. The trembling in his hands grew stronger. In the end, I held her almost weightless body in my arms and asked myself, Caslin Lampard, the Earth Shaker, what is the meaning of your life? The sound of someone dragging the ground could be heard from afar. Merc was dragging his pierced thigh as he crawled towards them, bit by bit. Caslin's eyes were bleak. He flashed a weak smile at Merc, who was crawling towards them. There was a moment when I started to hate Nuven. Until a few months ago, when Nuven's last son died in Constellation. The old man shook his head. Every word he spoke was mixed with a lot of blood that seeped out of his mouth and nose. Looking at the sunset that day, I suddenly pitied him. We all lost everything that we cherished. Half a lifetime's worth of hard work vanished into thin air overnight. In the end, that once high-spirited Prince Walton fell into the vicious circle he weaved. He fell into the fate of the suzerains of Extet and couldn't get out. He was as miserable as my elder brother and nephews. Nicholas tore off a piece of clothing and tied it around his injured shoulder. He gritted his teeth and said, "Idiot." Merc crawled to Nicholas' side and stared at his old superior with him in a daze. At that moment, it was as if there was a ball of fire burning in my chest. The pain was indescribable, and I didn't know why. Caslin's voice grew softer. However, when King Nuven sent someone to find me and wanted me to inherit the position of the Archduke of Black Sand region, I suddenly understood what that ball of fire was. Caslin's eyes brightened. He exerted force in his hand and gripped the stone in his palm tightly. I don't hate him anymore. But it's not over yet. Everything that Nuven and I started back then, Caslin said as he struggled. Tears streamed down his face. It's not over yet. What Nuven couldn't do, what Nuven gave up, and what Nuven didn't dare to face. Caslin coughed violently. His face was pale and he trembled as he said, I'll fulfill his wish and be loyal to him. This is the meaning of the rest of my life. Merc stared at him in disbelief. Nicholas pressed down hard on his shoulders, lowered his head, and did not say a word. Only his fists continued to clench. At this moment, Boss Merc, who was lying on the ground, spoke in a low voice. When you knew that you were betraying him, betraying His Majesty, how did you feel? Merc's expression was sorrowful and pained. His words came out in a stutter. Nicholas could not help but glance at Merc. Caslin turned his gradually clouding gaze around. He parted his lips and asked with the ghost of a smile, Did I betray him? Merc was stunned. There was silence. I remember, Spiky. The old man's eyebrows twitched. Nicholas raised his head and stared at Caslin with a complicated expression. Caslin's gaze slowly became unfocused. The corners of his mouth were no longer vomiting blood. Staring at the ceiling, Caslin forced a smile and said softly, With the name of your power of eradication, why don't you call it the twist of fate? Both Nicholas and Merc froze for a moment. A second later, the Star Killer snorted in disdain. What kind of F***king name is that? Clatter. A soft sound was heard and Nicholas' words were stuck in his throat. Nicholas and Merc shuddered at the same time. The stone with the 2 little people carved on it had just rolled off Caslin's hand. Both of them slowly turned their heads. The legend of the White Blade Guards, the Earth Shaker Caslin Lampard, was lying quietly on the weapon rack with his eyes closed. He did not say a word and showed no reaction. Merc stared at the motionless Caslin with a dazed expression. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, Nicholas slowly extended his hand and grabbed the stone in his hand. On the back of the stone, a sentence was carved in a crooked manner with a lot of misspelled words. Caslin's protector, Talia, tears welled up in Nicholas' eyes. He turned his head abruptly and tightened his grip on the stone in his palm. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, the Star Killer gritted his teeth and kicked the weapon rack next to him. He lay back and turned his head away from Merc and Caslin. He scratched his face. His breathing was a little rough and his chest rose and fell. F***ck, Nicholas mumbled in a muffled voice. The brazier that had just been lit burned brighter and brighter. In the armory, 2 strong men fell to the ground dejectedly. They did not say a word. Beside them, the warriors in their twilight years fell into a deep sleep. They did not wake up. I wanted to say that I was preparing for my college entrance examination, so I did not update for the past 2 days. But I was afraid that my readers would beat me up. So, sigh, help me think of a reason. By Swordless with a serious expression? Chapter 265. Heroic Spirit Palace, Hall of Heroes. Do you know, I have a conjecture, Thales said absent-mindedly. The bloody year was a disaster that almost destroyed Constellation. The entire kingdom was in a precarious situation amidst internal strife and conflict. He raised his gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Until you went south. At that moment, Thales caught a glimpse of a strange and puzzled glint in the Archduke's eyes. What do you mean? Alcius asked coldly in return. Very well. Thales silently told himself in his heart. Benefits and threats, Lampard's 2 main weapons to convince the other archdukes were now gone. The archdukes probably understood that, to a certain extent, Lampard's threat was greater than Constellation's. And now, Thales glanced at Saroma. The girl clenched her slightly trembling fist and nodded slowly at him. Her eyes were filled with forced determination. Now, he still had to convince the archdukes that the benefits Lampard promised them were not as delicious as they had imagined. Thales raised his head. I have never seen the tragedy 12 years ago. Thales recalled Gilbert's tireless narration of the bloody year and said with a serious expression, but I can imagine it from the elderly's narration. The disaster that befell the Jade Star royal family caused the disaster to reach its peak. The 19 vassals all felt insecure, the nobles spread rumors everywhere, the army was leaderless, the people of the kingdom were furious, Eternal Star City entered the most critical state, and perhaps Constellation was on the verge of destruction. Speaking of this, Thales sighed. Mindes III probably did not expect that the game he laid would usher in such a storm more than 100 years later. The archdukes exchanged a few worried glances. Lampard, on the other hand, tightened his grip on his saber. But during the autumn and winter 12 years ago, when the Extet army, for whatever reason, headed south, and especially when the news of the fall of Broken Dragon Fortress spread, all of Constellation was probably stunned, Thales continued to say. I'm guessing that the new war has broken the original situation and injected new excitement into Constellation, which is on the verge of death. Archduke Letko's murky eyes brightened slightly. His expression became more solemn. Alcius and Trentida looked at each other in puzzlement. Extet, the strongest force in the Western Peninsula, is invading from all fronts. This is not like the internal strife of the rebel army or the assassination of the royal family. While trembling in fear, most of the people in Constellation had no choice but to compromise. The great vassals, minor nobles, government officials, merchants, armies, farmers, and so on. Based on the known information and the ideas approved by the archdukes, Thales deduced the logic step by step. He thought hard about his next sentence to make it sound more believable and convincing. Under the shadow of the Great Dragon, they quickly came to a consensus, to end the current chaos as soon as possible, to welcome the last prince back to the capital, and to crown him amidst the blood and death. The forces that should have been split up in Constellation Realm gathered as one, just to resist the greed of the Great Dragon of the North. Grand Duke Letko narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Thales sucked in a deep breath and tried his best to make himself look more neutral and unconcerned about Constellation. It's very ironic, but it's also very possible. It was Extet's aggressive invasion that forced us to mend our internal conflicts, and saved Constellation from falling apart. As soon as he said this, all the Archduke's breathing changed. Even though the self-restraint of those who had been in power for a long time made their expressions not change, Thales still felt the strangeness in the air. All of you are older than me, wiser than me, and more experienced in the past. Why don't you think about it again? If all of you had not gone south 12 years ago, what would have happened to the chaotic constellation, which had just lost its king and was without a leader? Thales said flatly. And just now, when Lampard advised all of you to shift the blame to Constellation and send troops with him, did he coincidentally tell all of you that Constellation was in its most awkward and uncooperative stage, that the Northern Territory was isolated and without help, and that it was convenient for all of you to take it down? Will your sending troops to Constellation really achieve the effect you imagined? Unlike a certain Archduke who can't wait to tell you the answer and instruct you to do things, Thales nodded slightly at the Archdukes. I've raised the question, but I'll stop here. Please think about it on your own and decide on your own. A strange and complicated expression appeared on Lampard's face. The Archdukes looked at him one after another. Thales exhaled from the bottom of his heart, but there was a lingering haze in his heart. What he said earlier about Extet's invasion was only a guess, and it was only to make the Archdukes reconsider the price of invading Constellation. But Thales kept trying to convince himself that it was just a guess. What if it's true? What if Extet's invasion did temporarily force the Constellations to stand together again? He could not help but recall what the Born King had said last night when King Nuvan was telling him about Soria's death. Thales, 12 years ago, we did not send troops south to Constellation without reason. It was an assassin from Constellation. When Constellation was at its most precarious moment, a strange assassination from Constellation triggered Extet's invasion to the south. King Nuvan mentioned the assassination attempt. Prince Soria had died in that assassination attempt. During the negotiation between Nicholas and the Red Witch, that assassination was mentioned. Even Putre hinted that he had something to do with that assassination when he parted with the prince just now. What is the secret behind that assassination? Thales clenched his fists slightly. Lampard stared at the prince. If his gaze could kill, Thales would probably be dead by now. But Thales ignored him. So Thales Therangerana Kessel Jadestar, descendant of Tormund, king of Renaissance. Thales raised his chest and put on a solemn expression. In his mind, he imagined the scene in the Hall of Stars in front of the vassals, and tried his best to bring out the imposing manner of a prince. I am standing here, with the most humble wish and the most peaceful hope, to earnestly ask all of you to reconsider the war between our two countries, and to think about the price and meaning behind it. At that moment, the four archdukes, Letko, Rock, Trinida, and Alcius also looked back at him seriously. Their expressions were solemn. It was as if the person before them was not a weak child, but a ruler who could stand on equal footing with them. At that moment, Thales thought of many people whose fates had been changed by the war, and said desolately, "You cannot guarantee that it will bring about the results you want the most, whether it is for you or for us. No one can guarantee it." The hall fell silent again. One of the braziers went out again. The archdukes treated their words like gold. Each of them was deep in thought. This time, they did not even bother to exchange glances. Lampard did not speak either, but his knuckles were pale and the veins on the back of his hand, which was holding the saber, were protruding. A few seconds later, "It's done." Archduke Letko closed his eyes and sighed softly. "Please don't say anything else, Prince Thales. I think we all understand what you mean." Thales felt his mind relax. His legs gave way and he swayed slightly. Saroma supported his waist from behind so that he would not make a fool of himself on the spot. Thales turned his head in pain and gave her a forced smile. "What do you say?" Archduke Letko's voice echoed in the hall. He sounded hollow and tired. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Archduke Rockney was the first to raise his head. His tone was ethereal but resolute. "It's better to go against a lion than to share a boat with a wolf." Lampard's frown deepened. "These people, you know, Chapman, even though your offer is very tempting, I don't want my descendants to wake up one day and find themselves lying in ruins. So, Trent Ida shrugged lightly with a complicated expression on his face. Lampard snorted coldly without any expression on his face. These people? Archduke Alcius' expression froze for a long time. After a while, he opened his mouth and said bitterly, "We shouldn't have come today. We shouldn't have participated in this damned Archduke's meeting." Lampard slowly lowered his head. "These people?" Archduke Letko knocked on the table. "I understand. No matter what we plan to do." The old Archduke's face seemed to have gone through more vicissitudes. "Let's postpone the matter of framing Constellation and sending troops to the Northern Territory for the time being. Of course, today's matter must be handled properly, especially regarding King Neuvin's death." His gaze focused again and he looked at Lampard. "If we don't plan to frame Constellation, we need a good reason." His gaze was cold. At that moment, even Sir Roma felt the atmosphere in the air freeze. In the hall, everyone's standing positions had changed. Without realizing it, the four archdukes stood together. Rockne and Alcius stood in front, while Thales stood beside them. Opposite them, Lampard stood alone in front of the brazier. The firelight and shadows divided his face into two parts, one bright and the other dark. It was strange and disturbing. Lampard slowly raised his head. "These people are the obstacles to Eksted's advancement." He glanced at the archdukes one by one, and the latter responded to him with different expressions. "All of you have made up your minds, haven't you?" Lampard said in his calmest tone. "For experienced and wise Eksted archdukes, the situation has been turned around by a constellatiate brat with just a few words. He used his mouth to make you waver." He snorted softly and glanced at Thales. "Pathetic." Thales held Sir Roma's hand tightly and quietly watched the Archduke's interaction from the sidelines. He gritted his teeth, knowing that the situation was irreversible. He can't turn the situation around with just his mouth. Archduke Letko's tone also became cold. "No one can." The bald old Archduke narrowed his eyes. "But aren't you the one who used actions and facts to help him convince us, Chapman Lampard?" Lampard mocked in a gloomy voice. "So this is your answer? First, for Eksted's sake, you decided to cover up the king's death together. A few minutes after swearing an oath of alliance, you rediscovered your conscience and decided to send me back to the Kingslayer's execution platform? We can still talk about this," Trent Ida said gently. Lampard's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he glared at him. It made the suzerain with the bowl-cut choke. Lampard turned his head again and swept his gaze over the suzerains again and again with extreme seriousness. It was as if he wanted to see through their souls. These people. Eksted relied on these people to get to where it is now? Ridiculous. Pathetic. Finally, after a while, Lampard lowered his head and let out a chilling laugh. Ah, Thales felt uneasy. He knew that the matter was far from resolved. "Chapman." Alcius furrowed his brows and only said one word, "Don't." Lampard raised his head abruptly. "Do you really know what you're doing?" Facing the Archdukes, the Archduke of Black Sand Region's tone had never been so terrifying. "Your hesitation and cowardice are allowing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slip through your fingers." "You heard what he said, Constellation's current situation," Archduke Letko replied flatly. "Your plan may not be the best choice for Eksted." Asterisk thud. Asterisk Lampard's scabbard hit the ground again. "So, you believe him?" Lampard asked coldly. "Don't you understand? As long as we work together, power, wealth, status, all our problems can be made up for with the benefits we plundered from our enemies." His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. "For Eksted we must." Archduke Rockne's expression suddenly changed. He said loudly, interrupting Lampard, "Listen up, King's Slayer. I am also the master of this country, and I also own Eksted." The long-haired Archduke stood in front of all the other Archdukes like an iron warrior. "And you have neither the right nor the ability to tell me what I must do for my country. And don't you dare force the rest of us to follow your methods and pledge loyalty to your Eksted. Lampard clenched his fists. There are 10 of us and there are 10 extensions. The Archduke of Black Sand region gritted his teeth. This is where the problem lies. Archduke Rockney sneered. So, you still admit that you want to kick the rest of us out of power? Lampard's expression was as cold as ice. He almost broke the hilt of his sword. Trent eyed aside and interjected like a peacemaker. Chapman, you have to understand us. Imagine a day when a son or grandson of the Lampard family lives on the streets like the most lowly. So what? Lampard suddenly said, interrupting him like a raging lion. Will it be worse than now? Trent Ida was speechless. He looked at Lampard with an increasingly strange expression. The other archdukes furrowed their brows and stared at Lampard. At that moment, the 4 archdukes had a clear realization. This Archduke of Black Sand region might not be one of them, but an existence completely different from them. Rockney coldly took over the conversation. Of course it's better for those who benefit from it. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. There was silence. Lampard took a deep breath, as though he was trying to suppress his rising anger. He let out an unsettling chuckle through his nose. It's been 600 years. He coldly swept his gaze over everyone, not even sparing Saroma. From the moment we were born, we were like hounds with a collar. We racked our brains to scheme against our vassals, and fought openly and covertly against the king in every possible way. Even if we became kings, we would just be repeating the same fate in this sorrowful shackle. For 600 years, generation after generation, we've been walking in circles like headless ants. Lampard's face was contorted. Don't you feel bored? The joint ruling pledge. To break this sorrowful cycle, for the future of this kingdom, the Archduke of Black Sand region gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. I bet everything on it. In the end, I could only watch your selfishness and short-sightedness destroy Extet's future. The archdukes stared at each other. An indescribable feeling rose in their hearts. At this moment, Your Grace, Thales said softly, please don't make excuses for yourself. You make it sound like you're so noble, selfless, and great. Lampard turned his head abruptly and shot an icy glare at the prince. If Extet could be saved, why did it have to be you? Why couldn't it have been someone else? For example, King Nuven? Lampard's breath froze. The other archdukes were also slightly stunned. Yes, I only understood later on that you weren't the only one who saw the current situation in Constellation. The prince sighed and recalled the scene when King Nuven mentioned the virtuous king to him a few minutes before his death. And also the supreme commander who led the army to cross the fortress, the born king, Nuven Walton VII. If you really only had Extet in your heart and nothing else, why didn't you seize the opportunity and hand over your authority to King Nuven? Thales stared at the twisted Lampard and enunciated each word clearly. In the struggle between the vassals and the royal power, you could have accepted the king's officials, the king's orders, and the royal power's infiltration into Black Sand region. You could have willingly become the next beacon illumination city. You could have brought all of Extet closer together under the banner of Dragon Cloud's city's Cloud Dragon Spear. The prince raised his hand abruptly and pointed at the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon Spear on the ceiling. Let the most powerful born king become the sole ruler of Extet. The hall fell silent again. Lampard's expression grew colder. But you were unwilling and your family was unwilling, Thales answered softly. That's why today's tragedy happened. Did you think that your past, the deaths of your brother and mother gave you a reason to hate the joint ruling pledge? Did you think that your actions would be different, become unusually prominent, especially tragic, and become heroic? Lampard stopped in his tracks and turned around stiffly. His gaze was terrifying, and his face was ferocious. My past? How dare he? How dare he? For the first time, Thales bore the Archduke of Black Sand region's almost suffocating aura without holding back. But he only took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and raised his head. At that moment, Thales remembered everything that happened in front of Broken Dragon Fortress. He remembered the sacrifice of Araka and the Fury Guards. He also remembered the tragedy in Dragon Cloud City, the destroyed shield district, the white blade guards who fell one by one, and their fearless posture. No, Lampard, strip away your outer shell. You are actually no different from the others. You are just creatures who fight for power and serve your own interests under the banner of for Extet. You don't even care about the lives around you, and you don't even cherish the land you belong to, yet you talk about the country and the future, the prince said coldly. You don't have the right to be noble. The prince closed his mouth and ended his sentence. At that moment, the Archduke of Black Sand Region and the Prince of Constellation's gazes met in the air. One of them was overflowing with murderous intent, while the other was firm and unyielding. Lampard stood where he was. The temperature around him seemed to plummet. You. Lampard stared at Thales and spoke slowly. With a heart full of hatred and coldness, he hissed the word through gritted teeth. You. Saroma was so afraid that she shrank behind Thales. But she did not succeed, because Thales grabbed her hand tightly and dragged her back to his side. He forced her to look into Lampard's eyes. I am not you, Thales replied coldly without showing any signs of weakness. Listen up, Chapman Lampard. My name is Thales Jadestar. Lampard's pupils shrank slightly. A child who cannot drink. The prince took a step forward. His expression was firm. And your nemesis. Chapter 266. Ah! Archduke Rockney's mocking laughter could be heard faintly, as if responding to Thales' words. At that moment, Lampard felt an endless rage surge in his chest. Trent Ida blinked, wanting to communicate with Alcius, but the latter's expression remained solemn and he did not say a word. Archduke Lecco remained seated at the square table. Lampard sucked in a deep breath and forced himself to shift his gaze away from Thales' body. So, this is the end. What he said next sent a chill down everyone's spine. I'll ask you one last time, Archdukes, the Archduke of Black Sand Region said coldly, is this your final choice? Are you going to give up on our alliance and choose that child's nonsense? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Trentida frowned. Why isn't Prime Minister Leespan here yet? Could it be? Thales looked at Lampard's expression and suddenly felt uneasy. Last time? Archduke Rockney chuckled. You're really daring to say that? He pulled out a hair tie from his bosom, tied his long hair into a ponytail, and tucked it into the back of his collar. Lampard silently watched his movements and read his response. Archduke Lecco's expression became serious. Chapman, let's leave each other some leeway. The eldest sat upright and said in a stiff tone, let's solve this together, in another way that doesn't have to be so ugly. Lampard did not respond. He shook his head, as if he had just given up on something and decided on something. I knew it. I can never count on you. Chapman. Archduke Trentida's expression changed. You're still an Archduke. We don't have to go that far. Lampard responded with a faint sneer. Who was the one who said that as a Kingslayer, I'm no longer a member of the joint ruling pledge? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Thales clenched his teeth. As expected. Just as I thought. Lampard, you don't want to be enemies with the four of us, Alcius said worriedly. Don't do anything stupid. Stupid? Lampard glanced at him and placed his hand on his waist. In the next second, asterisk clang. Asterisk in front of all the archdukes, Lampard drew his sword amidst the sound of metal rubbing against leather. The archduke's expressions changed. Thales' heart skipped a beat. It was a sharp and shiny knight's hand-and-a-half sword, completely inconsistent with its worn and yellowed scabbard. This meant that its owner had wielded this sword hundreds and thousands of times, and at the same time, maintained the blade with great care. Just so that one day he could unsheath it and kill his enemies. Archduke Lampard glared at the others with a murderous look. Grand Duke Alcius sighed softly. Thales felt his skin crawl. At the next moment, Lampard suddenly turned in the direction of the hall's entrance and shouted, Lessa! The Grand Duke's voice was deafening, reverberating inside and outside. Viscount Kentvita's voice rang from outside the hall. Your Grace. Lampard roared. All troops, prepare for battle. Thales's heart trembled. Saroma's hand, which was holding him, immediately tensed up. In the next second, the crowd outside the hall seemed to boil over. Walala, countless metallic sounds rang out in unison. People's voices came one after another. Unsheathe. Raise your shields. Steady. It was even more exaggerated than the uproar caused by Thales. In the hall, the archdukes were very calm. Rockne methodically tied his hair, Alcius slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, Trentida quietly retreated, and the seated Archduke Letko straightened his back and started exercising his fists. They quietly faced off against Lampard. Behind everyone, Trentida said in a low voice. In fact, his military strength is several times more than ours, and he still controls heroic Spirit Palace and the Gatehouse. So, it seems like we're the ones doing stupid things? Thales gritted his teeth. He sighed and held Saroma's hand tightly. This is terrible. This bunch of the Northlanders who would attack at the slightest disagreement. A familiar shout came from outside the hall, reminding the other archdukes. Archduke Letko? Archduke Letko looked calmly at the silent Lampard and snorted softly. Lord Justin, the old archduke replied loudly, thank you and your colleagues for your protection. Please do your best. You live up to the reputation of the White Blade Guards. It is my honor to travel with you. There was a second of silence outside the hall. Then Lord Justin's voice came again, it is also my honor, your grace. I don't care who you served before, archdukes or the palace, White Blade Guards or miscellaneous soldiers. Justin shouted from outside the hall, but when we fight later, you must act like Northlanders. Shouts rose and fell in response from outside the hall. It seemed to be a troop formed by the archdukes and the remaining manpower in the palace. The old archduke nodded slightly, even though Lord Justin could not see it. He returned his attention to the scene. You might as well reconsider, child, Letko said flatly to Lampard. We could have worked together to open up a future for Extet, Lampard said coldly. At the same time, he slowly turned his saber. But if you become a hindrance instead of a help, what's the point of keeping you alive? Once he said that, Rockne sneered, Alcius sighed heavily, and Trentida rubbed his hands together with a helpless expression. Thales felt as if something between the Archduke and Lampard had completely shattered. He knew that something was called tacit understanding or rules. From now on, the situation were sliding in an unpredictable direction. Thales could not help but hold his breath. Chapman, think carefully about the consequences. Putting aside the fact that both sides are injured, even if you kill all of us here, how are you going to face Prime Minister Lisban, the current Dragon Cloud City, and all of Extet? Archduke Letko was calm and composed, as though the scene before him was just a training exercise. Lampard shook his head. This is not the outcome I want the most, but you have forced me into a situation where I have no choice. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Alcius unsheathed the two-handed heavy sword from his waist. He sighed. Not only will you become everyone's target, but Extet will also be in chaos after we die. Is this the outcome you want? Thales stared at the heavy sword that had almost slit his neck. His eyebrows arched slightly. Lampard said coldly, whether it's regicide or disrespect, once you walk out of here alive, no matter what reason you find, you will not let me go, whether it's because I broke the joint ruling pledge or because of that brat's nonsense. Even if I lose everything in the ruins, I will not be worse off than I am now. Coward. Archduke Rockne, who had tied up his hair, gave a simple answer. At the same time, he drew his weapon, a sharp longsword that shone with a cold light. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. He stood side by side with Alcius and faced Lampard with a solemn expression. Lampard turned to Thales, swung his saber, and narrowed his eyes. As for you, I will give you the ending that is most fitting for your status, Prince Thales Jadestar. Truly, a good move. Thales exhaled in resignation. Stand behind me, Prince Thales, Lady Saroma. Archduke Lekko looked at Lampard's expression and chuckled. I may be old, but I am still a Northlander. Before I fall, no one can hurt you. The old Archduke stood up slowly. There was an unquestionable might in his words. He drew a short knife, like a huge beast that had just woken up. Thales responded with a smile. Trent eyed aside. Holding the short sword at his waist, he stood a little further away. I hate today. In the field, Rockne, Alcius, and Lampard were already at each other's throats. I heard that your brother stood still and let you stab him 3 times before you killed him? Rockne swung the saber in his hand disdainfully, provoking Lampard without the slightest scruple. But we will not wait to be captured. Rockne snorted. 1 against 2. Are you prepared to die here, Chapman? Alcius held his sword with both hands. His expression was solemn and he did not say a word. Are you joking? Lampard did not seem to be affected by the words at all. He was abnormally calm when he entered battle mode. Since that day 12 years ago, I have been prepared for every second. The tips of their swords were pointed at each other. Like the most sincere Northlanders, they showed no mercy. At that moment, Thales subconsciously glanced at Saroma. The girl's face was pale, but she was no longer as timid and panicky as before. She only looked at him calmly with a questioning gaze. It was as if the words she said in front of the archdukes had given her a lot of courage. Looking at her expression, Thales suddenly felt a lot less nervous. At this moment, Asda's voice rang in Thales' ears. Do you need me now? I will only ask one last time. The Soul Slayer Pike has discovered me. I must leave immediately. With a heart full of frustration, Thales also let out a long sigh. Beside him, Saroma gave him a strange look. Thales gently closed his eyes. He clenched his fists. That's enough. The next second, Alcius and Rockne got into their battle stances and were ready for battle. Lampard slowly opened his mouth with a ferocious glint in his eyes. The Archduke of Black Sand region roared. Kill them all. At this moment, a young male voice suddenly rang in the hall. Is that enough? The voice was so loud and piercing that it even cut off Lampard's words. The archdukes were stunned and turned their heads. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the second prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar, had climbed onto the long table at some point in time. At this moment, with a head full of charcoal dust, the prince stomped his feet and waved his small fists. His face was contorted, and he yelled at the people in the hall through gritted teeth. Listen up, all of you. At that moment, the archdukes, who had been scolded in an unprecedented manner, could not seem to react. They all looked at Thales in shock. The prince yelled out the words in one breath. He bent down and pressed his hands on his knees. He panted in pain. The sin of Hell's river faded from his vocal cords. Under the table, Saroma stared at him in a daze. Thales took a deep breath and straightened his back again. He pained his chest, which was aching from yelling too much. I have an idea. Compared to the ending where both sides get hurt, it's much better. The title of the chapter is a tribute to you resurrected corpses. P.S. How can a diligent person like me stop updating? I'm updating every day for 48 hours a day. Chapter 267. Fong pushed it. Being banned on the homepage was a form of official recognition of the author's achievements. Being able to show my work here meant, damn. When I said this, Bourdieu's speech about speech kept popping up in my head, and I couldn't continue. In short, I was very happy. Along the way, although there were many obstacles, I was proud and touched that the readers were always by my side. When the number of favorites was less than 100, 9 readers had joined the group. They discussed the plot and chatted with each other. They gave me a lot of motivation in my monotonous life. They supported me in recording and presenting the next chapter of the story. Until now, there were more than 500 people in the group. There were even more readers who didn't join the group, but they used all sorts of ways to support this work. this world, and the lives of these characters. It is my honor to fight alongside you. I don't dare to say how fast I can write, or how many chapters one can update, but I will try my best to write every chapter. I don't have the confidence to write 10,000 words a day, but I have the determination to polish 3,000 words in 7 hours. Also, I have to thank the editor of this book, Qing Mang. As mentioned before, he was the one who picked up this lousy book from the trash and signed it. I won't say anything like he recommended me, so I'm very grateful. I'll just say one thing. In these 10 months, Qing Mang incessantly provoked, encouraged, threatened, tempted, begged, and so on. She ruthlessly urged Swordless to update. That's right, the reason why Swordless could get to where he is today is largely due to the editor's persistent urging. Here, I excerpted a portion of what Qing Mang said on QQ. Don't stop updating. Can't you split the 6,000 words into 2 days? Try not to stop updating. If you have the time, you might as well write a few words. When you stop updating, I really want to curse. I haven't even started. You underestimate yourself. Write well. XXXX was written with you, and your monthly royalties are already over 10,000. The income is quite good. You can focus on writing, don't stop updating. Let me calculate for you. You've updated 270,000 words in 2 months. That's an average of 4,000 words a day. You can definitely update steadily. Lousy sword. You can at least try updating for a week. Why don't you just become a eunuch for me? I get annoyed just looking at you. Can't you just write 3,000 words a day? If you think like this, I can't even recommend you. I didn't give up on you even when you fell like a dog. We've known each other for a long time. If you don't update, I won't get anything out of it. I just feel that it's such a waste for a book. You're finally updating steadily. I'm so touched, what should I do? They all cried. Master, you're the author. Update more, this book of yours has a lot of potential. Why do I care more about my work than you do? You're currently ranked 11th in the monthly votes. Go, burst the chrysanthemum of 10th. I'll change the name of the book to Broken Root Bloodline. My only request is that you don't stop updating during the blocking period, or else I'll really block you. It's up to you now. The above was enough to explain everything. My gratitude to Qing Mang is expressed in words. Swordless doesn't often expose his private thoughts on the internet, but he has been writing for a year now, and he has a deep relationship with his fellow readers. It's time to say something from the bottom of his heart. The birth of Kingdom Bloodline came from a long time ago, but it was an accident that it was published. Many years ago in high school, Swordless was at the peak of his passion for fantasy novels. 3 of my friends and I excitedly agreed to write a fantasy novel after graduation. I was probably one of the most enthusiastic people, and I even prepared a historical timeline and a draft of a map. That's right, it's the crude and childish hand-drawn map on Weibo. However, after the college entrance examination, the 4 of us only had a hurried meeting at McDonald's and laughed together for an afternoon before leaving it at that. Later on, the 4 of us went our separate ways and had our own lives. One of us even passed away. Although we kept in touch, no one mentioned this matter again. The passion and impulse from back then slowly cooled down, and I'm not even sure if they still remember this promise. Because even I myself have almost forgotten about it. Until many years later, the summer of 2016. I still remember that day. I received a rejection letter for my PhD application. That was the last school on the list. For someone who was determined to walk the path of academic research, the frustration of having his future destroyed was still very real. That morning, I was in a low mood, so I brought a bunch of beer back to the dormitory. As I drank, I organized everything in the bookcase. I felt that the names of every academic book were full of irony. Perhaps it was by chance, in an old book, Gadamer's Truth and Method, it suddenly appeared. The hand-drawn map from high school. The map that I never had the chance to show them after I finished drawing it. Looking at the names written in pencil many years ago, the lines drawn inch by inch, I once again thought of the unfinished promise. I thought of my youth, interest, and passion, and of someone who had passed away many years ago. I felt my eyes stinging and my chest feeling stuffy. All sorts of feelings welled up in my heart. Maybe it's time. I told myself that. Pick up the promise, pick up the dream of the past. Even if I'm the only one left. So, I pulled open the keyboard in my drunken state. In the early hours of the morning, the first 2 chapters of Kingdom Bloodline were published. The image of the boy who curled up in the abandoned house, gritting his teeth and struggling to survive, appeared in front of me for the first time. At that time, everything was still hazy, the world was not clear, and many of the characters only had a blurry face. It was not until the next day when I woke up and stared blankly at the big line on the screen that said, "Your work has been approved," that I realized what I had done. I went downstairs to smoke, my 16th relapse, and thought for 5 minutes. And so it began. At the beginning, the journey was not smooth. Perhaps many excellent works were signed when they were less than 30,000 words. But that was not Kingdom Bloodline. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 130,000. It was not until 150,000 words were written that the book received an invitation to sign. Green Mang's editor picked up the lonely little fails from the trash, his words. After signing, probably because the 6th chapter was frequently reported, the book went missing on the website for a few days. 370,000 words. 3 days before the book went on sale, the book's bookmark had just passed 300. During that time, I experienced breakups, thesis defense, graduation, going home, working, and all sorts of life experiences. After the book went on sale, the number of readers gradually increased, followed by more doubts, criticism, and even abuse. At that time, I realized that writing was really tiring. Should I give up? During this process, similar thoughts had popped up in my head more than once. But my heart always told me, you like to write, no matter how bitter, tired, or not understood, you have the motivation and reason to persevere. The author of Heart Demon, Qingji Huaqing, once said in the author group, "If you can realize your value while making a living, what could be more blissful than that?" I quite agreed. Just like what my acceptance speech said, bitterness is insignificant, happiness is needless to say. Every time I had the thought of giving up, leaving the book unfinished, watering down the word count, or escaping from the general outline, I would go to the author group to have a look and laugh with everyone. At the same time, I would convince myself, look, these pronunciations are all gathered here because of that fantastical and magnificent world, and they are full of hope for that world's future. You can't let them down. You can't. You have to continue writing. Continue writing. Until today's one. 3 million words. Back to the main topic. As the first work of a newbie, once Kingdom Bloodline, was long, Wu Jian's writing strength was not enough, and the poor rhythm was obvious. Looking back, the first volume was too sloppy, the second volume was a little taken for granted, the third volume was too complicated and redundant, and the second volume was too wide. The first half of the fourth volume was too rushed, and the second half was too dragged. Overall, the book also had the problem of too tight rhythm and insufficient relaxation. It was actually normal for this problem to occur. Because from the beginning, Wu Jian referred to the unit settings in American dramas, episode by episode, season by season, using a compact and continuous plot to lay out the story and world. Now it seemed that once this method of writing stretched out, all kinds of problems would occur, such as reading fatigue. Believe me, Wu Jian is trying to solve these problems, and Wu Jian is a person who likes to go back and change the text every few days. Smile. Well, readers, it's still the same old saying, I write well, you read well. I believe we can find resonance in the book and let each other think. This is more effective communication than many forms of discussion. I hope everyone will subscribe to the original version, especially Qidian or QQ Reading. Believe me, buying the original version can be addictive. Finally, I will post a paragraph from the epilogue of Border Town Prodigal. To encourage myself, frowny face, the conflict of human nature is the real moving factor that can't be lacking in any novel. As a martial arts novel writer, of course, I am not opposed to using treacherous changes, surprising plots, and prominent heroes to attract readers. I just feel that, in addition to these, I should give readers something else, something that can inspire them. Something that can make people admit that martial arts novels are also novels. But I also know that new attempts are not only risky, but also always strenuous and unrewarding. But I am willing. Because I am a martial arts novel writer, I always hope that people who write martial arts novels can also be called writers in the future and be valued like other writers. I always hope that martial arts novels can also be called novels in the future, like other novels, can be placed in the living room with dignity. Gu Long 1972. 9:20. Crouching with hands on head. Next, I am open to readers to throw bricks. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.